The protagonist, with blurred vision, looks down and says that everything there was red. With a blade in his chest and labored breathing, he mentions that all that remained in that place was death. As he questions why so much blood was necessary, he looks back and sees one of his comrades dead. Both his brother Jaemin, his friends, and the disciples, all of them were now dead in that place. The alliance of 20 sects, made up of the most powerful people, had been created for the final battle against Chiama. However, the result of it all was the annihilation of both sides. And the reason for all this was the man sitting atop the pile of bodies, the demon who descended from the heavens and bathed the land in blood, the leader of the demonic cult known as Chinama. Hyama calls out to the disciple of the Manhwa sect and says it's a pity he finds himself in this situation. The protagonist stares at him and begins to rise, spitting blood as Chinama remarks that even though he survived this battle, the life of glory and fame he had hoped for after this would not be possible. After all, it was clear to both of them that their day had come. The protagonist tells him to shut up. However, from atop the pile of bodies, Chiyama extends his arm and says that he can feel proud of this. Though many had helped him in this final battle, it was his blade that delivered the final blow, and as the leader of the demonic cult, he recognizes the blade of Mount Hoa as the most powerful on Earth. The protagonist yells and tells him to shut up once more. He charges toward the demon, who remarks that it's a shame because with one more day, he would have been worthy of the name Chinama. However, he says that this doesn't matter and tells the Mount Hoa disciple to remember, this was not the end. The demonic forces would return, and when that day came, the world would fall under the control of the demonic cult. The protagonist extends his sword as Chinama declares that when that happens, he will be unstoppable. A slash cuts through, and a line appears on the demon's neck. He evaporates, and his head rolls down the pile of bodies. Atop it all, the protagonist declares that the war has finally ended. However, he already knew that his life had also come to an end. What he wanted to know was what would happen now to Mount Hoa. All the most powerful members who had participated in this advance were dead. The only people left in that sect were children who barely knew how to hold a sword. He couldn't even tell if all this bloodshed had been worth anything in the end. He wonders if, had he trained a bit more, he might have been able to save at least one of them. But that no longer mattered. Lying atop the pile, he says that in the end, it was all in vain. Even the brightest peels eventually rot. The protagonist was the 13th disciple of Mount Hua and the strongest swordsman on Earth, known as the Master of the Blossoming Blade, Chang Mayan. He had finally managed to take the life of the demon who brought catastrophe to the land. But in the end, he died atop the 100,000 mountain peaks. That was the legacy he should have left on Earth. Before it all happened, a baby had been abandoned in front of Mount Hoa. Two elderly people approached and picked him up from the ground. Sometime later, he was practicing swordsmanship. One of the teachers calls out to Chang Mayang, while his consciousness questions what those visions were. The teacher scolds him, saying that for someone training in martial arts, he should follow the correct path and not resort to violence. At the time, he felt somewhat angry as he was always getting scolded. The truth is, even though he was a member of the sect, he didn't take the teachings to heart. Even though he had earned the title of Swordmaster, he should never have forgotten that in the end he wouldn't have anything in this life if it weren't for Mount Hua. One of the sect masters asks if he has any regrets. Unconscious within his own mind, Chang Mayang says yes. He had countless regrets and wished he had followed the teachings of the sect more closely. Maybe that way he would have become an even stronger warrior and somehow changed the outcome of this terrible situation. However, Jaemin speaks up and says that he didn't need to have regrets because all of this was part of the destiny of the Mount Hua sect, and he was sure they would continue to exist. The scene then shifts to a boy getting hit on the head. Inside a tent, an argument is taking place. A boy tries to defend himself from the attack, asking where Chinama is. The person in front of him asks what business he has with Chinama. The boy, with a wooden stick on his back, says he doesn't know who this Chinama is and claims to be a stinking street rat. Everyone was demanding money, but there he was sleeping as if he owned the place. The boy was utterly confused, wanting to know what was happening because it seemed like there was a beggar in front of him threatening him. The boy, who had woken up, tells the guy to put down that stick before he gets a beating. However, the guy starts laughing, leaving him desperate as the boy on the ground begins to lose patience. Saying that, as far as he knows, not even the leader of the beggar's sect should treat him like that, the boy raises his arm and says that now he's screwed. The protagonist then stretches out his hand, saying he'll have to teach this guy a lesson. But then he notices something strange. The wooden stick comes down, and while he's wondering why the arm is so small, he realizes he won't be able to block it and gets hit on the head again. The guy mocks him, calling him shameless, and starts hitting him repeatedly. At this point, another person was getting involved in the fight, but upon seeing the beating, they decided to leave. Sometime later, the boy was sitting by a river with a bleeding nose, saying he hadn't been beaten this badly, even when he was at Mount Hoa. However, one day he'd get back at that bastard. Then he falls silent and looks down, wondering who that child in the water's reflection was. It seemed like one of those reincarnation things Buddhists believe in. While he ponders that, if this were true, he should have reincarnated into Mount Shaolin. Someone appears behind him. The boy calls out to him, and Chang Mayang says he saw him watching the fight and running away afterward. The boy apologizes and says Wangshou is sometimes like that, but today he went too far. But suddenly, the protagonist raises a finger and says he's going to ask a question. Actually, not just one, he's going to ask 2 questions. They stare at each other, the boy confused. Silence fills the air, and Chong Mayong asks if he is a beggar. The boy replies that it's obvious. Just look at the clothes he's wearing. Chong Mayong crouches down in anger, asking what kind of cursed reincarnation this is. He then stands up and says he's going to the second question. He mentions the name Chianma and asks if the boy knows who that it is. The boy responds that it seems like the beating was strong enough to make him go crazy. Chong Mayong demands he answer the question. The boy crosses his arms and says he's heard the name. As far as he knows, that was the great leader of the demonic clan who died 100 years ago. Chong Mayong is shocked and wonders what kind of story this is about something that happened 100 years ago. He grabs the boy by the collar and asks if that's true. Hesitant, the boy asks why he would lie about something so stupid. The protagonist lets go of him, unable to believe that 100 years have passed. Apparently, he was reborn, but long after his own death. In a way, it was as if he had returned to a world where he was alone. As he's feeling disheartened, the boy asks if he's okay. That's when Chong Mayong remembers Manhwa. He then says the sect's name and asks what happened to it. The boy is puzzled and asks what Manhwa is. Chong Mayong becomes even more alarmed. He asks if the boy is a beggar, who replies that he certainly is. Chong Mayong says that beggars should belong to the Gaibang sect, so how come he doesn't know about Manhwa, one of the 10 greatest sects in the world? The boy is confused and asks what nonsense he's talking about. He lists the names of the 10 great sects and says none of them are called Manhwa. Chong Mayong wonders how this is possible. How did the sect he had raised to the top of the world vanish from the map? He grabs the boy by the collar again, and the boy wonders if it's going to happen again. The protagonist shakes him, demanding to know how these weak sects became among the 10 strongest in the world and how Mount Huo could have disappeared in the meantime. The boy, shaken, starts to recall the name. Then he says he's heard there's a sect like that in the Shaanxi region. Chong Mayong gets excited, but the boy says that as far as he knows, it's not one of the 10 strongest. Chong Mayong becomes pensive and says that as far as he remembers, that sect is in ruins. The poor protagonist is in disbelief. How could Mount Huo, one of the most renowned sects in the world, have disappeared like that? He then lets go of the boy and slowly says that to believe this, he'll have to go there and see for himself. He then clenches his fists and says he's heading to Mount Huo. The boy finds it amusing and tells him he'd better return to the streets to beg or he'll starve to death. Chong Mayong, however, tells him to shut up and says he'll have to answer many questions, so it's best not to lie. He then beats his chest and asks the name of this boy. The boy stands up and asks what kind of beggar has a name. People call him Chosang, but whatever. He then asks his age and the boy again replies, who knows the age of a beggar? Chong Mayong says that's fine. He just wants to know now the name of the boy who beat him. The boy introduces himself as Gucho and says the leader's name was Zhongpao. Chong Mayong then says that good deeds will be repaid doubly, but vengeance always comes back tenfold. He then tells him to remember the name Chong Mayong from the Mount Hua sect because one day he'll pay for this kindness. He starts to leave, saying that now he's going, but then he quickly returns and asks which direction Mount Hua is. A second later, birds fly off as he races through the forest. The problem is, he's getting exhausted while remembering that in his past life, he was faster than a horse. After pushing himself, he collapses on the ground like an idiot, his heart nearly exploding. This Dan child's body couldn't keep moving for even 15 minutes. At this rate, he'll die before he even gets close to Mount Hua. With his face buried in the ground, he wonders how he's going to reach the Shaanxi sect. He then starts to smile and says that it's time to use the great intellect of Master Chong Mayong. Now he's excited, saying that this is an incredible opportunity. Even those who reach the peak of mastery have many regrets. One of his was because he was always lazy when he was younger. He never listened to the elders and was always dragged to the training grounds because all he wanted to do was escape. Besides that, he used to steal his teachers' drinks, which made them furious with him. However, that was something he didn't intend to change in this life. He then heads toward a tree, saying that in the end, it's just about starting over. First, he needed a place without distractions, and this seemed to be good enough. He sits in front of the tree while trying to remember what the right technique for this situation would be. He knew countless ways to increase his energy, and many others went beyond the knowledge of Mount Hua. However, he wasn't sure which one was best to learn first. Then he remembers a technique called the 6 elements, a cheap text sold for 5 coins in street shops, known for being of poor quality. However, it was anything but a bad technique. The 6 elements was the first thing the disciples of Mount Hua learned. It wasn't extraordinary in any way, but it allowed the practitioner's body to be purified. It was a fundamental technique for those who were in no rush, perfect for someone looking to build an extremely solid foundation. Slowly, he begins gathering energy in his body. The strange roots rise through him as he manages to purify the sky. Little by little, he gathers this purified energy in the center of his body. That small point of power was the beginning of his entire journey in this life. He then stands up, saying that this seed will be the beginning to create the unstoppable avalanche. But as he stands, he collapses to the ground like an idiot, realizing that he spent all the energy he had just to do that. He remembers Brother Jamin always saying that his problem was not using his head properly. Lying on the ground, he wonders how he'll make it to Mount Hua at this pace. The scene shifts to a bustling city. The boys run into an alley and call for their brother, warning him that there's another beggar asking for money, so they're running out of coins. It was a very young boy, and everyone was giving him money because of it. The Mohawk guy stands up, saying he'll have to show how things work in this area. The guy gets excited and tells everyone to follow. A little later, a small boy is shown in the corner of a wall eating. Obviously, it was Chang Mayong. The guys shout at him and tell him to stop pretending he doesn't hear them. Our boy looks back and asks if they're talking to him. The Mohawk guy says of course they're since no one else is around and asks if he wants to die. He warns him that he should know he can't beg in other people's territory, so it's better for him to hand over everything he has, including the food in his hand. Chang Mayong looks at his hand and says they're a bunch of greedy scoundrels because they even want what he's already bitten into. The guys crack their knuckles, saying he deserves a lesson. However, Chang Mayong just stands up, throws a small punch, and says he's fine. He looks at the guys and warns them that he's not very strong yet, but it's enough. He had already gotten used to this body and didn't have time to waste, so they should all come at him at once. The beggar almost explodes with rage, saying he had thought about going easy on him. But he changes his mind and tells everyone to finish off the kid. The first one stretches out his arm to throw a punch, but Chang Mayong easily dodges. He looks at him, clenches his fist, and hits him on the cheek. The guy flies away, and our boy asks if they know who he is. He is the master of the blossoming blade known as Chang Mayong of the Great Mount Hua sect. With that, the fight ensues, and after some time, they end up apologizing. Our boy tells them not to call him sir because he's just a beggar too. The guy calls him a beggar, and our boy asks what kind of disrespect that is. After a while, he says whatever and asks what the fastest way to Shanxi is. The guy says that's an easy question, but if they were smart, they wouldn't be begging on the streets. Chang Mayong laughs, saying that makes total sense. They all laugh at each other until he grabs him by the collar and tells him that the next time they meet, he better have learned some geography of this place. If, in the future, he asks something and doesn't know the answer, he'll suffer a lot of pain. At that moment, the beggars all run off as Chang Mayong tells them to scram. The scene shifts to the sunset between the mountains. An old man observes the landscape when someone calls for the sect leader. The person introduces himself as Yunem, and the leader tells him to come in. He appears, apologizing, but says that there's a child wanting to see the leader. The man is confused, but looks to see who's asking for him. He said his name was Chang Mayong, and his desire was to join the Mount Hua sect. The old man seemed very confused by the boy's request and asks Unem if he didn't tell the child that they weren't accepting any more disciples. Unem replies that he did, but the boy desperately insisted on seeing the leader. Our Chang Mayong stood there with a smile on his face, but the truth is he was dying of anger over what had just happened. A little earlier, he had finally reached the entrance to Mount Hua. Those damn beggars had given him a useless shortcut, but in the end, he managed to find it. Now the hardest part was beginning, climbing to the sect. He climbed the stairs, scaled the mud, and then had to climb the mountain. It was a path he had taken countless times before, but now, with this body, it wasn't easy at all. Yet he was determined and he finally reached the top of Mount Hua. However, he was met with something that left him confused. In front of the sect, there wasn't even a sign with the name of the place. He remembered that Brother Chang Mayong used to clean that cursed name every morning. He had barely arrived and already couldn't believe the state of the sect. Just then, the door begins to open and someone asks who he is. It was Humam, who found it strange that a child had shown up there. He immediately wanted to know how he managed to climb the mountain on his own. The protagonist ignores the question and says he wanted to know something. Was the man standing in front of him a disciple of the Mount Hua sect? The man replies that he was, and our boy is excited that they weren't completely extinct. The man then says he can come in if he wants, and our boy is a bit confused. Anim explains that they don't accept visitors, but it's too late for him to climb back down the mountain. At least he would have a place to stay since the nights in the region were cold. But the moment he stepped inside, he was shocked by what he saw. The training ground, once an incredible marble arena, was now just a bare field. Lunam asks what's wrong, and smiling, he says he's just admiring the incredible training area of this sect. But when he looks to the side, he sees something else that doesn't make sense. The Palace of the Heavens, a building that used to be right next door, had also disappeared. Playing dumb, he remarks how strange it was to have a staircase leading nowhere and asks what happened. Anem explains that the elders say there used to be a palace in that spot long ago. Chang Mayong thinks to himself that he knows there was a palace. He wants to know how it disappeared. Anem says a child wouldn't understand, but the disappearance was like a glorious battle scar. Our boy remarks to himself that there's nothing glorious about it. The elder asks what he said, and he replies, nothing. With that, Anem leads the way, saying he'll show him where he'll be staying. As they walk, Chang Mayong thinks that it must have been difficult to keep the sect going all these years. They arrive at the Jade Temple, and our boy is relieved that at least that was still intact. Anem begins to open the door and says that at Mount Hua, they follow the path of righteousness. That's why first, he must show respect to those who came before him. However, as soon as he steps inside, he's shocked again. Two things that were supposed to be here had vanished. A candle and a golden pot gifted by Emperor Jin, as well as a handmade scroll from the ancestors and a golden dragon piece. but now all the treasures of that place had disappeared. He gets closer and wonders if there wasn't supposed to be a flower there. Funim is confused and asks how he knows that. He becomes thoughtful and says there really used to be a cherry blossom made of metal in that spot. Excited, Chang Mayong then wants to know what happened to it. Funim says of course they sold it. It wasn't useful for anything and it didn't fit with the aesthetics of the place. So when a merchant made a good offer, they sold it. The protagonist remembers Jaemin and says, unfortunately, this was the end of the Manhwa sect. The petal of the night-blooming fragrance had disappeared along with all the treasures of the sect. And the worst part was that the idiots in this place had sold something like that for money. Funim approaches and asks if he's alright, while Chang Mayong tells himself he has to fix this mess as soon as possible. At that moment, he kneels down and says he has a request. He wanted to become a disciple of the Manhwa sect. Returning to the present, the sect leader asks why he wants to join and if he knows what kind of place this is. Our boy just says yes, he knows. He's certain it won't be easy to be accepted. But he already knows exactly what he's going to tell him. He remembers a member named Jiang Jing who disappeared during the war. He's going to say that this man was found on the mountain by someone passing by. The man saved him, and as a token of gratitude, he taught him the martial techniques of Manhwa. And he, Chang Mayong, is a descendant of the man who saved him. With that story, he would be a direct disciple of one of the sect's great members, putting him on equal standing with the leader. This was because he didn't want to start from scratch in this place, so he was eager to be rejected and tell his little story. However, the leader says he accepts and he doesn't reject him. At that moment, the protagonist is a bit confused. He asks why, and the old man says he seems eager to join, so how could he refuse? Funim says that's strange because they haven't been accepting new members, but the elder says he's changed his mind. Destiny, for him, worked in mysterious ways. Chang Mayong is wondering why this old man isn't suspicious of him, a complete stranger. However, the elder simply says that regardless of the intent, the boy seems to have come to Manhwa for a reason. They never refused a bird seeking shelter from the rain and always shared their food in winter, so they could never reject a child in this situation. He then tells him to show the boy the beginner's room and begin the ceremony. But Chang Mayong wasn't happy about this at all. In this way, his incredible position in the sect had just been destroyed. The next scene shows him wearing the robe, a uniform for third-grade disciples. But looking around, he wonders why he's in one of the rooms that used to be used for rituals. It didn't seem like just a temporary place. In the old Manhwa, it wasn't like this, as disciples would receive a mentor and go live with them. He walks around trying to understand the place better when someone shouts, asking who he is. The protagonist turns around and a boy appears, asking why he was spying on other people's rooms and if he was some kind of bandit. Suddenly, other disciples start appearing and someone asks Jill what's going on. He says he caught this kid snooping around the senior brother's room, while our protagonist wonders why he always ends up in strange situations like this. Out of nowhere, another person shows up and asks what all the noise is about and why they're causing a ruckus in the dormitory when they should be busy training. Everyone immediately bows and apologizes to the great brother. The guy asks our protagonist who he is, to which he responds that he's Chang Mayong. The man says he'd heard that a new novice was coming and tells him to rest for now. But tomorrow, he'll have to train hard. With that, he tells everyone to rest, and they all shout in agreement. Jill glances back and gives Chang Mayong a cold stare, warning him that he'll see him later to teach him some manners. Chang Mayong is flustered, thinking that these damn juniors needed someone to look after them. He intended to take care of all of them in a warm manner, but that was their problem. The scene then shifts to Jill telling him to take off his robe. Our boy asks what he's talking about, and Jill repeats that he wants him to take off all his clothes. He was about to suffer some humiliation and get involved in a fight, as that was the initiation ritual there. The protagonist remains silent for a moment and then says he wants to ask something first. He wanted to know if senior brother Anjo knew about all of this. Jill responds that the senior brother doesn't come at night and asks if he's looking for a beating to start obeying. Our boy then simply calls out to senior brother and tells him to clench his jaw. When Jill is about to ask why, a punch is already flying toward his face. The other disciples look stunned as Jill is left hanging from the ceiling. The protagonist asks what's the deal with beating him to teach him a lesson and warns that's exactly what he's going to do. With that, a brawl breaks out in the sect. The scene then shifts to him calling for senior brother Anjum, telling him to give him a proper massage, while Anjum apologizes, saying he'll do his best. He then calls for Jo Jill and tells him to stop trembling and come closer. He has some questions to ask since he's new to the sect, and the boy says he'll answer everything. Our boy wants to know what happened to the Golden Palace and why the Manhwa sect went bankrupt. Jo Jill says he'll explain and asks if he's heard of the Master of the Blossoming Blade. Chang Mayong says yes, because after all, that's him. The boy then explains that this is what all the senior brothers talk about. The Master of the Blossoming Blade was the one who killed John Man, the leader of the demonic cult. After the leader's death, the remaining members of the demonic cult decided to attack Manhwa. The sect was completely destroyed and hasn't recovered to this day. Chang Mayong is shocked and wonders if his failure in that battle was what led to the entire Manhwa sect being destroyed. We then see a flashback of a conversation between Chang Mayong and the sect leader. First, they discussed some techniques, and Chong Mayong suggested throwing them out because they were useless. Jaemin stared at him and said it was a good idea, and they continued talking. A little later during the discussion, Jaemin mentioned that it wasn't just for that reason that he had called Chong Mayong. He then said he believed it was time for Chong Mayong to accept an apprentice. He asked how he would manage to teach his techniques to a first disciple. Chong Mayong clenched his fists and said that would be easy. He would beat the boy until he learned. Eventually, after being beaten enough, he would start to understand something. After that, Jaemin never mentioned the idea of him taking an apprentice again. At that moment, someone calls him Senior Brother Junior. From his bed, he tells them not to be so formal and just call him Junior Brother. Then they inform him that Senior Brother Unjam wants to see everyone at the training field soon. Everyone is outside with their swords in hand. Unjam tells them to raise their swords and deliver the first strike. They all perform the first strike, while on the side, Nam stands with Chong Mayong, observing everything. However, our boy looks confused and asks what they call that technique. Nam says the name of the technique is the True Six Elements Sword Technique. It was a basic blade skill considered the foundation of all techniques in Manhwa. But of course, Chong Mayong knew that this was far from being the foundation of Manhwa. They were trying to teach philosophy to someone who didn't even know the alphabet. This type of training would give them a quick advantage for a short period. But what was a true martial artist without a solid foundation? And even worse, the person demonstrating the technique wasn't doing it correctly. He raises his head and looks at the sky, seeing that it was clear and empty, just like the future of Manhwa. He didn't even know where to start fixing something like this. He then calls to the boy beside him, who jumps in surprise and asks what it is. Chong Mayong wants to know what else they're learning in this place. The boy explains that after this technique, they would learn the sword technique of the 7 sages, and after that, they'd move on to the Blossom Hall and study the clarity of the sword technique. Chong Mayong doesn't seem excited about any of this. The boy continues, saying that after that, they would learn the pinnacle of Mount Hua's martial arts, the Great Sword Pacification Technique. However, our boy remembers that Chong Mayong had kept that technique a secret because it wasn't effective enough. It was exactly the technique that he had told them to discard and remove from the library. But now, the trash he had ordered to be thrown away was being considered the pinnacle of this place. He wanted to know what had happened to the Plum Blossom technique of 24 strikes. The instructor continues scolding them, telling them to take the training seriously. The scene then shifts to nighttime and our boy calls for Brother Jiel. Jiel asks what it is, and our boy says he already told him to relax. He then says he has a favor to ask and tells Jiel to gather everyone at 5 a.m. in the training hall. Besides that, there were a few things he needed to prepare. He starts listing some items, saying he wants 5 of them for each person. A little while later, Jiel asks if he's sure about this. Chong Mayong just smiles and asks if Jiel thinks he won't be able to do it. Of course, the boy says he can manage it without any problem. Our boy then tells him to go and says how much he loves how helpful he is. But our protagonist remains there thinking. At the moment, Mount Hua had no money, no techniques, and no talent. No one in the world would be surprised if they closed down tomorrow. And right now, the only thing he can contribute is talent. The problem is that the third-class disciples are far from being extraordinary martial artists. However, in the end, a great sect isn't built in a day. He's going to have to use these amateurs to restore Mount Hua to its former glory. Everyone sleeps and wakes up at 5 a.m. Naturally, they're all angry, wanting to know why they're following the orders of that Dan Jr. They ask the seniors how long this was going to keep happening. The two think to themselves that everyone knows they all got beaten. Just then, our boy shows up and asks if anyone was talking about him. Everyone is immediately startled at the sight of him. However, one of them gathers the courage to ask who he thinks he is to gather everyone there at 5 a.m. Our boy stays silent for a second and tells the brothers not to be so mad. He then apologizes and says that he really forgot to consider everyone's feelings. He personally wanted to apologize so maybe they could talk a little inside. He leads everyone who didn't feel like training into a room and closes the door. Outside, the others are confused about what's happening. Then suddenly, the whole house begins to shake. Jiel noticed the movement. It seemed sudden, but it was clear something was happening. A second later, everyone comes running out terrified. They form a line and Chong Mayong says that now they seem motivated. He then announces that starting that day, physical training would begin at 5 a.m. for everyone. He calls them all useless senior brothers. The sun begins to rise. Lenin wakes up in his room and wonders why none of the disciples had come to greet him. This could only mean that everyone was still asleep. It was probably because of the new disciple. They must have been fooling around all night. He steps out of his room, saying he'll have to teach everyone a lesson. He thought Yeonjong would keep the place in order, but apparently not. That's when he gets confused. Everyone is exhausted and collapsed on the ground. He wants to know why all those kids look like a bunch of old men. Immediately, he shouts, asking what happened there and what all this mess was about. The people stare at each other, and one M realizes they're hesitating to answer his question. Who had left them so scared that they were even afraid to respond to him? The scariest part, however, was that Jo Jiel was also lying there, completely worn out. But right in front of him was the new member. Chong Mayong was there, squatting with 2 giant rocks. He exhales and lifts them again. He had already done 10,065 repetitions. That's when our boy, exhausted, also notices Yunem's presence. He greets him with a good morning, while Yunem watches, not understanding what's happening. He could see that the boy was on the verge of exhaustion, but for some reason, he managed to stay standing. He immediately orders someone to fetch water, but Chang Mayong says he's fine. He drinks a little, and then Unam tells him to tell the truth. What happened in that place? The protagonist says it was nothing serious. They just woke up a little earlier to do a bit of training. And strangely, everyone was so motivated that they decided to stay a little longer. Unam finds it odd that these lazy disciples were so eager to train. But when he looks back, he sees that the guys were afraid, and he soon realizes that the reason for all this was Chang Mayong. How could they call themselves disciples of the Manhwa sect when they were being beaten by a child like him? He should give him a little lesson. He then tells our boy that the White Blossom Hall also has its own rules and asks who gave them permission to sleep less and wake up early to train. With a clueless expression, Chang Mayong says that if that's the case, they'll stop training then. Unam is confused by this reaction. He needed to make it clear that this damn kid had threatened his seniors. He looks at our boy, who seemed all innocent. He didn't know how to handle this because it would make everyone in the Manhwa sect look like fools. He'd have to make it clear to everyone that this kid who had arrived yesterday had beaten up all the third-class disciples, which would make the teachers look like the biggest fools. While he didn't know what to say, Chang Mayong asks for 1 month. That's all if he wanted to train with everyone. In that time, he guaranteed they'd see an incredible difference. Besides, he was only proposing this because the seniors seemed strangely motivated. They had been training hard, yet no one had complained. He shouts if everyone agrees, and the others simply say yes. At that moment, Unam realizes that the boy had somehow made sure no one told the truth. But where did they find a kid like this? As soon as he arrived, he had already dominated all the third-class disciples and was even making them train. Unam then says the training must also be difficult for him, so why was he so eager to wake up early and train? Chang Mayong replies that although they can learn a lot, they can still push themselves harder to improve faster. Every minute spent in bed is a minute less spent training. With those words, Unam understood that the boy meant that no one needed a reason to train harder. He then asked the boy what the most important part of the relationship with older brothers is. Our boy says it's respect, of course, and swears he will always obey the commands of the senior brothers. The leader is starting to realize that the boy is smart and won't want to humiliate him in any way to maintain the hierarchy of the place. Unfortunately, he admits that the boy is clever. He then turns around, shouting to everyone how amazing it was that they had volunteered to train so early. He was extremely impressed with everyone. If they kept training like that, he was sure they'd become stronger than ever. However, that wasn't what the group was hoping for, and they asked for help. But Unam runs off immediately, leaving them behind. Chang Mayong tightens his fist and asks what kind of help they were asking for. How could they dare to say something like that when it was clear he wasn't there to harm anyone? He then asks if they could have another conversation inside. In the next scene, they are already getting beaten up. Several days pass in the sect. Our protagonist continues practicing. His energy center was still weak and small, but it was finally starting to form. During this time, he's also learning more and more about what happened to Manhwa. The reason the dormitory system had been created was because they no longer had enough trainers. Moreover, the sect leader and the 2 masters were very kind people. They had great intentions, but they were incredibly weak. Their strength was pathetic compared to even a disciple from the sect 100 years ago. And naturally, as a consequence, the third-class disciples were also terrible. But the question remains, why would that matter? After all, Chang Mayong was here now. Manhwa would rise again as the #1 sect in this land. That was his ultimate goal. The scene shifts to the dining hall. A boy tries to grab some food, but his hand hurts so much that he ends up dropping it. He says that training hard is good, but they at least need the energy to be able to eat. He then tells Jewel to talk to the boy and ask him to go easier on the training. No one has been able to use their chopsticks for days, but Jewel just replies that he doesn't have time to listen to those endless complaints and asks if he's their messenger boy. He says that whoever wants to go against Chang Mayong should speak to him directly. He then stands up and says he wants to talk to Yunjong for a bit. Walking outside, Yunjong comments that he seems relieved by everything. Jill just responds by asking what he thinks about Manhwa. Yunjong is a bit confused and says that's a tough question. Jill says that he could go back to his family anytime, but he knew that Yunjong's goal was to live in this sect. Yunjong agrees, and they both fall silent. Jill then says that before, he thought the Manhwa sect had no future. His friend says that's a crazy thing to say and shouldn't be mentioned to anyone. However, Jill says his mind has changed. The future he saw for the sect had shifted since Chang Mayong's arrival. Even though it was forced, he finally understood the importance of those early morning training sessions. He realized that he had never trained so hard to the point of pushing himself to his limits. On the other hand, that kid kept training yet harder for longer and didn't seem to get tired. Seeing him so dedicated made Jill want to give his best in this place too. He then turns and says that from today he's going to give 100% of himself to become a true martial artist. Yunjong smiles and says he feels the same way. Meanwhile, our boy was up in a tree, listening to everything, thinking that he had already bagged 2 of them. Their trainer hadn't caused too much trouble either, But the journey was still long. That's when someone bangs on the sect's door, demanding that the leader come out. Chang Mayan is confused while someone yells to open the door immediately. Someone kicks the door and tells one of the disciples to fetch the leader. Before anyone can respond, they start barging into the sect. Unim and Unjun look a bit embarrassed as the men begin invading. From above, Chang Mayan is confused, wondering who these people are. The group says they've been waiting there for a long time and are losing patience. They want to know when they're finally going to be paid back. At that moment, our boy realizes he has yet another problem to solve. He hadn't known these bastards were so deep in debt. He stands in front of the leader's house and asks if he isn't ashamed, demanding that he come out immediately. The door opens and the leader steps outside. Chang Mayan watches from the side, observing everything. The elder greets everyone and asks what brings them there so late at night. Our boy finds it interesting and quickly understands why this man is the new leader. Every movement and word he used had a certain air of wisdom. It was a subtle way of showing that he was clearly trying to stall the conversation with these men. Then the pavilion leader, Munyan Gong, clears his throat and says that it seems the sect leader is doing quite well. The elder responds that he never imagined the great owner of the pavilion would come all the way there. He says it's a shame they have to meet under such circumstances. He regrets having to climb Mount Hua, but hopes they understand why he had to come there. He says the sect leader must be aware of the situation they're in because the date they had promised has long passed. They had favored Mount Hua for a long time and never sought compensation all these years. As promised, they were the most lenient they could be, and for that reason, they were giving them 7 days. If they didn't repay their debts, they would take all of Mount Hua's land. Immediately, someone shouts and everyone looks back. The men apologize, saying that one of the young apprentices shouldn't have had to witness something like this. Later, the group explains to our boy that these people are from the Huan Prefecture. Chang Mayan is lost in thought while the young boy is looking for a chance to escape before he gets beaten again. Jojiel asks if this prefecture is located just below Mount Hua, and the boy confirms. He then asks if that means the merchants of Mount Hua borrowed money from the people in this prefecture. The boy says he has no idea but has heard of Munyan Gong. As far as he knows, he's the owner of the Huan Pavilion, the largest tavern in that city. Our boy recognizes the name of the pavilion and asks if he's the leader of that place. The two boys are shocked and tell him to calm down as they see him cracking his neck. That's because he knows very well that the Taiho Pavilion always belonged to the Mount Hua sect. He grabs the boy by the collar and asks if the people from the pavilion lent money to Mount Hua, and now that they haven't paid it back, they're trying to take the place. The boy just confirms it, but to Chang Mayan, none of this makes sense. First, it's absurd that Mount Hua would borrow money from the pavilion when the pavilion belongs to Mount Hua. Clearly, something went very wrong in the past. He then calls for Jojiel, who's startled. He tells him that thing he mentioned earlier. He wants him to bring it now. Jojiel is confused, but Chang Mayan orders him to bring it immediately. Jojiel runs off, saying he's on it. He brings the robe and asks why he wants it. Our boy then says that the Buddhists have a saying, sometimes to meet Buddha, you must kill him, which means that sometimes you need to go against the virtuous path to find true enlightenment. Now dressed in the robe, he says he's seeking to follow that teaching. The two boys are shocked and ask if he's thinking about leaving the sect. In a second, he's already jumping over the wall. He looks down at the city, and in the middle of the pavilion, some men are laughing, saying that it seems the leader was left speechless. They amuse themselves, saying they've finally given their final ultimatum. Nare Godo says they deserve it, especially since they've already taken more than 100,000 coins from him. They tell Gong that the leader couldn't even respond properly. Gong, smiling, says that even though he's a merchant who loves money, it still saddens him to destroy a place that meant so much to his ancestors. The man in the blue robe says he shouldn't worry about that since the final deadline had already been extended for a long time. He's sure the entire city will appreciate how lenient he's been. Gong just thinks to himself that it must be nice to live life with such a simple mind. No one there knew it, but Mount Hua was still a major influence. That's because the power of the sect didn't lie in its martial arts, but in the legacy it built over the years. It's hard to find anyone in the Shaanxi region who doesn't know the history of that sect. However, little by little, he's been gaining enough strength to finally put an end to them. Like a duck being slowly cooked, the time had come to finish them off. One of the men then asks what Gong is going to do with Mount Hua's location, as it would be easy to sell such a place. The man's name is Zhongzhen Yu, and he suggests it might be smarter to ask for something else as payment. But Gong says that the place has much more value than they can perceive. Even though it was just an abandoned place, it still carried tremendous value. The men don't seem to understand why, and Gong begins to get angry. He then sets his chopsticks down on the table and says that he hadn't planned on revealing his plan so soon. He tells them to think as if they were enemies of Mount Hua. How interested would they be in paying to erase the legacy of that sect? No one had to worry because they would certainly make a huge profit from this investment. One of them stands up and says it's a brilliant plan, adding that they'll have to celebrate Mr. Gong. Later, Zhongzhen is heading home, saying that it was an incredible night. He was going to make a lot of money from the downfall of Mount Hua, and he's certain he can trust Gong. He looks up, searching for the moon, and wonders why it's not in the sky. Meanwhile, Chang Mayan is just watching. Then Zhongzhen stops, seemingly seeing something ahead of him. As his vision clears, it's our boy standing still and telling him to stay very quiet. Jongsun finds it strange that there's such a small and skinny little thief in front of him. What puzzles him more is why the boy is so conspicuous, as if he wants everyone to know he's a thief. Jongsun crosses his arms and says the boy must be thinking of robbing him. But Chong Mayong calmly says he's not interested in money, only in some answers. Jongsun says that normally he doesn't mind helping lost kids, but tonight the boy is out of luck. That's because he's going to have to deal with the friends he brought along, as he already knows how dangerous it is to wander alone at night. Our boy immediately recognizes the men as caravan guards. One of them asks if they should kill the boy, but Jongsun says it's unnecessary since he just wants to ask him a few questions. He turns around hearing the sounds of a fight and says it seems everything's going well. But strangely, there were a lot of fighting noises, and he starts to wonder what's going on. Then he hears a bang behind him. He turns, telling the men to go easier on the boy. But someone apologizes. It's Chong Mayong, who had already taken everyone out. Chong Mayong says he only wanted to talk, but people were being rather impolite. He then tells Jongsun to come closer. Once again, he tells him that if he answers, he won't get beaten, and Jongsun immediately agrees. Chong Mayong grabs him by the collar and says that now they can start with the lesson. He had offered not to give him a beating, but Jongsun refused, so now he's going to take a few hits. But no worries, he'll still be able to talk once it's over. A moment later, the poor man is all swollen, talking nonsense. Chong Mayong warns him that if he doesn't speak properly, he'll get beaten again. He then asks what's the deal with Mount Hu borrowing 100,000 coins, and the man just confirms it's true. Our boy thinks for a moment and draws Jongsun's attention. He knows that if Jongsun sold everything he had, he wouldn't be able to gather 10,000 coins, let alone 100,000. So how did he and this group of merchants from this failing city manage to lend 100,000 coins to Mount Hua? Jongsun says he'll explain how interest works. Basically, even with a small initial debt, they created an incredible snowball effect. Our boy punches him in the head, telling him not to be proud of something like that. He then asks if Jongsun owns the linen shop, and the man confirms it. Chong Mayong wants to know when he bought the shop, and Jongsun looks confused. He explains that the linen shop has belonged to his family for generations. But once again, that makes no sense because the linen shop also belongs to the Mount Hua sect. The truth is, every major business in the Hua Ying prefecture belongs to the sect. That's because the city only grew thanks to the presence of Mount Hua just above the mountain. The sect had entrusted the merchants with managing things, but apparently, these bastards had been stealing everything from them. At that moment, someone calls him a coward. A man appears, calling him a shameless little thief, and orders him to reveal himself. Our boy, however, is confused by this talk of a sneak attack, especially since he had been standing right in front of everyone. He lets go of Jongsun and asks why the man is so interested in knowing who he is. The man says he demands to know the name of anyone before cutting him down with his blade. Chong Mayong just asks if the guy hadn't just been knocked out. The man starts getting angry with this damn kid. He draws his blade and charges toward him, telling him to get ready. Chong Mayong calmly watches. He had much more kai, speed, and physical strength than the man. But did that mean the man was weaker? Of course not, because strength and speed were far from the best way to measure someone's power. Chong Mayong throws the sword into his hand and deflects the attack with his shoulder. The man is utterly confused as Chong Mayong remembers a lifetime's worth of memories with the blossoming blade. If he doesn't have physical strength in a child's body, he just needs to use the opponent's strength as his own. He then redirects the impact back, and the man is thrown far away. At that moment, Chong Mayong extends his arm and draws his blade. A few petals appear around him, and he tells the man he still has a lot to learn. He appears behind the man using the double blossom sword technique. The poor guy falls to the ground, unconscious. But then he hears someone in awe, and he realizes he made a mistake. He had forgotten about Jongsun, who clearly saw him using that technique. And worse, with that dumbstruck expression on his face, maybe he had recognized it. Jongsun then says that these refined attacks, this martial mastery, and that incredible kai, he was sure of something. Startled, our boy thinks it couldn't be that Jongsun had figured it out. And then Jongsun asks if he's a member of the Zhongnan sect. Chong Mayong is momentarily silent, confused, but then agrees, saying that's exactly right. He's a member of the Great Zhongnan sect. Jongsun then says he'll now tell him everything he wants to know, and our boy just thanks him. Back at the sect, Zhang Mu and Yun Zhang are pacing back and forth, wondering why Chong Mayong hadn't returned. Zhang Mu says it was crazy to let him go out like that, but he's sure the boy will come back unless something bad happens to him. Just then, the door starts to open, and Chong Mayong asks if anything happened while he was gone. Zhang, however, says they're the ones who should be asking him what happened for him to disappear like that. He simply responds that it was nothing serious, and that he even made a little extra money. At that moment, he remembers Jongsun asking if he was from the Zhongnan sect. Even though it was good that his identity wasn't discovered, in some way it still stung a bit. Even the signature technique of Mount Hua, the blossoming technique, was mistaken for another sect's technique. Jewel then asks what he was doing out there. Our boy just responds that kids don't need to know. They get angry, saying that he's a kid too. Chong Mayong tells them to gather everyone because they need to train. Jewel is confused, especially since it's nighttime. But our boy tells him to listen up, saying that whether it rains or shines, day or night, or even snows, they wouldn't miss a single day of training. Joel starts getting excited, saying he's looking forward to today's training. He says he'll gather everyone and asks if Chong Mayong is going to join them. But Chong Mayong says not today, as he has other things to do. Zhang says they can only train properly when he's around. They could try training alone, but they know that without him there, no one would take it seriously. However, the protagonist simply says he already knows that and tells them to go gather everyone. He then falls onto his bed, wondering what to do next. The situation was complicated as the city merchants were trying to take the place, and the documents that prove Manhua's ownership of the businesses had probably been lost a long time ago when the sect was attacked. He could just invade the city and beat everyone up, but that would only worsen Manhua's reputation, so things couldn't be solved that way. He needed a justification to prove they were the rightful owners of this land. The problem was how to find something like that. He remembers seeing Jiangman filling out the records of who owned those properties, but when he opened the door, Jiangman seemed to be filling out only a few. He finds it strange that there were so few records and is certain that Jiangman must have been hiding them somewhere else. It was impossible that everything Manhua owned could fit on so few sheets of paper. That means there's likely some kind of vault that only the leader can access. He recalls hearing rumors that such a thing existed, and the entrance was probably near the leader's house. That place hadn't changed at all since the past, but considering that everyone there was a martial artist, it had to be near the leader's house. However, it was something difficult to locate, and the only way to do so was through an underground base. Apparently, he was going to have to embark on a treasure hunt. He then opens the door and jumps out of his room, apologizing to Jiangman for what he's about to do. He says he won't even touch any of the treasure and will take it straight to the leader, or maybe that's a promise he won't be able to keep. The scene changes to a flash of light in the middle of the mountains. Our boy is lying on the ground, saying he's exhausted. He had underestimated how big the mountain was, searching from place to place, especially using that kind of technique. He concentrates energy into his palms and slams it into the ground. With that, he can feel how the soil resists his energy. He doesn't know exactly where the vault is, but he's sure it's somewhere nearby. However, time passes and he becomes exhausted without finding anything. But still he tries again and again, until suddenly he feels something strange. He sends out another energy impact and grabs the pickaxe, declaring that he's found it. Now all he has to do is dig and uncover this damn treasure. After some time, he finally discovers a concrete ceiling. However, he finds it impossible that the treasure is hidden behind something so easy to break. He pulls out one of the blocks and sees that it's actually a corridor. This was the path to the real vault. But then he hears footsteps. The sect leader is approaching. Chong Mayong watches silently and realizes the leader already knows the vault's location. The leader arrives in front of the door, and Chong Mayong imagines that this must be the entrance to the vault. However, he only sees the leader with his hand trembling in front of the door. As he observes the leader's hesitation, Chong Mayong finally understands what's happening. The leader wasn't showing the secret of how to open the door. In reality, this was the image of a man who could do nothing. Manhua was on the brink of extinction, and its martial power was steadily diminishing. Running a place that no longer had any resources must have been difficult even for a leader like him. He had to witness, day by day, the place he had dedicated his entire life to slowly fall apart. It was painful to imagine how difficult it had been for him to see this every day. But a leader could never dishearten others, so he had to appear strong for the sake of all the disciples. And that's why this was the only place where he could show a little sadness. A while later, the sun finally rises. Chong Mayong jumps into the tunnel and says that part of this is still his fault. But it wasn't too late yet. First, he had to get through this damn door. He approaches, places his hand on it, and sends out an energy impact. However, it's immediately repelled. He recognizes the material as millennium metal and knows it's impossible to break through with brute force. Now he understands why this sect leader stood there with no hope of opening it. The problem is that he also can't cut through this metal. But then he remembers that Jiangman's K level wasn't enough to do something like this either. If a leader can get in, then there must be another way to open it. Something catches his attention, and he begins to examine the pattern on the door. It's actually sword marks, the pattern of cuts from the 24 blossoming blade technique. He starts to realize that several of Manhua's techniques were blended into it, but he knows that this can only be done with the Violet Dawn Kai. He would need to perform several techniques one after the other with extreme precision. That's how the door is opened. But why did they create it this way? In a way, he understands how it works, but now there's one more problem. How can he use all these techniques? In his past life, it wouldn't have been an issue. Now he's just a weak child. Even though he knows every form of the attack, he doesn't have enough chi or physical strength to execute each cut. He starts adjusting his hair, saying he didn't want to have to do this. He slaps his stomach and says it looks like he's going to have to start a month-long vacation. He would need to use just a bit of this. He then begins to tap into his true innate chi. This was the energy humans are born with and use to sustain their lives. Using this energy was like using a bit of his lifespan, but he had no choice. Suddenly, a purple aura starts surrounding his body. He points his sword, saying he only has one chance. With a single opportunity, he had to open this door. The problem was that many of these techniques he hadn't even tried using with his body. But there was no time to wait as his sky was already being consumed. He then sends out the first cut, spits blood, and says his body is getting heavier, feeling the limits of his energy. But now, he couldn't stop. He uses the first form of the 6 elements, executes the 24 blossoming blade techniques, and says he cannot break the chain. He continues linking one technique to the next, and gradually, stars form on the door. Finally, he collapses to the ground as the entire door shines. He gets up, asking if it worked. If this didn't succeed, there was nothing else he could try. But suddenly, he starts hearing a sound. A wind blows and the door begins to open. However, poor Chong Mayong is just coughing up blood on the floor. Now because of this, he'll have to take it easy for a few months. But this is the kind of thing he has to do if he wants to save the Manhwa sect. The door begins to open and he smiles, saying he's going to take a look at what Jaemin had been hiding. Finally, he's inside and sees 3 shelves. He finds it strange that there were all these books and nothing else. But considering they used Millennium Acid, it's understandable why it's so small. He remembers Jaemin always complaining about finances, so now it's time to see where the money went. He then pulls out the first book and is immediately impressed because it contains everything the sect owns. These were perfect copies of all the official materials. Now those merchants were definitely screwed. However, looking around, he finds it strange that there are only financial books in this entire place. He was hoping to find some money to buy good food and drink some liquor. But since there was none of that, he pulls out another book, saying he'll take a quick look before leaving. He then sees that these are tomes of techniques, and he wonders if the people hadn't already learned them. But that's when he realizes that none of these techniques are currently taught in Manhwa. That's because they were sealed in this place, with no one able to access them. He imagines that Jaemin hesitated to teach these techniques to future generations, which is why he stored them here. Normally, Jaemin was a man filled with inner conflict. The first shelf reflected his responsibilities within the sect, while the second showed the love and compassion he had for everyone. But now Jaemin didn't need to worry because Chong Mayong would restore the sect to its former glory. And after that, they would move forward and surpass what they once were. However, that's when he notices something strange. On the shelf beside him, there was only a peculiar scroll sitting on top. He pulls it down and begins to read. It says that this was meant only for the sect leader. If someone was reading this scroll, it meant that the next leader had already been chosen. Sometimes a few lines said more than countless words could, and for that reason, he decided to leave his thoughts in this book. Although the sect leader holds the title, they don't dictate the future of Manhwa. The new leader must have already realized that the future of the sect is decided by the younger generation within it. The leader's job is to encourage the new members so that they can find the new path for the sect. He pleads with the leader to abandon the burdensome idea that the future depends on them. Manhwa will always remain Manhwa. It's a force and spirit that cannot be led or wielded. And even if the future is full of fortune or disaster, it will simply continue being the same place. But one thing that wouldn't change over the millennia was that they would always need to guide the disciples and fulfill their duties. That was the heavy burden he was leaving for the next leader of Manhwa. Zhang Yun puts the scroll away and thinks that the old man was always like this. However, he's annoyed because there should be much more in this place. He starts to leave, thinking that at least the scriptures would help deal with the merchants, but he decides to wait for a moment. The layout of the place seems a little strange to him. Zhang Yun had a sort of quirk, where even the lamps had to be asymmetrically distant from him. So why was that shelf strangely empty? He leans on it and pulls it upward, saying there's something more to this. He throws it to the side, and that's when the glow appears. There was a hole that he knew there was another secret, and as he descended, it was there that he finally found what he had been searching for, piles and piles of gold bars. Precious weapons hung on the walls, along with mysterious gems and tons of techniques. He's already drooling, saying that now he's finally rich. Meanwhile, back at his house, the new leader sighs, saying that another day has begun. Mornings should bring hope, but he only felt fear and bitterness. There were only 5 days left until the deadline the pavilion owner had given him. But then someone shouts for him at the door. Immediately, the leader rushes over and asks what's going on. Unjum says he can't explain it. It's something he has to see to believe. The leader is startled by this and says it must be an emergency for him to be so agitated. They both run through the forest. On the way, he sees a bunch of disciples collapse in a circle and asks what happened. Unjum simply explains that they were voluntarily doing some new training. The scene shifts to our boy sitting under a tree. They call for Chong Mayong, asking where he's been. At that moment, he appears and says he's right there. The leader is shocked and asks what happened to him for him to look so worn out. Our boy just responds that it's not important and tells him to take a look at something. The elder wonders what could be so urgent, and then he's blinded by the gleam of light as our boy smiles. The property records, the gold bars, and the weapons. Chong Mayong says he found them by coincidence. The leader wants to know how that's possible, but Chong Mayong says he's too tired and needs to sleep. The elder decides to let him go, figuring he can ask later, but he still can't believe there are piles and piles of gold bars in front of him. And even more precious than that appeared to be the items in the box, the property records of Manhwa and the Huan Prefecture. He hesitantly touches the documents, afraid of tearing something and ruining everything, But as he opens them, he's completely relieved, saying that these really are the city's records, and he collapses onto the floor. He then wakes up in bed, saying that he also saw the record of the 7 blossoming blades, and he realizes he had been dreaming like a madman. But then he shouts, asking where the chest came from, and someone confirms it. We then see someone else examining the same records. It's Haiyan Yang, the head of Mount Hua's finances. He confirms that all those records were real. Additionally, there were certificates of authenticity beneath that treasure. Not to mention, all the certificates have been issued by the government, so it would be easy to verify. They could easily use those to reclaim the pavilion at any time they wanted. Plus, the treasure itself was worth over 100,000 coins. The leader feels relieved, saying that they've finally been given a bit of luck. Or perhaps he doesn't fully understand how that strange child has brought so much fortune to this place. It was as if the embodiment of good times was walking around Mount Hua. However, he stands up and says that if these records are indeed real, there's a conversation that needs to happen. He orders them to summon the owners of the properties listed in the book to Mount Hua immediately. A few days later, Gong was climbing the mountain, with everyone asking him to slow down a bit, but he tells them to keep going because this would be the last time they'd have to climb that wretched mountain. Jongsun grumbles, saying he never wants to set foot there again and doesn't want to even look at Mount Hua anymore. The other merchants wonder if the leader called them there because he managed to get the money. But Gong at the front says 100,000 coins aren't so easy to gather. He's sure the leader is going to ask for more leniency because he hasn't been able to raise the money. It was something impossible to do by the deadline they had given, and that's why they called them there. Some call the leader shameless for summoning everyone when he's the one in debt. However, others say that despite the sect's decline, the name of the great Mount Hua still commands respect. Jongsun wonders if they really can't pay, especially considering that a disciple from the Zhongnan sect seemed interested in Mount Hua. If he could get 5,000 gold coins, he'd never have to work again. But as all the merchants arrive in front of the sect, they all feel the same strange uneasiness. It was an unsettling thought to be the ones to sever Mount Hua's future, a sect that had protected the Huayan prefecture for centuries. But they knew this, and together, they walked into the place to collect the inflated debt. Lunan welcomes them all and says the leader is ready to see them, asking them to follow him. The leader then appears, standing face to face with all the merchants. Gong bows and says it's good to see the leader once again. On the other hand, the leader thanks them for making the difficult journey to that place. Gong, ever the false man, says that while they are busy merchants, it must be even harder for him as a leader. The leader chuckles and says they must be exhausted from the climb, asking if they'd like some tea. But Gong interrupts, calling for the leader, and apologizes, saying they're just simple merchants but would like to discuss business first. The leader apologizes for not considering their valuable time and explains that the reason for calling them all here is to update them on Mount Hua's situation. Even though they had sent countless requests for help to everyone they knew, no one was willing to extend a hand to the sect. It was a shame, but despite all their efforts, they wouldn't be able to pay the debt within the time given. Gong stands up and says they've already given Mount Hua enough time. They also have families to feed and can't keep extending the deadline forever. The sect leader says that's precisely why he wanted to speak to everyone. They wouldn't be able to pay the full amount now, but they could at least make a partial payment. He would like to know which of the merchants present would be willing to extend their repayment into the future. He then bows and humbly asks them to show some mercy to Mount Hua. The merchants begin murmuring amongst themselves as some unexpected developments begin to unfold. Our boy is watching everything from afar, commenting that it's an interesting way to handle the situation. He's just not sure whether the leader's words are meant to corner the merchants or if it's the final act of mercy before launching an attack. However, it's clear that sect leader Haiyan Zhang isn't as simple as he seems. A sect leader must have a cold heart and a firm stance. Even though they were all practitioners of Mount Hua, it was still a martial sect, and the leader needed to be able to calculate interests and act accordingly. Zhang Mayan wanted to see if Haiyan Zhang really had the coldness required of a sect leader. Gong smiles and says he already told him they can't extend the deadline any further, but Haiyan Zhang asks him not to misunderstand his words, as he wasn't just speaking to Gong. He knows Mount Hua owes more than 100,000 coins, but each merchant is an individual with their own portion of that amount, and that's why he wants to know who among them is personally willing to extend their portion for repayment in the future. Gong starts thinking that this damned leader is desperate. He then asks if, should the others say they can't wait any longer, he will be able to pay them all. The leader responds that Mount Hua's reputation has fallen, but they still manage to receive some help and have part of the amount. Of course, they don't have the full 100,000 coins to pay everything, and that's why he asks them to show mercy to Mount Hua and allow them to gradually pay off the debt. Gong is about to say this is out of the question, but Jongsun interrupts and asks if they will be rewarded in any way if they extend the final deadline. The leader says that's correct. Everyone starts murmuring, thinking about whether or not they should extend the deadline. The problem was that they knew it meant taking the risk of never getting their money back. Jongsun then asks why they should do this. The leader takes a deep breath, looks at him, and asks if the name of Mount Hua and the history of that place weren't enough to serve as a guarantee. But Gong chuckles and then bursts out laughing, calling for the sect leader, saying he was asking too much from everyone. The leader remains silent and asks if Gong truly thinks that what he's asking for is too much. If that's the case, he would like to ask something of everyone. He wants to know what Mount Hua represents to each of them. If the name and history of that place don't at least deserve some consideration, who there didn't take the sect's name seriously, and who would dare to disregard all the history they possessed? The sect might have declined, but it had always stood by the prefecture of Huayan. They had always shared Mount Hua's spirit and power with everyone in the city. He wanted to know what Mount Hua represented to each of them and asked them to carefully consider their answer. Gong pauses for a second and then says he has an idea. He points to the side and says that those willing to extend the final deadline should stand over there, but those who want to collect their money today should stand by his side. He then turns around and warns them that each person is responsible for the choices they make, and whoever chooses to extend the deadline will no longer be recognized as a merchant in the union. He then tells them to be smart and make their choice quickly. The merchants begin to think, but no one seems to move. The place falls into complete silence and Gong starts laughing. He asks the leader if he sees that, unfortunately, no one has any pity for that place. But then someone starts walking to the other side. It's Jongsun, and Gong asks where he's going. The leader simply watches. The other merchants want to know what this means. Jongsun just tells them to stop looking at him like that, admitting that he knows he's making a foolish choice. He tells Gong that you would never understand because he's not a native of Huayan Prefecture. Gong had come to this place to take over businesses from others involved with him, and that's why he doesn't understand what Mount Hua means. Everyone born in Huayan grows up hearing stories about Mount Hua. They dream of joining the sect and becoming sword masters, and even after realizing they didn't have martial talent and giving up that dream, they learn about the efforts Mount Hua has made to protect the Shaanxi province. Gong doesn't understand what he's talking about, but Jongsun just says that Gong wouldn't get it anyway. It's something he learned from his father, who learned it from his grandfather. Mount Hua has always been the pride of Huayan and Shaanxi. For Gong, it would be easy to take that money and leave Huayan because he could go to Hamzhou and spend it somewhere else. But Jongsun wasn't going anywhere even if he had the money, because he'd spent his whole life in Huayan. Gong can't believe Jongsun is giving up on making money for the rest of his life because of something like that, and he warns him that he'll regret it. Jongsun recalls that on the way up to Mount Hua, all he could think about was how great it would be to retire rich, and now he was willing to give all that up when he was so close. It was certainly a big mistake, but he had his reasons. He says he's already earned enough money to keep living. If, in the future, he doesn't receive any more money, he'll think of it as a small regret for not taking this chance. But he would forever regret it if he watched Mount Hua collapse today because of a choice he made. Even if he earned enough money to last a lifetime, that kind of life wasn't something he wanted to live. Gong just laughs and tells him to do whatever he wants since, apparently, he's the only one who decided not to get paid. But then someone asks, who said it's just one person? Many other merchants start walking over and stand by Jongsun's side. Gong can't believe it while Hyeonjong watches everything unfold. He lowers his head and says he's fully satisfied to see that so many people still have a meaningful connection to that place. He then tells Vunem to bring it over. At that moment, Onem places a box on the ground containing all the records. From a distance, Gong can already tell they're property records of the prefecture. The leader says that Mount Hua has always shown benevolence to their ancestors for countless generations, but some here have decided to betray them instead of repaying those debts. According to the property records, Mount Hua will assume control of all those businesses, along with all the wealth they had accumulated, down to the last coin. At that moment, the merchants who had decided to stay on the other side were all scared, asking what he was talking about. Why was the leader taking everyone's business like that? However, Hyeonjong simply says that it's exactly as he said. Suddenly, Gong starts laughing and says that this joke has gone too far. The leader then tells Gong that it's shameful for him to think he's there to joke around. At this, Gong closes the book and says he understands. Like he wants to know how they will prove the validity of those accounting books. Once again, the leader questions if he's implying that they forged the authenticity of those books. Gong says he would never imagine that Mount Hua would do something like that. However, they need to be sure they haven't been deceived. The leader remains silent and then says he understands what Gong means by that. So he orders that the finance leader of the agency be brought there. Hyeonjong appears, saying that the authenticity of those books is indeed something that needs to be considered. The damn merchant celebrates, saying that if even the finance guy of this sect said so, then Gong must be right. However, Hyeonjong then turns around and says there's a reason for that. They already anticipated that something like this might happen. That's why half of those books were sent to the prefecture 2 days ago. At that moment, Gong realizes he's in trouble. While they were on their journey to Mount Hua, people were analyzing those books. That means that by now, most of their businesses must already be taken. Not to mention that 2 days is more than enough time for them to complete the whole process. The books at Mount Hua are just a few, while the other half must have already been validated. Gong is about to explode and then shouts at the leader. However, Hyeonjong just tells him to lower his voice, saying that he has no right to shout in that place. True friendship comes from helping others in times of need. However, they have no reason to be merciful to those who betrayed them when they needed them the most. He tells everyone to return to Hua's prefecture because everything will already be resolved. He warns that if it had been done properly, it would have taken everything. However, for each one's work, they would be allowed to take only one cart with a few items. Gong grits his teeth in rage and says he will never forget this. He then turns around while the other merchants just watch. At that moment, Hyeonjong addresses those who did not abandon the sect until the very end. Nothing changes for their business except the fact that it now belongs to Manhwa. They could continue managing it as always and keep the profits. Besides that, he wanted to discuss ways for both sides to profit and benefit everyone. And then he asks everyone to come in. Jongsen, however, knows he's better off than Gong. But even so, he went from being the owner of a shop to now being a simple employee of Manhwa, and he wonders why his grandfather decided to do things this way. However, the scene shifts to Chong Myong, who is furious. He's asking what kind of deal is this about letting them take a cart full of riches. He says this leader is a coward and that he won't let that happen in Manhwa. Already outside the city, Gong and the other merchants are taking their loaded carts. Everyone is fuming with anger. That's because as soon as they reached the city gate, they were greeted by government soldiers. If it hadn't been for the sect leader, they really would have lost everything. And now they are angry with Gong because he made all this happen. They ask Gong how they're going to get out of this. They tell him to stop being silent because everyone trusted his decisions. However, Gong just turns around and asks why he's being blamed for all of this. The fool remains silent for a moment and says that Gong isn't the only one to blame. But then Gong stops. He says there's no reason to be so stressed since they're only in this position temporarily. He's sure those damn books are fake and were forged by the leader. One of the guys in the back, however, says they seem legitimate and have been confirmed by the prefecture. Gong insists, saying they must have set everything up with the prefecture and the representatives there to steal his businesses. However, they would go to the city of Luoyang and talk to the owner there. If the people from this city were using the authorities, they would talk to someone even higher up. But someone appears and says that he's talking nonsense. Boy, it's our guy dressed like a bandit. Gong asks who said that, and our guy coughs, saying that as far as he knows, he's the only one there. But Gong is confused, wondering who this bandit is who walks like an old man. Then he says he knows he wants the riches in the carts, but he better leave quickly, or he'll lose his life for nothing. Our guy hates being underestimated, even more so because to him he's not stealing, he's just taking back what belongs to Manhwa. Gong is confused about what wealth he's talking about, and at that moment he realizes that he belongs to that damned sect. Suddenly, some guys start showing up, and Gong says it's the perfect time to get revenge. A bunch of mercenaries jump toward Chong Myong. However, he looks at them for a second and throws himself at them. The first one finds himself face to face and gets hit on the head with a scabbard, another on the chin, and another on the forehead. In a second, they are all drawn in the sky. He stops in front of Gong and says it's good for him to know. Until today, no one has challenged his words and left with all their limbs intact. Gong is confused as he didn't know that Manhwa still had a martial artist of this level. He orders the useless ones to stand back. Then he tells our boy that he doesn't know where he came from. However, if he had been helping the sect, they wouldn't be in their current state. But it was a pity that he chose the wrong person to come for revenge. And he warns that our boy will die at his hands and be used as a warning to that sect. He activates his energy, saying that the leader will be very sad to know that someone like him died at Gong's hands. He runs toward him, telling him to prepare himself. Chong Myong finds it very suspicious that a shop owner has so much martial energy. However, it's now time to get beaten up everywhere, except in the mouth since he needs to be able to talk afterward. The forest explodes and Gong has his hands on the ground. He's sure he didn't let his guard down and has already faced many practitioners stronger than this guy. It's a common saying that a tiger hunts its best when chasing a mere rabbit. Besides, the moment he saw this masked guy destroy the mercenaries, he didn't lower his guard. Yet even so, this bastard has a bored expression. He moves forward again, saying he's going to fix that face. He stretches out both palms and comes face to face with Chong Myong. However, our boy just stretches out the sword's scabbard and strikes his hand with it. The man stares at his hand as it begins to absorb all his energy. It starts running through his arm and he screams in pain. He had concentrated all of his power, but it was blocked right at the moment of release, and now it's all coming back. Our boy tells him that he's way too slow and recommends he stop trying. At this rate, he's going to break all his fingers before landing a single hit. Gong ignores him, activates power in his foot, and charges toward him. However, our boy seems to turn into a blur and the energy passes through. It explodes in the background and Gong doesn't even know where he ended up. In the same instant, our boy is already behind him. Gong turns around with another attack but is blocked by the scabbard again. Once again, his arm receives the energy backlash. The protagonist warns him again that he's going to break all his fingers before managing to do anything. Gong falls to the ground, saying this kid isn't faster than him, nor stronger than him. Looking at their energy and physicality, he's sure he could take on 10 of them at the same time. He stands up and tries another kick, but our boy dodges it. Gong doesn't understand why he can't land a single hit. No matter how slow he is, this guy dodges all his attacks with precision. He's sure this guy knows everything he's trying to do. He's a strange monster that he still can't even estimate how dangerous he is. Then our boy stands up again and says he's not going to keep things like this. He wanted to play a little, but now he's running out of energy. Sweating, Gong asks why someone like him didn't help Manhwa. The two remain silent. Chong Myong throws the sword onto his back and asks why he would answer that. To him, deluded people like Gong lived in fantasy worlds, so he wasn't interested. However, on the other hand, he wants to know why Gong has such refined martial arts for a shop owner. Even stranger is someone as skilled as him living in Manhwa's prefecture. Gong asks why a martial artist couldn't be a shop owner. Our boy says it's no problem. However, he's sure that with skills like that, Gong would be making more money elsewhere. Gong pretends not to know anything and says that doesn't make sense. But Chang Mayan tells him not to start with that nonsense. He's not going to believe that it wasn't an order from anyone and that Gong is there on his own. But Gong says that's exactly it. Our boy says they always say that in the end. However, it's time for the final question. He asks if Gong knows what he does to a person when he wants to get information from them. Confused, Gong asks how he would know that. Our boy clenches his fists and says he beats them until they start talking. At that moment, the poor fat man already knows he's going to get beaten. The protagonist then says there's no point in trying to get information from someone who's not willing to talk. That's why they need to follow a slightly more functional path. He runs toward him saying he's going to get the information or at least be satisfied with having beaten him up without getting it. At that moment, Gong notices that he's coming for his left knee. The problem is that at that speed, he can't block the attack. But suddenly, he gets hit in the shoulder. He's confused because all the movements indicated an attack on his knee. He sees another blow coming and realizes there's a strike that's going to hit the center of his head. He raises his arm to try to defend himself, but in reality, it was the hilt coming from below. The poor guy takes a blow to the neck. He stumbles backward, wondering how the blow hit below when he saw the strike coming from above. To him, the protagonist is all blurry. He keeps getting hit, seeing the attacks and not being able to dodge them. He's starting to realize that at this rate, he's going to die. He can see by the calm look in his eyes that this guy has already killed countless people. Our boy then starts drawing his sword. Gong, stumbling backward, says to himself that he doesn't want to die. Once again, Chang Mayan comes to cut him down the middle. Gong, scared, raises his hand to defend himself. Suddenly, a blue energy spreads through the forest. When the smoke clears, he's standing there exhausted. Someone asks how he knows the Tai God's palm technique. It was the protagonist who had crouched down. He asks if, by chance, Gong was from the Southern Edge sect. He then says that now he understands this whole coincidence. Gong had put Manhwa in debt and even has techniques that belong to the Southern Edge. So he asks if Gong was sent by them to this place. At that moment, Gong realizes he made a mistake. It would have been better to die than reveal that he knows this technique, especially to someone from Manhwa. He had made a critical error. The problem was that when the cut came down on him, he was certain he was going to die since the sword had been drawn from its sheath. While he's muttering, Chang Mayan just asks if he's not going to answer. He comments that, in a way, it's honorable, as it shows a certain loyalty. Our boy knows he can't underestimate the Southern Edge, especially since Manhwa, and they had always been rivals a long time ago. But today, while the Southern Edge still has a firm place among the top 10 strongest sects, Manhwa is a mess. Yet it's strange for a sect like that to handle things in such a low manner. This means that either Gong doesn't know the full story or what he knows is all a lie. He laughs and says that in the past, the world was also desolate, but there was still a bit of honor. As if it wasn't enough that one sect wants to steal Manhwa's techniques, now the other one wants to take the entire prefecture. Gong remains silent. Then he asks if this wouldn't be better for Manhwa. He's sure the boy also knows there's no future for that place anymore. Now that they've lost the techniques and power they once had, it's impossible for them to become the powerhouse of the past. There was only a matter of time before they collapse, and Gong was just doing a favor by making it happen sooner. That's because a martial sect without the techniques of previous generations is destined to die. Our boy asks, who said that? And Gong replies that everyone should already know that. However, he corrects him, asking who said they no longer have the techniques of past generations. He begins to threaten to cut him in half, saying that first he needs to confirm the information before spreading it around. Chang Mayan remembers that Manhwa and the Southern Edge sect had many similarities, which is why they were connected. Both used swords as the main weapon for their martial techniques. They were located close to each other, and everyone talked about the rivalry between the two in this region. That's why they always fought, and he would end up beating up the Southern Edge people. Gong then says that he's not from the Southern Edge, and our boy replies that he's not from Manhwa either. They exchange insults, and Chang Mayan tells him to be quiet. He then places the sword under Gong's chin and says he's going to show him something interesting, since Gong showed him the Tei Palm technique. He slowly lifts him up, saying that if he knows what's about to happen, it will be an interesting experience. But it will be very sad if he can't even understand it. Either way, he should explain it to the person who sent him here. Suddenly, his sword becomes a blur. Gong is shocked as a series of cuts come at him. The attacks seem to almost hit him, but barely miss. Gong has to protect himself, but the wind created by the cuts is enough to pull his body backward. However, nothing is touching him, so what is Chang Mayan trying to do? Chang Mayan then says that cherry blossoms have the strongest scent when they bloom in winter. That season hadn't arrived yet, but Manhwa's spirit hadn't disappeared either. He then swings his sword, saying that spring was still on its way. Gong lowers his arms and looks up. He sees a flurry of petals falling between him and Chang Mayan, who says that the cherry blossoms are about to fall over the entire mountain once again. Gong is confused, looking up, not understanding what he's seeing. It seemed like hundreds of petals were coming toward his forehead. He continues to watch as they slowly approach. of the 24 techniques of Manhwa, the cherry blossom storm. At that moment, the poor man falls to his knees and our boy sheaths his sword. Gong's body hits the ground and our boy even spits a bit of blood, saying that at this rate he's wearing himself out more than his enemies. What used to be child's play is now leaving him exhausted. He suddenly looks to the side and calls out to one of the merchants. The man, trembling all over, comes to speak with him, and our boy tells him to come closer quickly. He then talks to the four of them and asks who likes to get beaten up before leaving. Everyone stays silent, as no one is in the mood for that. He then asks who would prefer to leave without getting punched in the face. Everyone raises their hands, saying that would be pretty nice. Xiang Maiyang was about to talk about cooperation, but the guys just run off thanking him. At that moment, he yells for everyone to stay still. They look back, hesitating, and our boy asks if they really don't know how to use their heads. How was he supposed to take these carts if everyone left? He then shouts, demanding to know the value of what was in the carts, and the guys begin saying that there were between 1,800 and 2,300 coins. Another cart had 8,000. And our boy is even confused by all that wealth. He then tells them to go to the city of Zhenjiang and bring that money back, because he's going to sell their own carts to them. It's best to bring the money without saying who it's for, or else he'll kill them right there. The guy is confused about this business of selling their carts to themselves, and asks what happens if the person sent to Zhenjiang doesn't come back with the money. Our boy laughs, asking what they plan to do after they run away. After all, they won't be able to re-establish their businesses without what's in those carts. What's in there is their future in this world, so they better come back with the money if they want to take those things back. One of them raises his hand and asks what happens if they tell the government about our boy. Our boy just kicks the ground and warns that they can try, but they better never come back here and flee to the other side of the continent. The poor merchants realize there's no way to escape from this lunatic. He then tells them to stop standing around and hurry up to gather the money. Sometime later, he's sniffing the bills, saying this is incredible. He comes back all excited and jumps into the sect. Meanwhile, Jojiel is wringing out his sweat-soaked shirt. The people are exhausted, wondering if they'll really have to do this every morning. But he feels that a lot has changed. Now they actually seem like a group of martial arts practitioners. At that moment, Yanzhong asks why he's smiling like that. He replies the same thing, saying that now they look like a group of martial artists. He thought it was a strange idea to have, considering they always had been. But his friend says he understands him. After all, he's been thinking the same thing. A few days ago, he couldn't imagine himself training so hard at Mount Hoa. But now it's time to return to the second training session of the day. All they tried to do before was pass the time, climb the mountain, and do some half-hearted training. But ever since he arrived, many things had changed. He knew it was all thanks to Xiang Maiyang. Surely he was bringing numerous changes to Mount Hoa. For now, it was just a small breeze in this entire place. But no one knew the impact it would have in the future. When he arrives at the sect, he hears someone shouting not to put that there, and telling the workers to hurry up and keep bringing more. As they look, there are a bunch of workers entering the sect. Many are carrying stones, saying to bring everything without breaking anything and ordering them to work faster. The third-year students entered, trying to understand what was happening. Anam was ordering everyone around until Yunzhong called out to him. He approached and asked what was going on. The master explained that those men were all workers. They were there to repair the entire temple. As you probably guessed, the place was in terrible shape and in desperate need of repairs. At that moment, the chief asks what they thought they were doing, and the boys are confused. He tells them there's a lot of material to bring in for them to work on, so they better get going. They're startled and say they're going, but they just finished training. That night, they wonder what that was. Looking at a chicken, they wonder if they're dreaming. Everyone is shocked, wondering if that was real food. They start drooling and get excited to eat. The changes that Xiang Maiyang had brought to the sect were starting to appear faster than they expected. That same night, Jojiel and Yanzhong were walking outside, saying they never expected all this to happen. So much construction, new food, and even new uniforms. At that moment, Yanzhong stops and Jojiel asks what he's thinking about. He responds that he's just thinking about how incredible money is. He knew they had received a lot, but didn't expect the sect to spend it all like that. Yanzhong says the suffering they went through was because, unfortunately, they had no choice. Besides, he had never heard Unam laugh like that before. Jojiel then asks what they should do from now on. Yanzhong says that just as Mount Hoa is going through many changes, they will also need to change. It's not just about financial prosperity. He remembers seeing several martial arts books inside that chest. At the moment they were leaving for training, Xiang Maiyang said that an incredible coincidence had happened. He had found a chest full of bars and techniques. Jojiel says his pretending was terrible. What he doesn't understand is how he managed to get all that. Yanzhong says he has no idea. But the only thing for sure is that many changes are going to happen in this place. Inevitably, they are also caught up in the storm that's about to start, and they'll need to be ready. Otherwise, they'll be swept away by this wind of change. Jojiel tells him not to worry because he's confident. The only thing he wants to know is where Xiang Maiyang is, since he's been missing since morning. His friend replies that he heard he went to talk to the sect leader. The scene shifts to a conversation with the leader, who says our boy deserves a reward for finding that treasure, and that's the only reason he was called there. Our boy is a bit confused, and the chief wants to know if there's anything he wants. He says that maybe Chang Mayong still wants part of the treasure he delivers, so if he wants, he can keep some of it. But Chang Mayong says he's not that interested in wealth, and the elder is left confused. But our boy just says that there isn't much to buy at Manhwa anyway. The old man smiles, saying that he knows the path to enlightenment and has abandoned his attachment to wealth. However, the truth is that he doesn't want money because he already has plenty after robbing the merchant. The elder then asks if he wants any martial or advanced techniques, and he replies that he doesn't want that either. Confused, the sect leader wants to know why he isn't interested in something like that. Our boy simply says there must be a reason why the ancestors established a rule that each technique must be learned. The elder feels a bit awkward, thinking that makes sense. However, our boy only said that because he's the one who has to teach these fools. There were many techniques he still had to pass on, but he had to do it naturally, without raising suspicion. He's unsure of what he wants from Mount Hoa, as the only thing that matters to him now is the name. Then he gets an idea and says he wants permission to go to Huayan's prefecture whenever he wants. The rascal's main goal was to gain more freedom to mess around in the world. Hyeonjong asks why, and he says that being stuck in that place is stunting his growth as a martial artist. Perhaps if he could go out and explore the world, he would grow more. The leader says he understands, but that would be a violation of the sect's regulations. Considering what he's achieved, it would be deserved, but the problem is that many people might complain that it's unfair. He then asks if there's anything else our boy wants. But our boy doesn't know what else he wants besides freedom. Then he says he has an idea. He says that his body is in terrible condition, and the chief asks what he means by that. Our boy says that his internal energy seems to have been damaged. The leader again says he understands, but asks why he's mentioning that. Our brave boy then says he wants some life-replenishing pills. The chief is a bit confused, so he clarifies that he wants the pills that restore a person's life energy. Everyone stares at the chief, and our boy is hopeful. Hyeonjong then drinks his water, bangs the table, and says that from now on, he is authorized to leave Mount Hoa. The instructors all agree, and our boy is confused. They start pushing him out, and our boy asks why, considering that before, they said it wasn't possible. However, the old man throws him out, saying he's not responsible for whatever he does in the prefecture. But our boy is fuming because he wanted the life-replenishing pills. Unfortunately, the old man doesn't have any for him. Hyeonjong then closes the door and asks what they think of the boy. Manem simply says that he is clearly a true prodigy, and the elder agrees. Even though he's just a child, he can sense wisdom in him. Clearly, he's not completely right in the head, but that's understandable at his age. Manem reflects that when he talks to the boy, it doesn't feel like he's speaking to a child. Moreover, he doesn't seem to have the immaturity one would expect. He has the aura of a veteran martial artist, and someone like that can only be described as a prodigy. The elder then asks Hyeon-sang what he thinks of the boy. Hyeon-sang, however, explains that everyone knows he's not the best person to judge others. The leader says he understands but still wants his opinion. He stays silent, thinking for a second, and says that the boy is a child who doesn't act like a child. That's the impression he has of him. Anem realizes he's not the only one who sees the boy that way. Hyeon-sang then says he's met mature children who had difficult early lives. However, they were mature compared to children, whereas Chang Mayon genuinely seems like an adult. The master asks if he thinks there's something wrong with the boy, and he says he doesn't think so. The leader ponders this and says he appreciates their thoughts, but that they don't need to look too deeply into it. The boy is still just a child, so that's how they'll see him. Their goal here is to help everyone reach their potential and correct any flaws. The two acknowledge the leader, saying they understand. He then asks Unam how the repairs are going. Unam explains that since it's hard to bring things up the mountain, they're having to collect the trees from there. The problem is that it will take time to cut everything and then dry the wood. Jong asks if he has any objections to using all the money on these superficial things, and Unam immediately says no. The leader then says he hopes everyone understands that Mount Hoa must be reborn. They will rebuild the sect's appearance as well as its martial arts. Wanam agrees, saying that's a very wise decision. He then asks Sang to understand the new martial arts books as quickly as possible so that they can be used. He also requests that he be extremely careful, as there can be no mistakes in what the boys will learn. Song just assures him that he personally guarantees it won't happen. Jong thanks him, saying he trusts both of them. However, Song is a bit hesitant. He's not sure if he should tell the leader that those books are too new for something that's supposed to be hundreds of years old. Not to mention that some of them had a bit of ink recently spilled on them, so it seems like someone rewrote them. But maybe he's just being paranoid because the content clearly had no malicious intent. To him, it means that someone is trying to benefit Mount Hoa while remaining anonymous at the same time. Meanwhile, our boy is outside, furious for being kicked out just because he asked for the pills, especially after all the hard work he had to do rewriting those crazy techniques. And the look on the leader's face made it clear they don't even know how to produce the life pearls anymore. The problem is that things are getting complicated for him now. Every fight, he has to deal with those side effects caused by opening the door. And worse, is becoming more severe than he expected. His body is taking too long to recover, and at this rate, it will take at least a year. He knows that staying still for half a year is the end of everything for someone his age. A child's body is constantly growing and changing. That's why this is the perfect time to build the foundation of martial arts and strengthen the body. The boy is stuck and needs to find a solution. There are only two ways to recover innate Ki. Either you consume a panacea, which is the life pearl, or you recover it through someone else via Ki transfer technique. The problem is, no one is going to want to transmit energy to him for now. What's strange is that in the past, there were so many of these pearls around that he used to find them lying on the ground. There were so many in the sect that he sometimes used them as hangover cures. The rascal starts gesturing, pretending to pour a drink, saying that speaking of which, he misses something like that. Then he pauses for a second. He thinks about the hangover and suddenly seems to remember something. He knew exactly where he could get a remedy like that. Immediately, he runs through the forest, saying he's sure it's still there. Being an idiot sometimes has its uses. A while later, he's looking up at a giant mountain. It was the highest and most dangerous peak in all of Manhwa. And the worst part is that the place he's looking for is right in the heart of it all. A cave that, even among all the disciples, he was the only one who knew about. Back in the day, he hid there when he was running away from the leader, and it really helped a lot. It was the perfect place to drink without anyone finding him, which makes him wonder why they let him stay in the sect instead of kicking him out when he was younger. But that's not important right now. He needed to climb it and find that panacea. In his past life, he could have reached it with 2 jumps, but that's impossible with his body. So he leaves and comes back with a rope. He heads up the mountain convinced that descending is better than climbing. Of course, there's the small danger that he could just fall and die. But he's determined, saying you only live once. Or technically, he's living twice. The rope is tied to a tree and the climbing mission begins. The simple reason training is forbidden here is the deadly fall. There's barely anywhere to put your feet or hold on. The poor guy slips at this moment and starts free falling. He's scared, saying he's going to die. But when the rope reaches its limit, his body is pulled upward. At least he's glad he tied a decent knot. However, now he's swinging toward the mountain. He concentrates energy in his hand and slams it into the mountain as he swings back. But the bone in his arm breaks. Still, he manages to activate the adhesion seal, which makes him stick to the rock. The obvious problem now is that one of his arms is broken, but at least he could see the entrance to the hideout. He could reach it if he released the adhesion seal and used a bit of momentum. He steps, starts swinging back and forth, and after a few swings, he's ready to leap. But the rope snaps right then. Once again, he has to activate the adhesion seal, but the bones in his hands start to break. He keeps slipping, hitting the wall, and almost falling out. Barely he hangs on and manages to pull himself up into the cave. He's already cursing, saying it's a lie that he was the master of the fluorescent blade. As he enters the cave, he sees everything covered. He approaches and pulls it away. The boy had even left a lamp here, which apparently never goes out, He opens the chest, and inside it, there's another chest that he hopes contains what he's looking for, the life-replenishing pills. As soon as he begins to open it, energy flows through his body. It felt like countless cherry trees had blossomed in the cave. There were even some white pills, which were much rarer and more powerful. Our boy apologizes to the past Jangman, saying that at least he didn't steal the most expensive one. The first priority was to recover his vitality, and it would be even better if, in the process, he could increase his internal energy. Without hesitation, he pops the first one into his mouth, and it dissolves into his body. The energy spreads, and he starts to exhale, trying to stay focused. Little by little, everything that was trying to spread through his body begins to condense into a single grain. The problem is that it still needs to be further purified before it can be integrated into his energy core. After all, he wants to create the perfect body using only pure energy. That's why he's rejecting any impure energy. The small remaining fragments merge into the core. The pill shatters, his energy core begins to glow, and the entire cave turns blue. The pearls began to fall to the ground, and the boy was already soaring in his cultivation. His eyes turned blue, and the boy was transcending, already screaming. His hands were trembling, but after a while, he finally opened his eyes. His injuries and even his broken bones were regenerating, and his body was already feeling stronger than before. Using the full power of a pearl like this in such a young body had a much greater effect than he had imagined. Even the toxins were beginning to be expelled from his body. The only thing strange was that his heart was beating too fast. The excess energy was like waves destroying his body from the inside. And if it reached the energy core in his head, he could end up losing everything. He needed to stop this flow, but the energy wasn't diminishing. In a conversation with Jangman, he had asked if he was a devotee or a martial artist. Jangman explained that a martial artist seeks control and suppression, while devotees tend to let things happen at their natural pace. He had asked our boy how he would suppress the laws of the universe. If you tried to block a river, eventually the water would find another path. And that's why Jangman preferred to let things be, as they were meant to be. Humans are part of nature, just like any other animal. So why wouldn't they already have their fate in this universe? With his hand on his chest, he thought about this idea of letting things flow. He found himself in his sea of consciousness, looking up and seeing a great wall beginning to crack. He recognized it as the top of his body's energy. That was the entrance gate, and seeing all those cracks showed how destroyed his body was. When he placed his hand on it, he could feel a strong vibration on the other side. Judging by the pace of things, it was only a matter of time before the wall fell. Eventually, it would collapse, and if it all opened at once, he would be taken with it. Just as Jamin had said, you can't block a river because it finds a new path. If he tried to stop this wave, he would be defeated, so he would have to let it flow somehow. He then opened a small hole in the wall. The water started flowing under his feet, and he realized Jamin had always been right. It took him 100 years to understand that nature has its place for every person, but he had finally learned that. The energy then flowed to the center of his head. Sometime later, the day dawned. He woke up in the cave, and the boy who had been floating fell to the ground like an idiot. He was confused, wondering how he had been flying. But when he looked at his palm, he remembered what had happened. All the energy pathways in his body had been opened, and this child's body had somehow survived. All thanks to the teachings of Brother Jamin. The risk had been high, but so was the reward. Not only had he restored his innate energy, but he had also increased his reserves. In other words, his potential had only grown. As he left the cave, he thought that the words he once found tedious now held immeasurable value. In his past life, he had simply been a swordsman and not a devotee. But Manhwa is both a martial arts academy and an ascetic sect. That's the true nature of this place, but he had only ever understood half of it. This made him scratch his head, wondering if he could really restore something like that. But regardless of what he could achieve, he just had to give it his best. He no longer had any use for the pills in the box, but the others in the sect would benefit greatly from them. It was time to finally return, but not before grabbing the liquor he had left behind, of course. Manhwa had changed a lot, but that place was still intact, and spending time there made him feel like the old days. It was as if he finally belonged to it all again. Sooner or later, he would return to that cave, but for now, it was time to return to Manhwa. He leaped across the mountains. He even paused stylishly to admire the sunset. Finally, his body felt extremely light. He decided to take in the scent of the mountains, but it reeked horribly. The purification had turned him into a walking chemical weapon. Meanwhile, back at the sect, everyone was frozen and shivering from the cold. It was early, and they were heading out for training, wondering how long they'd have to keep this up. One of them commented that Chang Mayong had been acting strange lately. He looked worn out, like he was sick and exhausted. One of them then said that maybe the rumors were true, that he had suffered an energy surge. This caught everyone's attention as they agreed he looked very tired. Maybe he was avoiding training because he couldn't handle it anymore. The group concluded that this meant they no longer needed to train so hard either. One of them gathered the courage to ask why they had been following his orders until now. It was just because he could beat them all single-handedly before. But now that he was exhausted, things had changed. If they all teamed up, they could finally beat the boy. Jojiel, standing to the side, was just observing the murmurs, and Yunjong told them to let them do what they wanted. Soon enough, they'd face reality. The gate began to open. Someone approached, glowing, and the group was already terrified. It's our boy, exuding an aura. They don't understand how this guy, who was nearly dead, showed up with skin glowing brighter than ever. At that moment, Chang Mayong says he understands why everyone is mad at him. Lately, he's been neglecting training due to his health. For that reason, he sincerely apologizes. Immediately, the guys know revenge is coming and tell him not to worry, that everything is fine, and he doesn't need to come back. But our boy tells them to stop lying. He knows they've been training hard even when he wasn't around. This dissatisfaction is his fault for being a terrible instructor. That's why he'll do his best to make up for those lost days. And for that, obviously, there's nothing better than even more intense training. He points behind him toward the mountain and tells everyone to run. They're all confused, wondering what he means by that. Qiang Mayong just says it's a race and whoever comes in last will have to run twice. One of them was about to complain about climbing to the Lotus Flower Peak, but Yun Zhong had already started running. Jojiel followed, telling him to wait up. The poor others just stood there watching them go. At that moment, another one said that at this rate he'd be the last and started walking. And suddenly, everyone panicked and ran off. Our boy says they're bold to be thinking about starting a mutiny. However, having the mentality to change things is good. After all, those who only follow orders will eventually hit a limit. But there's nothing worse than complaining without effort. A martial artist earns the right to speak through training and skill development, and that's exactly what he's there to ensure. Throughout the millennia that martial arts have existed in the world, countless people have become the strongest. But a single individual was never strong enough to carry a sect alone, which shows that for a sect to be strong, all the disciples must be strong too. His goal is to make sure that Mount Hu surpasses the glory of the old Mount Hua. He then yells that the last one today won't get dinner. The sun is finally starting to rise between the mountains, and the poor disciples are already lying on the ground, defeated as usual. Jojiel, exhausted, looks back and sees Yunjong getting up. He's impressed that this guy is trying so hard. It was clear why he's truly the senior brother. This wasn't a matter of strength or skill anymore. It was simply the foundation of willpower. A stone falls to the ground and someone asks why the sun has already risen. It's Chang Mayong with a bunch of weights saying that whoever has finished their training should give him the weights because he wants to use them. At that moment, he looks around and wonders why everyone is sleeping. While he complains that training had barely begun, Jojiel is staring at him, thinking he's a monster. He says these kids nowadays really can't be taken seriously, but everyone knows he's the youngest one there. He then drops the weights and says that's it for today. But he warns that whoever skips training tomorrow will train 10 times harder afterward. Before leaving, he tells them to clean everything up and put the equipment away. The others are just thinking he's a bastard. Sometime later at breakfast, Yeonjong asks the guy next to him if he's lost his appetite, to which he replies that he's afraid of vomiting if he eats anything. They'd all turn to Yeonjong, calling him Big Brother, and ask if this training regime hasn't gone too far. Everyone agrees, saying they're starting to fear dying because of it, barely able to stop trembling. They didn't want Yeonjong to say anything to Chang Mayan and were pleading with him. They turned to Jeol and asked what he thought about it. He stayed silent for a moment. He said he agreed that the training was getting harder each day and was pushing his body to its limit. Iron gets stronger when struck, but that's not the case with humans. However, he's sure that the bastard Chang Mayan knows this too. For now, he thinks they just need to endure it, and if nothing changes, then they can talk to him. The group smiles, saying maybe that makes sense. Yeonjong says fine, if something like that happens, he'll talk to him. Sometime later, Jeol collapses into bed. It's time to sleep and then wake up to train all day again. He thought he could handle this training no matter how tough he was. But he's already passing out, wondering if he'll be able to keep up at this rate, until someone calls for senior brother. He wakes up and sees it's Chang Mayan. He says it was really hard to find this, but he's giving it to him. Confused, Jeol asks what it is. Then we see the red light, and he already knows. It was a plum blossom pill. Our boy tells him to keep quiet, but he's shouting, asking where he found it. But Chang Mayan just says he believes it will be very useful to him, and he tells him not to tell anyone else about it. Jeol is overwhelmed with emotion. Then Chang Mayan tells him to consume it quickly, and he'll help guide his ki. Jeol is moved, saying he'll never think of the boy as a heartless monster again. When it came time to help, Chang Mayan was always the one who showed up. However, our boy is grinning wickedly, thinking the real hell is about to begin. The next morning, everyone was training and shining brightly. Obviously, our boy must have done the same for everyone else. And Eunjun quickly noticed that something was different. The attacks of each of the boys were much more precise. However, they were practicing the same techniques. The dexterity of movement and the speed also seemed to have improved. Each sequence of attacks was emanating strength. Their upper bodies were stable with more muscle behind the sword. He didn't understand how all these people had improved so much in such a short time. That's when he remembered our boy asking for a month of training. He guaranteed they would see a difference. Eunjun began to wonder how it was possible that just one morning of training had caused all this. But the look in everyone's eyes was full of passion for training. He stayed silent and then said that everyone was full of energy today. He was extremely excited to see them all working so hard in training, and he said that if they kept it up, he would allow them to advance to the final stages. He would teach everyone the great sword pacification technique. The boys got excited, saying that learning something like that would be incredible. It really showed that they were improving. Eunjun smiled, saying that when the boys worked hard, he needed to reward them, so they would learn to strive even harder. But that's when Jong appeared, calling for Eunjun. A little later, beyond the wall, Jong asked what brought him there. Jong said it seemed like they had a problem. It was the book of the 6 elements sword technique that Chang Mayan had found. He told Eunjun to take a look at the last page, and Eunjun was shocked. He was confused, wondering what it was. The message was directed to the successors, saying that there was no shame in developing and altering Manhua's arts. After all, martial artists continue to progress and increase their chances of survival. However, the 6 elements were the foundation of everything, and changing this technique was the same as changing the entire spirit of the sect. This was something the successors should always keep in mind. Eunjun knew that the 6 elements was the technique that had kept Manhua alive for all these generations. Just as a novice learns to hold a sword, all martial artists learn the 6 elements technique. He then asked Jong if they were really going to teach something like that again. It was a technique that took a long time for a disciple to learn, which is why a new one was developed. Jong said he agreed with that, and that's exactly why he was there, as he knew it was Manhua's wish to reorganize the 6 elements technique and make the true technique easier to learn. However, they also needed to pay attention to the words of those who came before them. The trainer thought that something like this was actually much more important to consider. That's because the words of those who came before indicate the path those in the future should take. This is the foundation of learning, so they couldn't ignore such a clear warning. That's why the leader came to get the trainer's opinion. He thought about the options of following tradition or pursuing change. After a while, he said that the reason they created this 6 elements technique was because they had little time on their hands. They didn't know when Manhua would come to an end, so they decided to speed up the process for beginners. After all, it was pointless to try to build a foundation when there was no future. The question he wanted to know then was whether the leader now saw a future for Manhua. Jong stayed silent for a second, pondering that future. The situation had improved a lot, but they still had a myriad of problems. He then said that it wasn't a very difficult question, and that's why he hoped Eunjun understood that he didn't have a clear answer. Jong said that if that's the case, he was against restoring the 6 elements. The leader then asked why. Jong looked back and said the reason would be a tough one. The technique they created might have originated from the original, but it was completely different. The 6 elements is a slow but steady art that tries to gradually overwhelm the opponent, whereas the new technique is extremely fast, agile, and fluid. The kids learned quickly and had already accepted all the principles of the new technique. And trying to change the original path now could mean that in the future, they wouldn't master either of the two. Besides, the original technique required extremely stable legs and a lot of focus, and he thought it was too late for that. The leader asked him to repeat that, and he said the kids needed stable legs. That's when he noticed something and looked back. Seeing the boys' stances, he realized they had the legs necessary to master that technique. Zhang said it seemed like Unjum had been training them very well. However, he was confused because he had never trained them in anything like that. Then he looked to the side and saw Chang Mayong scratching his nose, and he began to wonder if this was that kid's doing. He then asked the leader for permission, saying he wanted to get one of the boys' opinions. He called for our boy, who was startled. Unjum told him to come over as he had something to ask, and Chang Mayong agreed. Unjum asked him which option was better, reaching the highest possible point slowly or reaching the destination quickly, which was the right path for Manhwa to take. The protagonist pointed upward and said the right answer was always to aim for the highest point. Unjum asked why, and our boy said it's because this is the Manhwa sect. Zhang seemed impressed. The boy carried all the pride of this sect's history, and to think that the ideal that existed in this place long ago came from the mouth of the youngest one. Chang Mayong said that if it were any other sect, the second option would be correct, but in the case of Manhwa, it's a different reality. The only way to restore the honor and glory of the past was to not compromise the future in any way. Zhang was impressed that the boys seemed to understand the meaning behind Ong's words. The leader asked if this was just because they were Manhwa, and our boy said that's what he thought at least. They exchanged glances and told him it was fine and he could return to his position. As our boy left, they talked among themselves, saying it was embarrassing. They never expected to hear words like that from a child. The only reason he gave was that they were in Manhwa sect. Unjum said that something like that was only possible for him to say because he was still a child. His goals and ideals hadn't yet been tainted by reality, and although it was difficult, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of that child. That simple conversation, however, would lead them to make a difficult decision. Choosing the fundamental technique of a sect was extremely important because it defined the future of the entire sect. He then told Unjum to pay attention as he was about to make a decree as the leader of Manhwa. From now on, this would change. They would abandon the alterations they had made and return to using the 6 elements technique. Not only that, but they would also incorporate all the techniques left by their ancestors. And as the teacher of the third-year students, he had a crucial role in all of this. They couldn't continue to accept being a powerless sect forever. As long as this place was Manhwa, they should be striving to become the strongest. That was the duty and goal of everyone who belonged to this sect. Furthermore, those children were the future. Perhaps because of this choice, he wouldn't see any significant changes in this generation. However, when these boys became the leaders of this place, the sect would return to its former prominence. While they pondered all of this, Chang Mayong was muttering that they were pathetic. Why did these idiots dare to ask him something like that? He had put the food in their mouths, and they were still asking how to chew it. It seemed like there was no hope of them ever getting anything right. Whatever they were doing, they were probably doing it wrong. It was time for him to visit Hua's prefecture, because they were surely making a mess of that place too. He shouted for everyone to hear that the sect was a mess without him. After years of hardship, the sect was finally at peace. The biggest problem, which was financial, had been resolved, and the old techniques had been reestablished to ensure the sect's future. Everyone was happy and the place was filled with laughter. But for our boy, peace was far from reality. The city was a complete mess. Sitting on a crate, he asked Zhou Jiul if he was really the son of a merchant family. Zhou Jiul said yes, and our boy asked him what it was like to run a big business on this continent. Zhou Jiul said it wasn't a big business, just a small shop. Our boy said that as an only son, Zhou Jiul must know some secret or something going on there. Zhou Jiul looked confused, wondering what he was talking about. Our boy told him to forget it. They both looked back, and our boy asked why the place was in such chaos. His friend said it was because of the previous owners of that place. Even though they were bandits, they treated the employees well, and when they left, everyone disappeared. Or rather, you could say they'd brought a bunch of family members, and once one left, everyone went with them. Chang Mayong then asked if it was due to a lack of workers, and Zhou Jiul said that was one of the reasons. He hesitated and said the other problem was that the people at the top of Mount Hua didn't have the skills to manage these businesses. It was like putting a pearl necklace on a pig. The guys from Mount Hua were all arguing with each other because they were bringing the wrong items. Zhou Jiul said that running a business like this wasn't an easy task. You had to know about each item and material. If the material was too good, they wouldn't profit enough. But if it was too poor, they wouldn't attract any customers. And if you hired people to take care of it, you'd end up with no money left. Our boy said they could start learning how to manage the business. Zhou Jiul asked if he would teach a 40-year-old man some martial arts, and he said no. He then said that wasn't the only problem. They also had difficulties when they wanted to buy certain items. They didn't have the connections, so if they sent someone to buy something, the poor guy would end up like a beggar and lose all the money they had. Zhou Jiul said that this whole business thing was very difficult and wasn't working. Trying to manage this whole place had been a mistake from the start. Our boy looked up and thought of Jiangmin. He was starting to realize just how important that guy was. Back then, he didn't worry about any of this and everything worked out fine. But he'd rather die than go through all of this suffering. He asked Zhou Jiul what the solution was, and he said he had no idea. If he had that skill, he would have become a successful merchant by now. But not even his father could solve that problem. It was a shame, but there was nothing they could do. To run a business like that, you either needed to have most of the items or a background full of connections. It would be nice if Elder Huang were in better financial shape. Confused, Zhang Maiyang asked who that was. Zhou explained that Huang was a great merchant, a kind of magnate who traded with the entire state of Shaanxi. In the past, he was one of Manhua's sponsors, and it was his support that prevented the total collapse of the sect. The protagonist asked why he sponsored them, considering there weren't any decent martial artists there. He saw Zhou making a face and asked what was wrong. Zhou said it was nothing and just mentioned that Huang sponsored several sects, and that if he were around, he would surely give them plenty of advice on how to manage everything. Our boy said the problem was solved then, since they just had to go and ask him for help. But unfortunately, it wasn't going to be that easy. Huang had been bedridden for over a year due to a coma. At that moment, Zhang Maiyang sat down, realizing it really wasn't going to be easy. Suddenly, someone was calling for our boy. It was Yunam, and he asked what was going on. He approached the two and said there was a task. He would have to return to the mountain, and our boy asked why. Climbing that mountain was incredibly difficult, and he was sure there were stronger and better prepared brothers. He was the youngest here with weak thigh and shorter legs. Yunam, however, told him to stop stalling because he was also the one with the least to do. Our boy said he had just been sweeping the whole courtyard, for goodness sake. But seeing the broken broom, he quickly asked what the task was. Yunam explained that he had to deliver a letter to the finance office, and it was extremely important. It was from the Yunha Exchange Company, so he had better not lose it. Zhou warned our boy that the Yunha Exchange Company belonged to Master Huang. He then grabbed the letter and said it would be delivered as quickly as possible. A little while later, in the mountains, he looked to the side and pulled out the letter. A letter from the famous Master Huang of negotiations, or probably from one of his employees, since Huang wasn't conscious to speak, for that matter. He saw the seal and gave a small smile. He knew what he was about to do was wrong, but he apologized to Jiangman in advance. The message said it was only for the sect leader's eyes, but our boy was curious about what kind of message someone bedridden was trying to send. He was sure they'd appreciate a little help from him. He opened it and took a look. The letter started by getting straight to the point. It was shameless to send this letter after years of silence, but he had to do it for his father's sake. He knew everyone's time eventually came, but the signs his father was showing didn't seem related to age. His heartbeat was erratic and his skin had turned a strange red color. He had completely lost consciousness and could no longer move. In addition, a red spot had appeared between his eyebrows. Zhang Maiyang seemed to recall the Chiama. They had called every doctor from all over the country, but none of them could correctly diagnose his father. It was out of pure desperation that he was sending messages to everyone his father knew. He asked that if the sect leader recognized even a little bit of these symptoms, to please send a message. And for anyone who could alleviate his father's illness, they promised a large reward in the name of the Yunha Exchange Post. The letter was sent by the vice president. However, our protagonist was shocked, saying that of course normal doctors wouldn't be able to treat him. This illness was known as the demon flower. From the outside, it looked like the person was poisoned by some kind of venom, which was why most doctors tried to find an antidote. However, the reason he was alarmed by this news was because this illness was caused by certain techniques from the demonic cult clan. He clenched his teeth, remembering those fanatics. He had thought he wiped them all out that day on the 100-foot mountain. The problem was that not only had they survived, but it seemed like they were once again planning to bring destruction to the world. What he didn't understand was why those damn people had something against Manhwa. Every time they got in his way, the country was enormous. So why did they have to mess with one of the people who had helped them? But it was undeniable that this was a problem. He couldn't confirm anything without seeing it in person, so it looked like he would have to visit this guy. Besides, his eyes had already lit up since they mentioned a large reward. According to Zhou, the Yonghai Exchange Group was extremely wealthy. The advantage he had was that few people knew about this nowadays. The universe really worked in mysterious ways. Some of those demons seemed to have survived the war. He feared that some of these survivors might see this letter. Immediately, he took off running, saying he couldn't let something like this happen. No one in this world could steal the reward he deserved. And for the money, or rather for the good of the sect, he was going to go cure this man right now. Night fell, and the others were heading back to the sect, exhausted. That's when someone called out for Yunzhang. It was Zhou, looking all worried. However, the senior didn't understand, wondering why each day his friend seemed to be going crazier. But Zhou shouted that it was an emergency. It was something else Zhang Maiyang had gotten up to. There wasn't time to explain, so he told him to just follow. When they opened the room, it was completely empty. Immediately, Yunzhang wanted to know where that boy had gone this time. Zhou said that wasn't the important part. It was the letter on the bed. The letter said he'd be gone on business for several days. They had to cover for him the best they could. And also, if they missed any training, they would be beaten as soon as he returned. Yunzhang as always cursed him out, calling him a bastard. Zhou wanted to know what they were supposed to do now. Yunzhang just told him to tell everyone to stay quiet. Zhou said that if they were caught, they'd be in trouble. But Yunzhang responded that it didn't matter. They were already in trouble. If he said he'd be back in a few days, they had no choice but to wait. He knew that people didn't keep such a close eye on the third-year boys, so maybe they'd get away with it. Poor Zhou was worried about what would happen. if they were discovered. But Yunjong said he was more worried about what made Chang Mayong leave for several days. Whatever it was, it would surely cause a lot of problems. In the forest, our boy was sprinting from tree to tree, still running. He hadn't stopped for a second, running through the entire night. He had already run 117 kilometers and was finally feeling exhausted. In his past life, however, jumping over a mountain was easy. He looked ahead and said that in any case, it had been a long time since he'd been there. The city of Xi'an, a place where a lot had happened. In the past, he would drink there, always in high spirits, thinking it was the best. He was the number 2 in the sect and loved walking around there because no one bothered him. He was already a little drunk and ended up bumping into a guy beside him. The bottle slipped out of his hand, falling to the ground, and the man turned, asking if he had no manners. He told him to apologize since he had been the one to bump into him. But when the man saw that he was from Manhwa, he said he smelled something rotten. Obviously, Xiaoming wasn't at all pleased by that. The drink continued to spill from the bottle, and in silence, he told his men to get ready. The man was confused and started laughing. He said he already knew they were a bunch of thugs, but he hadn't expected that they would also have no manners. He had seen many masters like him roaming the city, but in the end, they always ended up getting beaten. Besides, it was ridiculous for him to come all the way from Mount Hua just to cause trouble in the city of Xi'an. So the man warned that if Chang Mayong wanted, he could teach him a lesson about what happens when you step into someone else's territory. At that moment, Chang Mayong sobered up immediately. He approached the bottle and gave it an upward heel kick. The man glanced, and it was over before he even knew it. A tap on the neck for each of the 3. They took the hit. Chang Mayong grabbed the drink, and the poor guys were wrecked. Mount Hua sect and the Southern Edge sect had always been arch rivals. You could ask why they were rivals, but you could also reverse the question and ask why they wouldn't be. It starts with the fact that it's difficult for 2 strong sects to exist so close to each other, especially considering that both use sword techniques, which made them even more competitive. Constantly, the question of who was the stronger sect would arise. Because of this, many Mount Hua disciples avoided going to the city of Xi'an. Of course, going there with that smug smile was always the exception. It was the perfect place to escape the Elder's eyes, have fun, and drink plenty. He was never the one to start the fights with the Southern Edge guys, and every time they got beaten up, it was because they provoked him first. Naturally, the pile of bodies started stacking up. Eventually, he had to admit that those guys had a certain tenacity. No matter how many times they got beaten, they always came back. Perhaps it was that tenacity that led the Southern Edge to their current position. The conclusion of all this is that he's guaranteed to have problems if he runs into them again around here. However, since he's him, he's sure he'll be fine. Besides, the people around here probably don't even know him, so there shouldn't be any trouble. The scene shifts to a doctor checking Juan's pulse. The doctor let go of his hand and said, unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. Jiangwei thanked him and asked if it was really his father's fate to die this way. The doctor beside him said that the Tang family prided themselves on their knowledge of poisons, but unfortunately, he had no idea what was affecting his father. The son asked what it could be, and the doctor said that despite the symptoms, it didn't seem to be a type of poison. In his opinion, there was something more behind these symptoms. Jiangwei grabbed the doctor's shoulder and asked if it might have been some type of food. He then noticed the doctor hesitate and removed his hand. He apologized, saying he acted out of frustration. The doctor said he understood and was saddened that he couldn't help. Alone in the room, Jiangwei wondered what options were left. His father's health was getting worse day by day. He couldn't do anything for him, even with all the money they had. His father had always been generous to those with little, but now he was about to meet his end because of an unknown illness. Someone then called for the vice president and asked to enter. There was an elder from the Southern Edge sect named Maxian Jai. He said he was sorry to say it, but it was time to face reality. The only way to save Wang was with a Taoist ritual. The son said he understood the concern but didn't want to use that method just yet. However, Muxeng says that it's not every day you can have the Taoist ritual performed by him. But John Wee says he'll wait for the responses to all the letters he sent before making a decision. Clearly, the guy from the south isn't happy about that. And he says that all the work he's doing is utterly pointless. Zhang Wei is losing his patience with these provocations, but he has to endure all these impertinences. That's because Moksung is one of the elders of the Southern Edge sect. They've long been part of the 10 major sects, and lately, their name has been spreading across the country. Some even say that within a few generations, they could be the greatest sword sect. And that's why, as the vice president of a trading company, it's difficult for him to oppose someone like that. He's sure that this guy will demand a fortune for this so-called ritual. It's not even about the money he cares about. If it were to save his father's life, he'd give up everything he owns. However, he's certain that if the Southern sect really had the solution to the problem, they would first cure him and then ask for the money directly from his father, which shows that they have some other motive behind all this. But Mokshung says there's no other way. If even the best doctors haven't found the solution, it's impossible for him to be cured. Just then, someone calls for the vice president. He appears and asks what's going on. The man informs him that a messenger has arrived from Mount Hua. Zhang Wei is confused because the letter to Mount Hua was the last one sent. So why were they the first to arrive? Mokshung, however, asks what someone from that failing sect is doing there. He warns Jongwei that there must be a trick up their sleeve, so he better be careful. He puts a hand on the man and says that going to talk to this person is a waste of time. How could the most insignificant sect of today cure his father's illness? However, Jongwei says they came from afar to offer assistance, so it would be impolite not to receive them. Mok-sung just watches and says, "All right then." In the corridors, the servant informs that the person is still at the gate. Jongwei says that leaving the person at the gate was discourteous. The servant tries to explain that the situation is unusual, but he cuts him off, saying that's enough, they'll go meet this person right away. He arrives at the gate, opens it, and immediately apologizes for keeping him waiting outside. He introduces himself as Jongwei, the vice president of the place. The person says it's fine since he's not there for courtesies. Jongwei notices that the person had a very casual demeanor, and when he stands up, Jongwei is startled. It was our boy, calmly cleaning his ears. He's a bit confused, and the young man blows on his pinky finger. Jongwei then wants to know when the rest of the delegation would arrive. But Chang Mayong simply says he came alone, and Jongwei is already breaking into a cold sweat. The boy just says he's there alone and has a way to cure the old man, so they better take him inside quickly. Besides that, he wants to hear a bit about that huge reward they mentioned in the letter. Jongwei is completely baffled by this opportunist. The place falls silent, while he stares at the boy, who's casually asking for money. He then asks if Chang Mayong came alone, to which he replies yes. The man questions if that means there's no one else besides him. The boy says yes again. He looks at the servant beside him, who shrugs, unsure of what to do. Looking at the boy, he wonders if Manhwa is playing a joke on the Enro trading company. However, maybe the boy really had a solution. That's when Mok-sung starts laughing and says that there's no way this sect could be more ridiculous than this. He approaches the vice president and says he warned him that it was a waste of time to talk with Manhwa. They don't have the necessary knowledge to take care of his father and sent this joke of a person here. He at least thought that the leader of Manhwa was a wise old man. So why did he pull such a cheap trick like this? Chang Mayong thinks that he should have imagined something like this would happen, considering his age. So he decides that he'll have to convince them somehow. He leans in and says he'll introduce himself. His name is Chang Mayong, and he's a third-class disciple of Manhwa. They had recently received the letter sent by the vice president, and he's there because he believes he knows the reason for the symptoms his father is experiencing. The vice president seems startled by the boy's statement. He asks if he really has knowledge of what's happening, to which the boy confirms. It was the first time Jongwei had heard someone speak with such confidence. He had already invited countless physicians and martial artists, and no one had the courage to say something like that. Maybe the boy really knew something. However, the leader of the southern sect steps forward and says the boy is far too young to be pulling off such a fraud. He tells the vice president to go inside because they had enough of this nonsense. However, someone then asks for permission to speak. With his hand on his back, the boy asks the old man who he thinks he is to be talking to him like that. Man, a breeze blows through everyone's clothes. Confused, Mok-sung asks if he's talking to him. The boy questions if there was someone else swearing at him at that moment. The old man immediately yells, asking what insolence this is and if he doesn't recognize the southern sect's uniform. The boy says that now it makes even less sense since he thought the man with all his arrogance must be some kind of doctor, which based on all that confidence, he presumes the man has a solution to the boy's father's illness. Mok-sung stares at the boy and remains silent for a moment. Then he says that Master Huan became ill because he strayed from the virtuous path, and the only way to cure this is with a Taoist ritual that will calm the wrath of the heavens. Chang Mayong says that sounds very convincing, but if it were a Taoist ritual, they should have called the Wading sect or the Kunlun sect. After all, that's not the specialty of the Southern Edge sect. Neither Mount Hua nor the Southern Edge sect should be performing such a ritual. He turns to Jongwei and asks if he doesn't agree that his father should be treated by an expert. Jongwei is left speechless by the boy's knowledge. And Mok-sung immediately gets in the boy's face, asking how he dares to speak like that to an elder of a sect. However, Chang Mayong doesn't seem to care, and the old man is seething with rage. He then asks the vice president if he's just going to stand there and do nothing, not expelling this child immediately. But he remains silent. Then he tells Mok-sung that this is not the Southern sect, as he is merely a guest of the Enro trading company. In that place, he decides how guests are treated. He addresses the boy as young master and asks if he could answer a few questions. The boy agrees, and he then asks him to explain more about these symptoms he claims to recognize. Chang Mayong says he heard that Master Huang often travels for business, and he believes that on one of those trips, he passed through the mountain of my feet and was contaminated there. Immediately, Jongwei is startled by the fact that this didn't happen at all. The boy is confused and asks if he's sure his father didn't pass through there. The boy asks that his father was attacked by bandits, and Jongwei says that nothing has happened in the last 5 years. Chang Mayong is completely confused, asking where exactly the old man got beaten up. However, for the son, the little hope he had vanished. Mok-sung begins to laugh at the skies, saying he told them it was a waste of time. Mount Hua was full of bandits, and they were only there to steal money from the innocent. Clearly, that insolent child wasn't there to do any good. Jongwei then asks the young master to consider the position he's in. He understands that maybe the boy believes he can help his father, but doing something wrong would only worsen his condition. It was a pity, like he would have to ask the boy to leave. However, he would send a word of thanks to the sect master who sent him. The door was closing, but the boy holds it open. He then says that the old man's skin must be turning red and his body cold as ice. Jongui realizes that he knows something. Kyan Mayon explains that if you run your finger over the palm, it starts to change color. Also, before falling into a coma, he must have experienced a lot of chills, and some black marks appeared on the back of his neck in between his eyebrows. Jongui immediately pulls the door open and asks how he knows that. Our boy smiles and asks if he can continue. He feels proud as the man tells him to come in, apologizing. However, Mokshung wants to know why he's allowing a Charlin to do something like this. That information wouldn't help at all, but Jongui asks if he knows anything about it, because apparently, he had no way to cure his father. Mokshung is left speechless, and Jongui says it ends here. He no longer wanted the involvement of the Southern Sect in his father's recovery, and if he insisted, a letter would be sent directly to the official of the Southern Sect. Jongui stands there with a sly smile. With that, Mokshung leaves. A little later, the boy pulls back the blanket and sees the old man all red and in terrible shape. Even for him, the condition was much worse than he imagined. He already suspected it was this illness, but not that it had progressed so much. It would be extremely difficult for an old man to survive a year with this disease. He then takes his wrist and begins to use his energy. It travels through the arm, and the boy realizes it was the work of an amateur. Jongui then asks if there's no way to save his father. The boy says that curing him wouldn't be that difficult. Poor Jongui was so disillusioned that he thought the boy said there was no solution. Then he snaps back to reality and realizes the boy said it wouldn't be difficult. And the boy repeats himself to make sure he understands. At that moment, he had delayed the symptoms, so at least his father was no longer in immediate danger of death. In an instant, the black mark on his forehead disappears. Jongui is in disbelief, but the boy says he will need some preparations to cure everything. The son immediately asks what those preparations are. The boy says that first, he wants a nice breakfast. A while later, he's already eaten a lot, and Jongui is still asking what the real preparations are. The boy keeps eating, saying it's nothing special. It was a treatment that required a lot of energy, so he needed to eat plenty before performing it. And indeed, the cook at that place was very talented. Jongui was starting to question whether he could really trust this kid. But after seeing what he did, he could only put his faith in him. Then our boy says that actually his father's condition isn't even the biggest problem. The real question is why he got sick in the first place. And to find that out, he needs a few things to be answered. He then asks who the person closest to his father is. Of all those who serve or accompany him on his travels, who is the person that never leaves his side? Jongui asks why he wants to know. The boy simply says it's related to the treatment. Jongui says that aside from himself, it's hard to be certain, since his father has several assistants and servants. There are at least 5 people who fit that description. Jongui then says that it won't be so easy to find out. Jongui is confused and wants to know why this matters. Our boy then says that he thinks Jongui must have already imagined it. The condition his father is in indicates that he wasn't attacked by a stranger. In other words, someone close to him poisoned him. Immediately, Jongui stands up and says he won't allow such slander. At the Anna Trading Company, they were like family, and everyone respected his father. The boy simply says that maybe he's right, which means if his judgment is wrong, he'll just feel relieved. He picks his teeth, telling him not to worry that the investigation will reveal everything. His theory is that someone with very limited abilities was placing demonic Kai into the old man day by day, little by little. At first, it had no effect until the necessary amount accumulated, and then he started to worsen. Jongui asks how he plans to conduct such an investigation. Our boy says he's just going to ask a few people and the vice president can stand by and watch. But he guarantees things will get very interesting very soon. He then changes his mind and says there's actually one little thing he can do. With his hand on his chest, Jongui says to just ask. The boy grabs the bottle and says he wants another bottle of Yantai liquor. The scene shifts to Mokshung. The old man is even breaking his chopsticks out of anger. He says he's encountered a Dan Brad who carries the same name as that other Dan one. The former, known as the master of the fluorescent blade. The boy talking to him is Isong Beck, who asks if he's referring to the former legendary swordsman. The old man slams the table, asking what's this business about legendary. He says you can't use a title like that for that damned bandit. Isong Beck knows that Mokshung always gets irritated at any mention of Manhwa. It's been 100 years since the master of the fluorescent blade died and still people talk about him. This makes him wonder if the guy was really as strong as the legends say. So he tells Mokshung to pay no attention to this kid. However, Mokshung responds that it's impossible to forget that Dan boy who kept making false promises. Isong Beck simply says the boy is bluffing, so nothing will come of it. But Mokshung has already heard that Master Huang's condition has improved. That's when Isong Beck understands the elder's concern. Huang never forgets a favor, and that means if the boy helps him, all of Mount Hua will be helped. And that was something they from the Southern Edge sect couldn't let happen. He then tells the elder that if he wants, they could make the boy leave the city. It would be wrong for the elder himself to expel the boy, but second-class disciples wouldn't have any problem with it. Besides, no one would think much of a little fight between the people of the Southern Sect and Mount Hua. The elder says they could be accused of beating up a little kid from Mount Hua, But Isong Bake says that everyone already knows about the rivalry between the two sects, so it wouldn't be that strange. They could ask for a small friendly duel, and maybe things would go wrong. This was the perfect chance, especially since the tournament between the Southern Sect and Manhwa was approaching. Moksung slams the table and says he understands the logic, but cannot allow something like that to happen. The boy was just a third-class disciple, and it would be a disgrace for the Southern Sect to challenge someone like him. What would the rest of the world think if they saw them harming a child from a fallen sect? Isong Bak says, "All right then, if the master says so, I'll understand that I don't have permission." He stands up and says that if any of the disciples foolishly lay a hand on the boy, they'll receive the proper punishment. Moksung agrees, saying that you will certainly punish anyone who lays a finger on the boy. However, Isong Bake isn't stupid, and he already knows this is all just a pretense. The reward for whoever does it will be far greater than any punishment. The two then leave. Moksung keeps thinking that it's no surprise to him that young people these days don't respect Mount Hua. After all, by the time they were born, the place was already in ruins. But when he was an apprentice, the Southern Sect had no chance of fighting Mount Hua head-on. If the strength of that place hadn't been destroyed by the demonic cult, even now, 100 years later, the Southern Sect would still be beneath them. And obviously, they cannot go back to those days in any way. One thing is certain. If they sent that boy from so far away, they are trying to influence the world again. To him, that sect was impossible to recover. However, it seems he will have to speak with the Southern Edge leader once this is resolved. The scene shifts to two guys outside. Goe asks Izong what he plans to do with the kid. He replies that he'll politely ask him to leave the city. It's not in his nature to pick fights with a child, but he also can't allow him to cause trouble for the elder. What he finds strange is why Mount Hua sent a child like this, as at that age, they shouldn't even be allowed to leave the sect. Apparently, the sect had fallen so much that they no longer had rules. Suddenly, Isong stops and says, "Speak of the devil," as someone matching the description was right in front of them. Our boy was there, whistling casually until someone called out to him. They approach and say it's an honor to meet a disciple of Mount Hua. Then he introduces himself as Isong Bake, a disciple of the Southern Edge. Clearly, our boy doesn't care at all about that. Isong then asks where he's going. Our boy says he's going to see Master Kwang. He's curious to know if his condition has improved. Isong thinks the kid is shameless. What was that child thinking of doing when none of the best doctors had found the solution? He then asked our boy if he has a minute. Isong wants to know what it is, and the boy says he won't beat around the bush. As everyone knows, the Southern Sect and Mount Hua have always competed with each other, and the big challenge is coming. Kang Mayong, however, says he's never heard of that since he's just recently joined the sect. Isong thinks, now it's explained. It's because he doesn't know about this enmity that he has the courage to be so brazen. He then says that experiencing the martial arts of Mount Hua firsthand would be extremely valuable for his training, and he asks what the boy thinks about that. Could the boy demonstrate Mount Hua's famous swordsmanship? Isong is sure the boy will refuse. As brazen as the boy is, he would realize he doesn't stand a chance and would end up getting beaten. However, our boy, straight-faced like Lloyd Frontier, asks if he wants a fight. Isong is thrown off by the audacity of the damn cheeky kid. He tries to explain that it's not a fight, but rather a friendly contest. However, our boy says that from what he understood, the guy wants a fight. Unfortunately for him, the boy never turns down a fight, but he has to remember that he was the one who asked for it. Sometime later, they are facing each other in the arena. Isong asks for his Taoist name. Our boy says he doesn't have one, but that his real name is Tong Mayong. Isong says he understands. He addresses the young master and says he's going to give him some advice. Even though he may not know his actions were wrong, he's still guilty for what he's done. That's why he advises him to return to Mount Hua before he gets hurt. But our boy interrupts and asks if they're not going to fight already. Apparently, the Southern Sect folks like to argue with words since they're in the arena and still talking. Goe on the side is eager to jump in and beat up the boy too. But Isong just raises his arm. He starts talking to himself, saying he needs to learn more about self-discipline. Because at that moment, all he could think about was how to beat up that boy. But he wasn't wrong. There was no reason to hold back. He stretches out his hand, telling himself it's time to end this. He introduces himself once again and says he requests a duel with the disciple of Mount Hua. But the boy tells him to wait a moment. Isong asks why. At that moment, our boy calls the guy behind him, who looks a bit confused. He stretches out his hand and then asks to borrow his sword. The two are left thinking that poverty had really hit Mount Hua. How could someone from a sword sect not have a sword? The guy asks where his sword is, and our boy says he didn't come here to fight, so he didn't bring it. He then starts looking around and says, "All right, I'll grab a stick from around here." But Isong tells Goe to hand over the sword. That's because it would be shameful if word got out that the Southern Sect people beat up a boy who wasn't even armed. At that moment, our boy looks back and the sword falls into his hand. He slings it over his shoulder and says it's time to start. Isong asks if he's not going to draw the sword from its sheath, and our boy says he doesn't want to kill him. Poor Isong is losing his patience. He says that every time this damn boy speaks, he forgets the inner peace he's been cultivating. He's certain the boy won't change unless he inflicts some serious damage. He then tells Chong Mayong that he's going to take this seriously because when he regrets it, it will be too late. Our boy tells him to come on because he doesn't have all day. Isung then assumes his stance and jumps toward the boy, tearing up the entire floor. Our boy was just watching as Isung came in for a strike, but he simply places the blade alongside his arm and defends himself. However, the boy lost his balance. At that moment, Isung steps on the ground again and jumps toward him. Our boy ends up having to defend himself. He's confused because it's more difficult than he expected. Smoke is rising in the arena, and Goi notices that Isung is really angry. He doesn't know how this fight will end in a friendly way, but that kid kind of deserved it for provoking them so much. To him, the boy should just give up already since he's at least holding out a little bit. After all, by now, he must be reaching his limit. He's sure Isung could finish it whenever he wants. But then there would be the rumor they beat up a child. That's why he's holding back his attacks so the boy can survive. It was truly generous of the young master. Once again, Isung comes in for an attack and is startled. The area explodes and the boy is thrown backward. Isung is already exhausted, confused as to how this kid blocked again. He can't understand how this boy, who moves like a snail, has been blocking all his attacks. That's when he starts to realize something. The boy was positioning his sword to defend long before his attack arrived. It was as if he already knew every move, which would be impossible unless he could read minds. By his appearance, he must be around 15 years old, younger than his own younger brother. He thinks again and says now he wants to see him block this. He goes for an overhead slash, but the boy calmly slides his foot to the side, places his sword, and deflects the attack. Isung realizes once again that the boy doesn't seem to be exerting much effort, which is strange because Isung is considered one of the prodigies of the Southern Edge sect. Now he was starting to lose his temper. His hand begins to turn blue and a gust of wind forms around him. He starts repeating to himself that this shouldn't be possible. Then he tells the boy that this sword is going to cut the heavens in two. He leaps toward him, activating the sky-splitting technique, but Golwei yells at him to be careful or he'll kill the boy. At the last second, it seems like Isung starts to hold back the move. However, the moment his sword touches Chang Wyong's, nothing happens. Isung feels relieved because if he had used his full strength, he would have been in trouble. But then the boy is thrown far away. Man, the boy spits blood. The two are shocked as the boy's body falls to the ground. The wall is destroyed and the boy is half dead. Confused, Isung doesn't know what happened. He stands there frozen until Golwei yells his name and runs over, asking what he did to a child. Isung tries to explain, saying it wasn't intentional, but he sees Golwei picking up the boy, who looks unconscious. But he's certain that at the moment of the attack he had withdrawn his ki. He touched the sword and suddenly the boy was thrown far away. The boy, however, coughs and spits out a sea of blood. Golwei is shocked, asking what they're going to do now. Poor Isung didn't even know a human could hold that much blood. Now he's sure he's going to look like a villain in this situation. Then someone approaches and asks what all this is about. The boys are startled. It's John Wee asking what the Southern Sect people had done. One of the doctors approaches and says the boy is in terrible shape. They need to move him right away. With that, he's thrown over one of the men's shoulders and taken away. Isung knows it'll be hard to come up with an excuse for this situation. Not even the legendary strategist could come up with a decent excuse. Then John Wee asks why they, who claim to belong to such a great sect, use such a deadly move on a child. He really thought the Southern Edge sect was a virtuous place. But now he would only question those words after witnessing such senseless violence. He turns to Isung and says he won't forget what happened there. The boy tries to explain, but Jongwei immediately tells them to leave the Unha Trading Company. Then someone else arrives asking what the commotion was about. It's Moksham asking the vice president what happened. Then he notices his sword, a pool of blood, and the destroyed wall. Immediately, he knows those idiots did something stupid. He then tells the vice president that it seems there's been an accident, but the vice president asks if they have the nerve to call that an accident. The boy who was treating his father was almost cold-bloodedly murdered by the Southern Sect's disciples. Accident was not the right word to use when it was clearly intentional. Isung tries to explain, saying he didn't use excessive force, but Jongwei tells him to stop interrupting and get out of that place. It was ridiculous for him to use the excuse of a casual sparring match when the result looked like a battlefield. And how could it be fair for him to fight a child who was nearly half his age? Was that the virtue the Southern Edge sect stood for? He then says he said enough. It's time to gather the disciples and leave the Unha Trading Company. Moksham remains silent. Then he says they will do as asked. He apologizes for what happened, but says that the Southern Edge sect wishes the best for Master Kwon. The vice president passes by and says he will remember. However, to say that everyone in the Southern Edge sect wants something like this would be an exaggeration. Moksham has to stay quiet. Goi stands there, and Isung hangs his head low. He's about to apologize, but Moksham tells Goi to return to the sect, and he warns Isung that since he made this mess, he'll stay until they regain the vice president's favor. Poor Isung stays silent, biting his tongue, but he has no choice but to say he understands. Later in the room, the doctor says the boy is in critical condition. They could use all kinds of treatments, but there was no guarantee he would recover 100%. Jongwei asks if at least the boy's life is not in danger, and the man says yes. He then feels relieved. He asks when the boy will recover, and the man says maybe in about 3 days. Jongwei relaxes. Looking at the boy, he couldn't have imagined that the only hope of curing his father was now unconscious. This child was the only person who managed to improve his father's condition, even if just a little. He knows that, in the end, this boy is his only chance to save his father's life, and to think that he would be beaten to the point of losing consciousness. Anyone who respected the honor of the trading company would never do such a thing. The Southern Edge sect had become far too arrogant. The doctor then asks if he is sure the boy can really cure his father. To him, it was hard to believe. However, Jongwei explains that many renowned doctors came there and did nothing, but the boy was able to describe the entire illness without even seeing it. Not to mention, he saw the boy improve his father's health right in front of his eyes. He wasn't trusting the boy blindly, but because he's sure the boy was sent by the heavens. That's why they must ensure by any means that he recovers as best as possible. Night falls. Someone opens the door and enters the room. A man in a cloak stares at Chong Mayong's sleeping body. He prepares an attack and says he personally has nothing against the boy, but this is the price he has to pay for getting in their way. He raises his hand and strikes at the boy's neck, or rather right beside his head, because Chong Mayong wakes up and dodges. With a smile, he grabs the man's arm. He stands up and says, "Found you." Our boy is already laughing, asking if the cat got his tongue. The man activates the power in his other hand and attacks, but Chong Mayong easily dodges again, steps on his back, and lands on the other side. But the attacker notices and throws an explosion. However, the boy dodges again. The persistent assassin activates another attack in his hand, saying that now he'll finish him since there's no escape in midair. He sends a palm strike, but our boy kicks his attack away. The man is left speechless as Chong Mayong lands on the ground, saying he must be pretty confused, and then tells him he wasn't the one trapped. At that moment, someone enters and the man turns to the side. Jongwei and several guards are watching this. Chong Mayong says he's fallen right into the trap. Jongwei demands an explanation for what the man was doing there. It's Jabok Bian, one of his father's servants. The protagonist picks something up from the ground and says, "I told you so." He goes to the president's residence and says the person has revealed himself. Jongwei says he didn't want to believe it, but seeing this, it was impossible to deny. To think that his father's most trusted advisor was behind all of this. Jabok asks how they knew it was him. But our boy simply says he had no idea. He just made sure everyone believed he could cure Master Huang, and then got himself hurt to make himself vulnerable. Confused, Jabok asks what he would have done if he hadn't shown up. But Chong Mayong replies that he had no choice. If he died that night, all the blame would fall on the Southern Edge sect. Jabok says, "So you're plotting with those bastards?" But our boy just says he's wrong again. He would have found another way to get hurt, but luckily, they called him for that duel. Jabok says he heard the boy had internal injuries and was in critical condition. But our boy just says tricking a local doctor isn't that hard. Then he says Jabok seems to have a lot of questions, but they're not there to satisfy his curiosity. All he needs to know is that he fell into the trap and was caught as someone trying to kill Master Huang. Jabok stops and starts laughing at the sky. Everyone is confused by the madman's laughter. He asks how his attempt to kill the boy would show that he wanted to kill Master Huang. Zhongli asks, confused, what he's talking about. Jabok says Master Huang means the world to him. The vice president asks then why was he trying to kill the boy? The assassin responds that he's sure the boy is trying to deceive everyone there. Even the masters couldn't cure the old man, so how could this boy do anything? Zhongwei, however, says if he really had doubts, he would try to convince him, not kill him. But Jabok retorts, saying the vice president has lost touch with reality and wouldn't believe him. Killing the boy was the only way to make him wake up to the truth. Our boy says all of this is just a bunch of blah, 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 and asks if he really has to listen to such pathetic excuses. He then starts to approach. He activates his aura in his fist and heads toward Jabok, saying it's time to end this. Jabok counters with an aura slash, but our boy throws his arm into the slash, which hits his hand. He then falls to the ground and raises his arm, telling everyone to pay attention. His hand had the same color as the old man's with the curse. He then says that the technique is called the Crimson Demon Hand. Being poisoned by someone with full control over this technique would end anyone's life. Jabok's attack wasn't enough to kill him, but an ordinary person would certainly die. For anyone trained, slowly poisoning the old man without him noticing would be child's play. And Jabok was the only person who stayed by the old man's side all the time and had mastery of this technique. At that moment, John Wee yells to have him arrested. The men move in, and he says to use maximum force if necessary. Angry, Jabok says that his work was almost complete, but now everything had gone wrong because of a damn child. Meanwhile, nearby, Aisong is on some stairs. He remembers Muksung saying that since he made the mess, he would have to fix it. He knows very well that this is his punishment for everything he did. But at that moment, an explosion happens nearby. He's confused. It was Jabok using a demon palm strike. Chong Mayong says that Jabok is forcing him to get involved. He tells him to stop making excuses, because there will be time for that when he's in prison. All Jabok has to do now is take a little beating and pass out. But Jabok calls him insolent for thinking he's going to win this. However, our boy just says that, actually, he's out of this now. He looks to the side and says help is coming. He then calls for Chong Mayong and says that a great hero from the Southern Sect had arrived to save the day. Chang Mayong is a bit confused, but our boy tells him to be the hero already. Chang Mayong points to himself, wondering if they're talking about him. Our boy points with his mouth, telling him to look to the side. He sees Zhonghui's face and understands. That was the perfect opportunity for him to fix the mess he had made. If that's the case, he can't lose this chance and immediately jumps into action. He yells at Jebok to prepare to be punished by the sword of the Southern Sect. With that, he starts exchanging blows with Jebok. Our boy already celebrates, saying, "Finally, it's over." But Zhonghui says they're still fighting, as far as he can see. However, Chang Mayong says it's impossible for a rookie to defeat someone who has been training for so long in the Southern Sect. Zhonghui says it's impossible since Jabok orchestrated the whole plan. But our boy says he just lowered his kai to curse his hand and show everyone. However, it's clear that Jabok's mastery is very low. Zhonghui says it seems Chang Mayong really is a martial arts master. The boy cheekily says, "Of course, and besides, I'm the most experienced of all the masters in the world." A little while later, he's sitting on the stairs yawning while the fight continues inside. He says it's been going on for an hour, and that he should have handled it himself. Finally, Jabok's body falls to the ground. Aisung is exhausted, but Seaver says that Baster has been defeated. Zhonghui thanks him and says he'll never forget the Southern Sect's help in this matter. With that, the boy collapses to the ground, expressing his gratitude. Our boy comes in, saying, "Finally." Meanwhile, Zhonghui can't understand what just happened. The problems that had plagued the place for the past year were resolved in 2 days by this boy. He can't understand if it was really that simple. Or rather, it was impossible to say it was simple since no one realized there was an infiltrator. To Zhonghui, it felt like some kind of veteran resided in the body of that young boy. He then asked Chang Mayong how he knew Bion was trying to harm his father, or at least why he thought Bion wanted his father dead. Our boy just says he has no idea. But the vice president says he orchestrated the whole plan, so he must have something in mind. But with a sly smile, Chang Mayong says he has no clue, he's just here for the reward. And obviously he knows that this merchant group is quite honest, so they won't try to bargain. But then Zhonghui says he forgot one small detail. The reward wasn't for catching the villain, but for helping his father recover, who was still sick. He wants to know if Chang Mayong can actually do that. Our boy smiles and says, "Of course." Zhonghui then says that if that's the case, he'll guarantee a reward for Manhwa, even if it costs the entire trading company. Our boy is shocked and grabs his hand. Zhonghui says there's no need to get so emotional. But the protagonist asks if he's joking. The old man is confused, and our boy starts complaining, saying that the reward is his, not the sect's. He came here, worked hard, so why would Mount Hua get the reward? Zhonghui thinks this boy is stranger than he imagined. A little later, our boy knows that now he just has to cure the master. The plan has been perfect so far, and he had fun humiliating the Southern Sect. But the real problem is just about to begin. He's not 100% confident that he can actually cure such an advanced illness. Of course, to convince them, he said he could, but he's not entirely sure. That's because the body he's in now isn't the body of the master of the fluorescent blade. If the demonic key starts attacking the old man's body during the process, he might die in that state. But he has no choice but to try something. He asks Master Huang not to hate him if everything goes wrong. Energy then starts to flow through his arm. He creates a small Chang Mayong made of floating energy. Our boy now faces the demonic Kai directly. Thousands of snakes were circling the old man's body. Even though it was demonic energy from a novice, it had been applied all over the body, and he doesn't know if the energy he possesses will be enough to eliminate it. The snakes advance, and he says he has no choice but to try. With that, he begins slicing through the demonic Kai. Outside, little by little, the arm is being purified, and then he gets confused by something. The single attack he made created a rupture in the middle of the demonic Kai. He starts feeling confident that maybe he can do it. That's because his current body only contains the purest ki anyone can carry. If he had accepted any other energy, he would have at least 10 times more now. But it's exactly because he only possesses pure energy that it's so easy to combat the demonic one. Now the only problem was whether Master Huang could survive this internal battle. He continues attacking and dissipating all the ki, while begging the old man to hold on just a little longer. He was almost done with the job. He delivers one more attack, but then something unexpected happens. The snakes begin to flee from him. He wonders where they are going. When he opens his eyes, he sees the old man's body. The demonic Kai had all gathered in his head. Trying to cure the old man's head directly was much more risky. However, leaving him in this state wasn't a good option either. If he presses forward, the old man might die, but if he backs off, he will definitely die. The decision wasn't easy, but it had to be made. If these were the choices, he would take the direct route. With that, the spiritual energy moves directly toward the old man's head. However, what he does is use his own body to start pulling the energy into himself. His hand turns red and his entire body starts to crack. He pulled in too much demonic energy. He collapses to his knees, saying not to underestimate him. A master of the fluorescent blade couldn't die to something as idiotic as this. But his vision starts to blur. His consciousness begins to fade and he clenches his fist, saying he won't pass out there. If he blacks out with all that ki floating in his body, he'll die for sure. Especially considering that a child's body is much more vulnerable. He assumes his spiritual form within his own body, looks at the demonic key, and tells it to come at him. The snakes attack once again, but he dodges, steps on them, and starts walking toward them. One slash, and he opens a rift through the middle of them. But once again, they come in to bite him and manage to trap him. But the head is dislodged, and he appears from within. However, he starts to wonder what's happening. The demonic Kai in his body was moving much faster. He slashes another one, but realizes he can't keep track of their movements. That's when a horde manages to attack him again. Another flash of light, and he shreds the lot of them. Something had changed. The demonic Kenny seemed to be getting aggressive because it knew it was being cornered. And now the fact that he had little energy left was a problem. Because this battle dragged on, he wouldn't stand a chance. The curse was starting to take over his body. He leaps to dodge another attack, but another one comes in midair to grab him. Man, he takes the bite and is carried away. He tightens his grip on the sheath, but at that moment he drops the sword because another snake bites his arm. And another bites his body, and the poor kid is being devoured. Trapped by the bites, he can't do anything. He is then forced to use his last resort, something he wanted to avoid because it would affect his body. He begins to open all the energy points in his body. With that, the aura that had been sealed begins to flow throughout the area. As it fills his entire body, he creates an explosion in every limb. As the energy surged, he was in agony. His body was breaking apart, but the curse was slowly being undone, until finally a demonic key seems to leave him. The poor kid falls to the ground, completely purified. His little body was even emitting smoke. He opens his eyes and grabs his chest in shock. He immediately stands up, saying it was a close call. He almost died this time. He decides he better never try something like that again, since this had way more demonic energy than he could handle. As he thinks how lucky he was, Huang starts to wake up. This catches our boy's attention, and the old man turns his head. He asks who is there. Chang Mayong says, "Finally, you're awake." And when asked who he is, he says, "Let's just say I'm your savior." The old man asks if he has already reached hell. Our boy tells him to stop being rude. After Master Huang regains consciousness, things quickly return to normal at the Unha Trading Company. If Chang Mayong hadn't discovered Jiabok's plans, he would have eventually destroyed the entire family and stolen the company. After much insistence, they discovered that Jiabok owned another trading company, which had gone bankrupt due to Unha's success. However, our boy couldn't care less. Everyone has a sad story, but that doesn't give them the right to become criminals. The only thing he wants to know is how that guy obtained the Crimson Hand. According to the man, he found a fallen body with various scriptures nearby. To Chang Mayong, that was quite anticlimactic. But it was better this way, because if it really was the demon cult, things wouldn't have been so easy. Either way, he cured the master and discovered that the cult wasn't involved, so it was a happy ending. As the savior of the company, he was honored with a banquet. He ate and drank everything he wanted. After all, those guys had a lot of money. While he was happily singing, someone outside said he should rest. It was Master Huang, who said that when he fell asleep, he was in worse shape than now. He enters, asking permission, and inquires if the boy is Master Chang Mayong. Now chubby, Chang Mayong asks if the old man doesn't remember when he woke up. Maybe he had gained a few pounds since that day. Zhang Wei says the boy had eaten his weight in food in just 3 days. The chubby man then asks how he can help, and the old man says he'll get straight to the point. He apologizes for the impertinence, but wanted to ask something of the young master. The old man starts to kneel and then bows, asking if he would please accept his gratitude. It was thanks to the boy that he could still breathe, so he didn't even know how to repay this debt. Still afraid, our boy says there's no need to bow. But the old man replies that he has no idea how he will repay this debt, but he will do the best he can. What he wanted was the opportunity to repay it. And if the boy wanted anything, he should ask without hesitation. However, our boy says that as a follower of the virtuous path, he cannot accept anything for saving a life. Doing so would shame his sect, especially since he is here without Mount Hua's permission. The old man seems a bit confused by this. Our boy simply says that it was such an urgent matter that he couldn't wait for the sect's permission. The old man's eyes light up, asking if he really went that far for him. And he says that if he wanted, they wouldn't tell the sect about this. But chubby man smiles and asks if he's sure they won't tell. The old man says yes, and Chang Mayong immediately pulls out a little notebook from his shirt. Master Huang asks what that is. Our boy says it's just a few notes because at his age, his memory isn't that great. The two are confused by this age talk. Master Huang then asks what the notes are for. Our boy flips through the pages saying, "Didn't you say I could ask for anything?" Then the master starts to understand. That little notebook contained everything the boy wanted, and the chubby man asks if they could start. Sometime later, Jiangmi asks his father how he's feeling. He picks up the cup and says that strangely, his body feels lighter than ever. It's as if he's gotten 10 years younger. Jiangmi says all of this is very strange. But then his father asks if there's something he wants to say. Since his health is better, he knows his son isn't just there to talk about that. The son stays silent for a second. He calls his father and then calls him president. He says he'd heard that he plans to end negotiations with the southern sect, and also promise a great reward to Mount Hua. His father confirms this. Once again, Jiangwei hesitates. He then reminds him that the southern sect is the greatest power among all the sects in Shaanxi. They would be turning their backs on such a powerful group and aligning themselves with Mount Hua, which is basically bankrupt. This would be extremely dangerous, even if it was to show gratitude to that young boy. Analyzing the entire situation, he thinks the reward is a bit excessive. However, if his father insists on doing this, he should at least maintain negotiations with the southern sect. The old man slams the cup on the table and asks what the main role of a merchant is. Zhang is a bit uneasy, searching for the words. Then he says the role of a merchant is to make deals that follow the virtuous path and enrich the local economy, at the same time making a positive contribution to the country and the world. His father spits out his tea and starts laughing. He says that's a very idealistic view for the vice president. But those are just a bunch of pretty words because he already knows the truth. The obligation of a merchant is to make money. They need to seek profit above all else, even if sometimes they have to go against the virtuous path. If a merchant wants to do good, they do it with the money they earn. Because for someone who deals in business, there is no good or evil in money itself. So the concern is only efficiency. Zhang asks if he understands correctly. His father's plan is to make money through the bankrupt Manhwa. But Master Huang asks if he's forgotten how he made the trading company so big. A natural instinct to find opportunities, to see something undervalued with great potential and invest in it before anyone else. Whether it's a martial sect or even another trading company. Zhang knows that's how his father made Manhwa the largest company in Shaanxi. However, he insists, saying he doesn't see why they should invest in Manhwa since it has no potential. But then he thinks of the boy and says it does. He agrees that right now, Manhwa can't compete with the southern sect. But if it continues to grow at the rate he believes it will, they'll only need to maintain a good relationship, and thus they would have an unimaginable return on this investment. However, the son couldn't believe it, saying that this just made him even more confused. If Manhwa didn't thrive, they would lose everything since there was no guarantee it would succeed. But the father said that Zhang was speaking from a place of ignorance. A merchant isn't just someone who bets on the likelihood of things going well. They would make Manhwa succeed. The plan wasn't to wait for the sect to grow on its own. He himself would ensure that Manhwa flourished again. In his life as a merchant, he had met countless people, but none had impressed him as much as that boy. It was as if his whole life he had been looking for something old, and suddenly he was awakened by a dragon. Ordinary people like the two of them had trouble understanding martial artists, but he didn't need to understand and just trust that eventually the truth would reveal itself. If the rewards he gave the boy created a bond, the company would have no choice but to prosper. To him, this was a small price to pay for success in life. Zhang, however, hesitated, asking if it was really such a small price. The old man fell silent and admitted that the boy had taken 5 times more than he had intended to pay. He cursed that the rascal really knew how to negotiate. The son smiled, saying that he didn't know why, but his father's mind was already made up. If that's what he was thinking, he was happy to follow his orders. But he still wasn't completely convinced. That's why he would give his best every day to ensure his doubts vanished from his heart. And personally, he would make sure that Manhwa also followed a path to success. The father observed and said he was pleased to hear that from his son. Back with our boy, Chang Mayong knew that this master had another motive for investing so much. A merchant like that wouldn't give away a fortune just out of gratitude. But he didn't care much about what the merchant expected in return. After all, he could just ignore any request a merchant made. A child might feel indebted, but he was an old man and couldn't care less about that. That's when someone approached the chubby boy. It was Aisong who stopped in front of him. Our boy asked what he was doing there again. However, Aisong pulled out a sword and handed it to him. He told him not to worry, that he had no bad intentions. But if he allowed it, he wanted a rematch. Another duel, but this time a real one. He had realized that he had been used as a tool to reveal that man's true intentions. Our boy said that calling it a trap was a strange way of putting it, since he knew that Aisong was trying to set a trap to get him out of the city. But he was willing to let the past stay in the past. He just wanted to know what that had to do with him fighting again. Aisong explained that he had been humiliated in public, put in mortal danger, and used as a pawn in the boy's plans. But it was his own fault for being deceived. Yet the only thing he kept thinking about was their practice fight before everything happened. What had occurred there still escaped his understanding. Our boy asked if that's why he wanted another fight, and Aisong confirmed it. He admitted he had no idea, but he already knew the boy was much stronger than him. What he wanted was to understand what happened that day. Chang Mayong seemed to like this guy who was asking for another fight, even though he had been humiliated. He thought Aisong wanted to beat him up for everything that had happened, but this was a surprise. He told Aisong to think carefully or he would regret it. But Aisong smiled and said he was sure. The two then faced each other in the arena. Aisong couldn't believe how small the boy was, about 10 years younger than him and at least a level of difference in martial arts. It was as if a second-class disciple could defeat a third-class one. This strange difference made the poor guy tremble and sweat. Even though he was much older, he still felt a sense of oppression. It was as if he were standing in front of one of the elders of his sect. In theory, it should have been impossible for someone so young to have such a powerful aura, but he decided he would have to see for himself. Chang Mayong then said that Aisong was sharp. He hadn't done anything yet to intimidate the guy, but he was already trembling because he could sense his power. Perceiving something like that showed that he actually had a lot of potential. Chang Mayong noted that he could see the boy would have a late start. He knew that the person in front of him was one of those people who would grow infinitely stronger the more they trained. Perhaps in the distant future, he would even become the strongest swordsman of the Southern Sect. And if that was the case, Chang Mayong was willing to teach him a few things. He raised his hand and told him to come. Aisong readied his sword, flicked it to the side, and cracked his neck. Our boy recognized that as an illusion technique, but it wasn't something commonly used in the Southern Sect. Aisong then warned him. He had realized there was no chance. That's why he had to start with the strongest technique he had. Several shadows of his hand began to appear, and he warned Chang Mayong. He was going to use the 12 snow petal strikes technique, but our chubby boy didn't seem happy about it and called him a bastard. Aisong, however, threw himself forward, activating the technique. Our boy watched in anger. Man, he passed through, breaking the sword and sending the guy flying. The boy was left floating in the air. Before he could hit the ground, our boy was already beside him. He grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him up. Cursing him once again, he asked where he had learned that technique. This 12 snow petals thing was pure nonsense. The rest of the world might be fooled, but it wouldn't work on him. That's because this was a technique he knew deeply. It was one of the ancient core techniques of Manhwa, known as the dispersal of petals, a technique that had been lost even within Manhwa itself. So why was this guy from the Southern Sect using something like that? Aisong, barely conscious, muttered that he finally understood. The disparity between him and Chang Mayong was like looking at a ghost. The poor guy started to lose his mind, wondering if this was what death felt like. Sometime later, he opened his eyes. He was in a hospital, battered. He tried to sit up. Chang Mayong told him that his internal injuries were being treated and would heal soon. Aisong still didn't understand anything, but Chang Mayong was already asking about the technique. The 12 snow petal technique. Aisong confirmed that was indeed the name. The protagonist couldn't believe that they had stolen such a technique so blatantly. And worse, nobody in the world, not even within Manhwa, had noticed. That's because no one remembered what the techniques were like back then. He then asked who had taught this technique, and Aisong said any disciple above the second year could learn it. Our boy wanted to know if even the elders were using it. Aisong replied that as far as he knew, the elders hadn't learned it. At the moment, it was only being taught to first and second degree disciples. This caught Chang Mayong's attention. If not all the elders knew this technique, then one of them must be teaching it to the disciples, which confirmed that the bastard who had stolen Mount Hua's techniques was still alive as an elder of the Southern Sect. It was all too obvious what happened. When Mount Hua was invaded by the demon cult, hundreds of members died on the 100-foot mountain, leaving few survivors, most of them children. They had likely received some help. Someone probably appeared, shouting to save the Mount Hua disciples, and the Southern Sect warriors rushed into battle. Chang Mayong had long suspected something like this. After all, it would have been shameful for any martial sect not to help another being attacked by the demon cult. The problem was that under the guise of being allies, some of the tomes had been stolen, and perhaps the rest of the books had not been burned by the demon cult. A century ago, they had sacrificed all their lives to save the land from this great evil, and yet they had been betrayed by those they saved. The most shameful thing was that they had stolen the technique and then given it the name Snow Petal. He stood up and told Aisong that it would be better if he didn't learn that technique. Aisong, confused, asked why. Chang Mayong smacked him on the head and told him not to ask, just to obey. They fell silent, and Chang Mayong explained that it was a technique he would never master. The poor guy was still confused. Our boy was fuming and would have beaten him up more if it weren't for the fact that it was thanks to him that he had discovered all of this. He then explained that the Southern Sect's techniques follow a style that requires staying true to the fundamentals. Because of this, people practicing it must feel like everything is slow and heavy, but it was a type of study that became infinitely stronger the more time you dedicated to it. However, this snow petal technique went completely against that philosophy. If Aisong wanted to become a true martial arts master, he would have to abandon that knowledge. A sword strike with so many variations didn't fit the philosophy of the Southern Sect. He asked if Aisong understood and stared at him, but the poor guy was too clueless and still confused. Our boy was furious that he had to teach the philosophy of the guy's own sect to him. But then he began to wonder why these idiots had started to create a variation they couldn't even master. That's when he stopped to think. Maybe he was the reason they had gone so far. At least that's the thought that crossed his mind. That's because, in the past, he used to go around the city beating up all the disciples of the Southern Sect. Surely the members there had taken great pride in the techniques they had learned, until he showed up and started beating everyone down. Perhaps this had led to doubts about their own techniques. What they didn't understand was that martial power isn't determined by the strength of the techniques, but by the skill of the individual. The strangest part was that they might not even have realized they were using a Mount Hua style. Aisong stared at his own hand, thinking about this philosophy of his sect. But then our boy turned around, saying he was leaving. Aisong called after him, but our boy told him to forget everything he had said. The path he should follow couldn't be determined by anyone else. The advice he gave might have been useful, but he was still the one who would make his own decisions. That's why he had to stop and think for himself about the path he wanted to follow. At that moment, Aisong stood up and thanked him for the wisdom he had shared. Our boy turned around, smiling, and with that, the chubby guy left. He stood there, saying that this was very strange. It was almost as if he had met an old sage. But outside, our boy was already thinking about going to the southern sect and beating everyone up. He looked up at the sky, talking to his brother Jamu, saying those bastards had stolen everything, so how could he have self-control? If he were as strong as he used to be, he would already be in the middle of the sect. But that wouldn't work now. First, he needed to get stronger as quickly as possible, because the martial world is ruled by strength, and those bastards had messed with the wrong person. Meanwhile, back at Manhwa, someone was tapping their feet, saying that maybe he had been robbed or killed. It was Yunjong who said that since Chang Mayang had been gone for 7 days, something urgent must have happened. Jewel said he hoped it was urgent enough that everyone would forgive him. Apparently, Jewel had been called again by the leader, and he hoped they weren't in trouble. Unjin was listening to someone shouting that the boy was very insolent. It was Hyang Yang who said the brat had disappeared for 7 days and he was just a third-class disciple. He told the leader that this wasn't something that could be overlooked, or how would people respect the sect. Sang told him to calm down, saying that maybe it was an accident. But Hyang Yang said that even if it was an accident, it happened outside the sect and he didn't have permission to leave. His friend insisted, saying maybe he fell in mountains. He turned to the leader and asked if they could send a search team. But the finance guy wanted to know why this third-class disciple had been allowed to roam freely in the first place. Another one banged the table, telling him to stop questioning the leader's decisions. The complaints continued, saying they were pushing the limits and breaking all the rules. The elder stayed silent for a second, then opened his eyes and said, "That's enough." The finance guy was startled and immediately sat down, apologizing. The elder sighed, wondering if he had been wrong to trust that boy. But he found it strange because the boy didn't seem like the type to cause trouble. Unjum stood up and said he would form a group to start searching for him. But then someone shouted that he had returned. Immediately, the elder opened his eyes and asked who. Someone shouted, "The brat." Chang Mayang was approaching the gate. Everyone ran, asking if it was true, and someone confirmed it. The elder rushed out, saying he had to see for himself, but the finance guy told him to wait. The elder asked what was wrong. Hyang Yang said he knew the leader was worried about the boy. That was because, despite being so young, he had helped the sect a lot. The elder told him to get to the point. Hyang Yang then said not to coddle the boy too much, or it could demotivate the other disciples. At Mount Hua, people were raised to follow the virtuous and righteous path. That's why even the most precious disciple needed discipline. The leader sighed in relief, saying he would never forget that. More than anyone, he wanted the boy to have a bright future and be disciplined. But then Unim said that wasn't enough. Disobeying orders was extremely serious, and he should be confined to the cliff cave for at least 6 months. The leader was shocked, saying that he was just a third-class disciple and still didn't know things well. But Yumin insisted that at least a proportionate punishment was necessary. The leader asked if everyone agreed, and all the elders said yes. He calmed down and said, "All right." Manem wondered what the boy had been doing. Finally, our boy entered the gate. As soon as he looked ahead, there were the 5 elders walking toward him. He looked at the leader and greeted him respectfully. The leader observed him and called him over. He immediately asked why he had been gone for so long. Our boy simply replied that it was unavoidable. But Hyang Yang told him to stop being so insolent, as he was just a third-class disciple. No explanation he could give would be satisfactory. The sect master then told him to explain himself but warned him of the punishment. Our boy looked a bit awkward. Then someone asked for permission to enter. The finance guy was startled. It was the people from the Unha trading company asking for likes on this video. Do you all remember that the last chapter ended right as Huang was arriving at Mount Hua, stating that the child had done nothing wrong? The finance official from Mount Huo was shocked and asked what Master Huang was doing there. Huang simply replied that he hoped everyone was well. At that moment, the sect elder approached, expressing how wonderful it was to see him again. 7 days ago, he had heard that Huang was not in good health, so it seemed he had recovered enough to make a trip. Huang responded that it was all thanks to the young boy. It was because of him that he was still able to breathe, so he requested that the boy not be punished. Not only had the boy saved him, but also the Honor Trading Company. The boy with a mischievous look replied that perhaps he had done so. A while later, in the meeting room, they asked if he had truly saved Master Huang and how he had managed to do it. The boy explained that there was a plant called the 5-inch sprout. It looked very similar to another plant commonly consumed, but this one was extremely poisonous. As everyone knew, he had been a beggar before joining Mount Hua. Since beggars had to eat whatever was available, he had learned what was poisonous. Despite this, some beggars still consumed this plant, and it was through such incidents that he discovered the antidote. Hyunjong asked if he had really detected this poison in the master, to which the boy confirmed. Sag mentioned that he had heard of similar treatments and that it seemed the members of the beggars sect did indeed possess such knowledge. Of course, that wasn't exactly what he did, but everything he said about the beggars sect knowledge was true. He had already arranged for Master Huang to support his story, so there was nothing to worry about. Hyunjong stated that if this was indeed true, it would be enough reason for his absence over the past few days. In fact, he believed that Chang Mayang should be rewarded instead of punished. However, the great Sasuk disagreed, saying that while the boy might have done something good during his absence, it did not change the fact that he had disobeyed the rules of the place. He needed to learn a lesson and could not go unpunished. Hyunjong pondered this so-called lesson. He then asked since when an order of his could take precedence over a human life. To him, it would be wrong to punish a disciple who broke the rules to save a life. Manhwa should always follow the path of virtue, and what was more virtuous than saving a life? That is why he believed that the orders of Manhwa did not surpass what was truly right. The great Sasuke apologized, saying he spoke without thinking. He then closed his eyes, deciding that was sufficient. In truth, he expressed that anger because he knew the sect leader would oppose him. However, this way the other elders would not be able to use the same argument. Judging by how the leader responded, he was sure the leader understood his intentions. Then the leader stood up and approached Chang Mayang, calling out to him. When asked what it was, the leader patted his head, saying he had acted well. However, it seemed our boy was not too pleased with this. Angry at being treated like a child, he nonetheless thanked the leader. Shortly afterward, Hyeonjong entered the meeting room and announced that the Yona company was there to propose a deal with Manhwa. Despite wanting to reward Chang Mayang, the boy insisted on helping the sect instead. The elders were all thrilled. Wang then stated that he was there to seek permission to begin investing in Manhwa. Hyeonjong was a bit confused and asked if he truly wanted to invest here. The representative from Yona company then clarified that investment might not be the right word. What he intended was more of a sponsorship. This was because an investment required a return in the future, while a sponsorship did not. Even the leader asked if he was certain about this, as he had already been more than generous to the Manhwa sect. However, Wang responds that if all he wanted was to praise this place, he wouldn't have brought the entire company. That's why he plans to bet everything he has on Manhwa's future. He brought all the administrators, which is why he requested this meeting. He wants to discuss proposals on how Manhwa should move forward from now on. The leader, at a loss for words, expresses his deep gratitude. He praises Chang Mayang, stating that through his good deeds, he has brought even more fortune to Manhwa. Truly, he was an example for everyone present. He then asked to speak privately with the two other elders, asking everyone else to leave. Outside, Sang pats Chang Mayang on the back, saying he did a great job. The boy, feeling a bit embarrassed, insists he didn't do anything special, but Sang counters, saying he is too modest. Sang then walks away, remarking that Chang Mayang not only saved a person but someone who would bring blessings to Manhwa. However, someone else calls out to him. Turning around is the great master Sasuke, who acknowledges that while Chang Mayang's actions were for a good cause, he couldn't deny that he failed to follow the rules. The boy apologizes, admitting that he acted without thinking. Nonetheless, the master continues to scold him, saying he is disobeying the leader's orders and should not think for a moment that he can always find an excuse for everything. The boy becomes frustrated, thinking that this old man always scolds him. But then he notices something odd. The master is smiling happily. Sasuke walks away, saying that if Chang Mayang understands, he can go. Chang Mayang looks back, realizing that the old man was scolding him but couldn't stop smiling. He watches as Sasuke and Sang walk away, chatting about how the sect has been very fortunate lately. Fortunate? Nonsense, thinks Chang Mayang. It's all thanks to my hard work. He knows it will take a long time to restore the place's former glory. Remembering Chianma, he mutters that he's finally feeling the weight of age, 2 lifetimes worth to be exact. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Wam informs everyone that from now on, he will manage all business in the city of Huayan. This way, Manhwa will never have to worry about money again. However, he has 2 conditions. The first is that any profit must be reinvested into the sect's growth. The leader agrees, as Manhwa sees no benefit in accumulating wealth. Huang then states that Chang Mayang should receive privileges beyond those of third-year disciples. The leader is a bit puzzled, as the term privileges is vague, especially since the boy already enjoys privileges far beyond any other third-year student. So, what more did Huang want to ensure for him? At that moment, Sang suggests allowing the boy to learn the techniques from the newly discovered tomes, such as the cherry blossom techniques. The leader is about to agree, but the finance officer objects. Everyone falls silent, and the leader asks why Huang opposes it. Wang replies that merely giving him a few techniques feels more like a punishment than a reward. The group reluctantly agrees, knowing Chang Mayang would not be pleased with such a reward. Hyeonjong then slams the table, stating that they must give the boy a truly satisfying reward that reflects their happiness with his accomplishments. The leader remains silent, curious about why Hyeonjong suddenly seems so determined to reward the boy. The finance officer continues, shouting that Chang Mayang deserves much more. It is thanks to this child that the sect finally has money and the legendary support of Master Kwang. The leader then appears to understand what's going on. Hyeonjong has always been the head of Manhwa's finances. As someone responsible for the sect's money, things were never easy. In a crowded room, everyone ran around, shouting that debts were piling up with no way to pay. Looking to the heavens, he had once told everyone they were broke and wouldn't be able to pay anyone anymore. Managing finances for a declining sect was no easy task for anyone. Now he understands that this reaction is not surprising. After years of barely surviving, he can finally breathe easier with a bit of money coming in. This change in his attitude toward Chang Mayang is therefore clear. He keeps insisting that the reward must be great, as this boy can bring even more wealth to the sect's coffers. The leader interjects, saying that the boy is more than just someone to fill the sect's coffers. but the finance officer insists, saying they cannot mistreat their golden goose. He keeps talking and talking, his face turning red, until someone finally grabs him and tells him to wait a moment. As he is escorted out, still shouting that Chong Mayong deserves a reward, the door closes. The remaining members in the room agree that his reaction is understandable, given how tough his job has been. Yet one of them remarks that regardless, what he said was true. Chong Mayong should be rewarded to show the rest of the sect that good deeds do not go unnoticed. The leader asks what he suggests, to which Huang responds that since Chong Mayong enjoys going out so much, he could be the one to communicate with the Yun, a group. The leader remarks that simply making him an errand boy between them and the Huang group doesn't seem like much of a reward. However, Huang insists, saying he is certain Chong Mayong would be extremely pampered whenever he visits the company, and he does like going out. They then discuss another potential reward, such as a technique. Just as they are deliberating, the finance officer interjects again, insisting they give him money so he can bring in even more money, but he is quickly escorted out as well. The leader is left wondering when his friend became so obsessed. Later, on top of a mountain, Chong Mayong observes the sect and remarks to Master Huang that his performance was impressive. Huang replies that while it was true, they are now in the same boat. However, Chong Mayong humbly states that he was simply in the right place at the right time and does not consider himself worthy of being in the same boat as someone with such accomplishments. Huang responds that he has no intention of being in the same boat as Manhwa and clarifies that he would have had no interest in this place if it weren't for the young master being present. Chong Mayong laughs, claiming he is being overestimated, but Huang replies that as a lifelong merchant, he prides himself on his ability to judge people's character. Without this skill, he would have fallen into obscurity long ago, and the same sharp eye tells him that this new partnership will change the course of history for both sides. Chong Mayong scratches his face and agrees, but adds that he dislikes phrases like, "we're in the same boat," because he doesn't need security. In his life, people who showed loyalty through words often ended up betraying him, leaving him no time for such conversations. He recalls how, during their march against the demonic cult, many people cheered for them, but none of those people were there when Manhwa needed help. Huang replies that he, too, isn't fond of such words. When he uses the term boat as a merchant, it merely means that both parties want to reach the same destination. As long as their goals are aligned, there's no reason to change course since two people rowing together move faster than one. Chong Mayong acknowledges that this partnership is mutually beneficial, but notes that the conversation only reinforces Huang's belief that the boy thinks similarly to him. In Chong Mayong's mind, there is no doubt that Manhwa will one day regain its former glory, and such confidence alone is commendable. Huang pledges that the trading company will support Manhwa to the fullest and asks if Chong Mayong understands what that means. The boy replies that it means they will turn their backs on the Southern Edge sect. However, they didn't ask for it, so Huang should not be presumptuous in thinking they are considering it. Huang laughs, saying he expects nothing in return and is merely showing the magnitude of his intent. Chong Mayong laughs as well, stating that if that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. However, beneath the surface, both are wary of each other. Huang thinking that the boy is too clever for his age, while Chong Mayong knows that a merchant like Huang never acts without a reason. A moment later, Huang calls him over again, saying that he possesses exceptional talent and has never met anyone his age with such potential. Young Mayong thinks to himself that of course, since he is living his second life. Huang then advises him to hide some of his talent from now on. The world is a frightening place, filled with demons and monsters roaming freely. Greed drives men to kill over a few coins, and being exceptional in such a world would attract those with ill intentions. Chong Mayong laughs, saying he is once again being overestimated as he is just a silly little child. Huang laughs and says that if that's the case, he will take his leave. As he turns away, Chong Mayong asks him to wait and mentions that he would like help with a certain matter if it isn't too much trouble. Shortly afterward, Huang departs. Before leaving, he glances back, recognizing that the boy truly is a prodigy. He couldn't read his intentions because the boy was adept at hiding his thoughts. He was certain that even a youthful aura Chong Mayong projected was a facade. Manhwa had become the home of a dragon. Huang was the first to discover this, and if he played his cards right, he could transform the Yun, a trading company, into the greatest in the realm. His son appears, asking if his father had a good conversation. Huang confirms and calls for Zhonghui, informing him that the plans have changed once again. He prays for Chong Mayong, knowing they have much to do. Walking away, he calls for his son, saying it is time to start moving the pieces. With that, the old man boards the carriage and departs. Our boy remarks that Huang is truly a sly old fox. Clearly, he operates on a completely different level compared to the current elders of Manhwa, but it makes sense. He survived in the cutthroat world of merchants, which in many ways is more ruthless than the world of martial arts practitioners. Still, for now, he had managed to overcome Manhwa's greatest obstacle, poverty. Unfortunately, there was no time to rest and celebrate. While the Southern Edge sect might be neglecting its core principles, Manhwa had to rediscover and relearn all of its foundations. Finally, it was time to focus on the martial arts of the sect. The impact of the Wenha group on Manhwa's enterprises was tremendous. Very quickly, all of Manhwa's businesses in Hunan were stabilized. In a matter of days, the once empty streets became lively and bustling again. This newfound stability was evident even in the expression of the finance officer. Manhwa hadn't experienced such peace and stability in decades. It was as if the past was finally behind them and they were now building a new chapter of history. However, things weren't going well for everyone. Qiang Maiyang announced that it was time for one last repetition. The poor disciples were sweating as they pushed through their push-ups. Our boy urged them for just one more while they protested, saying they had already been doing the last one for ages. He scolded them, saying it was their fault for always slacking off on the final round. Suddenly, he began to wobble. The rock he was sitting on was being held up by a struggling disciple who couldn't take it anymore, or almost couldn't, as the determined youth pushed through. Qiang Maiyang demanded one more repetition. Zhang, watching, smiled. Our boy informed everyone that their physical training would resume at dawn the next day. When all this began, Zhang had his doubts about whether this kind of training would truly help with martial arts. Mount Hu's sword style emphasized speed, numerous openings, and variations. That's why he believed that strength-focused training would contradict the sect's style. But the opposite proved true. The stronger their bodies became, the faster and more precise their strikes were. The improvements were clear and everyone grew to enjoy training more and more. At first, they would count down the minutes until the training ended, but now some even stayed for extra time. They had changed a great deal, except for one thing. Boy, the disciples were ripped now. They proudly declared that this was the result of hard work. Zhang began to feel like this place was becoming a bodybuilding sect. Was it Mount Hua or Mount Muscle? He told the disciples to stop training for a bit. It was time for breakfast. Then he asked Zhou Jiel if he had seen Qiang Maiyang, who hadn't shown up for training that day. Zhou Jiel explained that lately, Qiang Maiyang had been skipping morning training. Zhang noted that since they began training of their own free will, Qiang Maiyang had also been absent. He was certain that Qiang Maiyang wasn't sleeping in since he would vanish before anyone else in the morning. Zhou Jiel suggested that perhaps he was in Hudian since the Yunhe company might need him. Even when not present, Qiang Maiyang still seemed to be the busiest person in this sect. Zhou Jiel then mentioned that he had been wanting to ask something for a while. He knew they had grown much stronger recently, but he had no idea how far they had truly come. Zhang replied that strength is relative, they would need some kind of measure to compare themselves against. But since everyone was growing stronger together, it was hard to know how they compared to others. Zhang believed they were twice as strong, but Zhou Jiel asked, only twice. Zhang admitted that even that was difficult to say, it was just a guess. He said he could defeat 3 versions of himself from a few months ago on his own now. But Zhou Jiel reminded him that the competition was coming. They needed to become even stronger, much stronger than they were at that moment. Zhang smiled, agreeing, and said that when Qiang Maiyang showed up, he would ask for an even tougher training regimen. The scene then shifts to Qiang Maiyang opening his eyes. At dawn, he went into the forest, muttering that this was his personal training but complaining about always having to hide in the mountains. Unfortunately, it was necessary since he had to repeat the techniques thousands of times for his body to memorize the movements. It was tedious and relentless, but it was the only way. At that moment, his sword was beginning to remember the movements of his former body. In some ways, he could imitate what he used to do, but executing the techniques perfectly was impossible. This showed that he needed constant training to truly become one with the sword. The problem was that he couldn't let the sect members know what he knew. The place would become chaotic, and sometimes ignorance was bliss. That's why every morning he climbed to the peak of the mountain. This time, however, he found someone else training at the summit. Hair blowing in the wind, blades slashing through the air. Was this the first woman to appear in the story? Wait, hold on a second. I guess it really is the first woman in this story. When the work is good, it doesn't need such things, right? Our boy is curious, watching intently. He thinks that her beauty under the moonlight is something poetic. Her movements are graceful, powerful, and elegant. Her sword strikes are delicate yet unyielding. To him, it resembles the old Mount Hua style, but he has no idea how she knows it. The techniques he thought were lost forever are being executed right in front of him. What impresses him the most isn't the technique itself, but the intention behind the sword. Suddenly, she stops and leaps in his direction. The blade is already at his neck as she asks who is there. For a moment, she pauses. Our boy is frustrated with himself for getting so lost in thought that he let her notice his presence. The girl, having never seen him before, demands to know who he is. He simply stares, thinking he should be asking her the same question. Who is this girl? But he notices the emblem on her robe, indicating she belongs to Mount Hua. Besides that, she is incredibly beautiful, and it becomes clear this is Qiang Maiyang's weakness. In his past life, he traveled to many places but rarely encountered a woman as lovely as her. If he were truly a young man, her appearance would have left him dumbstruck. The sword inches closer, and she demands an answer. What now? Is she actually cutting his neck? He points out that they are wearing the same uniform. She lowers her arms slightly and he gestures at the symbol on his chest. She then remarks that she doesn't recognize his face and asks if he is a third-class disciple. He confirms and she questions why he is there, as third-class disciples are forbidden from leaving the sect. He calmly replies that he received permission from the leader. She asks if that is true and confirms it again. She accuses him of lying, but Qiang Maiyang tells her she can ask the leader herself since it makes no sense to lie in his name. She withdraws her sword, saying that if it's true, it must be a pinch. She finally sheathes her sword and states that it's prohibited to spy on someone training privately. Chang Mayong counters that he has been using this spot to train every day, so why is she an intruder? She dismisses his words, saying he should have left the moment he saw her. He replies that he stayed out of curiosity, needing to keep an eye on suspicious people near the sect. She remains silent, staring at him. Meanwhile, our boy can't make sense of it. From her lips, he can tell she's angry. Seeing her turn away, he's sure she's bad at arguing. She appears to be someone skilled with a sword, but terrible with words, likely because her appearance deters most people from arguing with her. She then asks his name, and he responds. When he says he's Chang Mayong, she questions whether he was given that name by the sect, to which he replies it's the name he was born with. She remarks that usually newer disciples receive the prefix Zhang before their main name and wonders if he was really born with such a grand name. He confirms and she nods, saying it makes sense. At that moment, he realizes she's a bit slow on the uptake. She closes her eyes briefly, then introduces herself as Isol Yu, a second-grade disciple. This makes her his senior. Chang Mayong seems to recognize that she belongs to the back line of disciples. She mentions that each generation receives names among Chang, Mayong, Haiyang-un, and Beck, but they skipped one generation or something like that. Family trees are confusing enough in his own family. Imagining theirs is even harder. She asks if that's all and questions his manners. Naturally, he dislikes her constant scolding, but he blames his childish face. He apologizes and respectfully greets his senior while internally wishing she would leave so he can continue his morning training. She then states she will confirm with the sect leader if what he says is true. If she discovers he's lying, there will be severe consequences. With that, she departs, glancing back and calling him a strange child. He is left bewildered, wondering why he's being scolded for no reason. But now he knows it's better to find a new place to train. Back at the sect, everyone is eating, and the mood is low. Our boy has no idea what's going on. He hasn't seen them this downcast since they began training. He turns to Zhang and asks what's happening. Zhang explains that the seniors are returning today. Chang Mayong immediately wants to know why that's a problem. Zhang warns him not to refer to them as bayahos, buffoons, unless he wants a big problem. The boy asks if it's a problem for him or for the seniors. Zhang admits he isn't entirely sure. In any case, they have been training in isolation and were now returning to the sect. Our boy asks if they treat the other disciples poorly, since everyone seems so down about it. Zhang replies that they don't go around hitting people for no reason like someone he knows. Immediately, Chang Mayong wants to know who that person is, and Zhang tells him to drop it. Jiul then mentions that it's because of the Huazhang competition. Feeding ignorance, Chang Mayong asks if it's a singing competition. Jiul explains that no, it's the martial competition between Mount Hua and the Southern Edge sect. Every 2 years, a martial arts competition is held to compare the strength of each sect. Zhang says that it started as a friendly social gathering but has changed over time. Nowadays, it can hardly be called a competition anymore, as the Mount Hua disciples always lose badly. One of them still has back pain from the fight 2 years ago. The disciples are murmuring, afraid of another fight and unsure if they'll survive this time. Chang Mayong simply asks if they really get beaten that badly every time. Zhang confirms, explaining that this is why the seniors went into isolated training. Now they've returned since the competition is approaching. At this, Chang Mayong grins, asking if there's a chance to fight against the Southern Edge sect. He doesn't remember such a competition existing during his time at Mount Hua. So why did it start as soon as they weakened? Clearly, it's a way for the Southern Edge sect to humiliate Mount Hua. Even if they aren't back at the top of the world, he won't sit by and watch his disciples get beaten. He asks if they'll have a chance now that the seniors are back from training, and Zhang says it's hard to say. The fact that they need such intense preparation for what should be a friendly competition is already a bad sign. Even if their training has been successful, everyone is still doubtful about defeating the Southern Edge sect. Suddenly, Chang Mayong turns around and declares that they at least need to win. He then asks everyone if they're prepared to do whatever it takes to beat those guys. They might get poisoned and have their arms cut off, but they must be ready to sacrifice everything to bring glory to Mount Hua. If they trust him, he guarantees they will win this competition. The scene shifts to the sect leader's house, where he receives word that the disciples are returning from training. Anim asks why the competition, which was supposed to be in 6 months, was suddenly moved up. The leader explains that the Southern Edge sect sent a message saying they needed it to be earlier this time. Confused, Anim says they still need more time and suggests finding a way to delay the competition. However, the leader replies that it's unfortunately not possible. Anim tells the leader that Mount Hua is currently on the rise. Things are going well. They no longer need to worry about finances and have found a new path forward. But they can't forget that at the end of the day, they are a martial sect. Although they discovered new techniques, there hasn't been enough time for everyone to learn them. Even if they've mastered the basics, it's still not enough to go head-to-head with the Southern Edge sect. The problem is that losing again in a humiliating fashion to the Southern sect will crush what little hope the new disciples have. It might even cause some to give up on the sect or the martial path altogether. The leader responds that he is also worried about this outcome. But he doesn't believe that avoiding the competition will inspire more hope. It might even be worse, as it would make the disciples think the leader has lost faith in their abilities. He believes that this year they have a small chance of winning, even if the gap between them and the Southern Edge sect is still significant. A fair defeat in battle is nothing to be ashamed of. It should serve as motivation to train harder. But running away entirely to avoid defeat is something no martial artist should ever do. They cannot betray the sect out of fear of the competition's consequences. Anjun apologizes, saying he spoke without thinking. The leader says it's fine and instructs him to make sure the disciples are well fed, as they must be exhausted from training. He then thanks him and says he will warmly welcome their return. With that, the door closes, leaving the leader standing quietly. He goes to the window and gazes up at the sky. To him, it feels like a thorn is lodged in his heart. Every breath he takes hurts. The poison will continue to spread until his heart stops beating. The competition with the Southern Edge sect is truly approaching. Later, someone asks if he's sure they'll win against Jongin. Jong and Jiul comment that they're getting much stronger, but they're still unsure. Chang Mayong confidently states that yes, they're getting stronger. He opens his hand and says, about this much. Everyone falls silent. He laughs and says he's joking. They've improved more than that. He shows a slightly larger gap with his hands to indicate their progress. Jiul shouts, asking how different that is. Chang Mayong thumps his chest, saying train like a beast and can feel even his bones growing stronger. Chang Mayong reminds them it's only been a few months. Corn can triple in size, but it wouldn't make sense to compare its size to a tree. Looking at them, our boy knows they have been evolving in a way he has never seen before. However, they still had a long way to go to compare to the former third-class disciples. If the Southern Edge sect is still as strong as they were in the past, right now there is no one in Manhwa who can win that fight. Perhaps Jiul was one of the few exceptions. He had a small chance of victory if he faced the right opponent. It was the same for Yeonjong, but he would need even more luck than his friend. These two were the strongest in this group, and the rest of their friends didn't stand a chance. Jiul then asks how they will defeat those guys. Our boy says it's simple, just get stronger. Jong, however, wants to know how they will become strong enough to defeat the Southern sect if they barely have any time. Our boy explains that's why he asked earlier. Is he prepared to die to win? Everyone realizes that he's about to change their training regime. They are gathered in the middle of the night in the arena, wondering why they're there. Someone asks if everyone has shown up. Of course it's him, the troublemaker. Jong confirms that everyone is there as requested. As people begin to ask about the training, he strikes the ground with his sword. Extending the blade forward, everyone is shocked to see he's using a real sword. Our boy then asks if they want to know what the training will be this time. It wasn't anything special, nor would much change. Basically, each of them just needed to die once. The group is confused, wondering if he means literally die. Our boy casually moves the blade aside and says he'd rather die than lose to the Southern Edge sect. But he believes in the potential of the seniors, so they will surely win. Jong says that if the training method guarantees victory, he will do whatever it takes. But he wants to understand this dying business. Our boy says it's a good question and asks him to step forward. Jiul is unsure if he means him. He looks around and everyone has already turned away. Left alone by his friends, he steps forward, saying he'll go first. As soon as he stands before him, our boy asks if he wants to become stronger, to which he replies affirmatively. Our boy then explains that it might sound strange, but they are already strong enough. What he means is that the training they've been doing wasn't useless. Jiul acknowledges that, but doesn't understand why they supposedly have no chance against the Southern sect. Our boy confirms they don't have a chance, and Jiul wants to know if they're strong or weak. Our boy remembers Yuzong Bake and knows that if that man is a disciple of the Southern sect, clearly their strength hasn't changed much compared to the past. The two before him are the ones with the best chance of winning, but the rest of the disciples would need a lot of luck to win a fight, or perhaps even with luck, they would still lose. He then explains that they don't lose to the Southern sect because they're weak. It's because despite having strong bodies, they're still using the same old movements. Jiul, confused, asks what they're doing wrong. Our boy asks what he thinks about when training in the way of the sword. In Manhwa, there is only one answer to that question: to master the body through the sword and achieve enlightenment. For a martial artist of this sect, the sword is simply a means to attain enlightenment. However, Jiul knows that's not the answer Chang Mayong wants. He then asks if they train to defeat opponents. Our boy says that's the kind of answer one would expect from a member of a dark sect, not from the virtuous Manhwa. Still, he's not entirely wrong since they do train to win. If that's the case, then what do they need to do to win a sword fight? Jiul answers that they need to become stronger, and our boy agrees. If he's stronger, he'll defeat the opponent, but they need to look at it from a slightly different perspective. He tosses a wooden sword to Jiul and says that from now on, they'll start a little training exercise. Jiul is to give his all, while Chang Mayong will only make a single downward strike. Jiul, confused, asks if he really only intends to make one move. Our boy confirms, and Jiul remains puzzled. He knows he can't beat him, but with the limitation of a single move, perhaps he has a chance. He prepares, though he's not very confident. Before beginning, he asks if Chang Mayong will be using a real sword, and our boy confirms. He asks if he won't get cut, and our boy assures him he won't. Jil, still apprehensive, says he doesn't want to get sliced in half, and our boy asks why he's even questioning it. Now more confused, Jil wants to understand the purpose of this training. He's certain Chang Mayong knows what he's doing. He asks if he can attack, and our boy, impressed, comments that for someone who's scared, Jil sounds confident. Jil replies that it's thanks to him that he's been training as if his life depended on it. Our boy notices his trembling arm. With a laugh, he tells him to come at him. At that moment, Jil leaps forward and tells him to prepare himself. He recalls everything he's been through and warns that it's nothing personal. He uses the falling fatal slash, but Chang Mayong dodges. Confused, wondering why this guy seems to hate him so much, Jil prepares himself, pivots, and executes a 7-step strike. Once again, he uses a pedal technique, and once again, Chang Mayong evades. He was impressed by how quickly Jil was closing the distance. In terms of raw talent, he was comparable to Lysong Bake, so he had every right to feel confident. But Chang Mayong evades once more while Jil observes. Our friend asks why it seems like Jil is gaining the upper hand. It appeared he was doing better than expected. However, John points out that this is only true if you look for an instant. Despite his aggressive attacks, he hasn't managed to make Chang Mayong alter his path even once. What's worse is that Chang Mayong wasn't using any incredible evasive maneuvers. Every attack was being avoided with a simple sidestep. In some ways, the fight looked choreographed, with each attack barely missing by centimeters. It was as if Chang Mayong understood Jil's movements completely. This made him realize the gap between them and the boy. Unfortunately, with his training, he couldn't accurately gauge Chang Mayong's true strength. Jil swings again, and Chang Mayong dodges once more. Jil mutters to himself that it's always just a single centimeter. Every time he attacks, he misses by a tiny margin. The strange thing is, Chang Mayong seems to begin dodging even before the sword gets close, demonstrating his certainty in Jil's movements. It's frustrating given how hard he is trained and how strong he thought he'd become. But now he wonders if this is the limit of his progress. Looking at Chang Mayong, he declares it won't end like this. Yunjong looks shocked, while Jil shouts that it's not over yet. His sword becomes enveloped in an aura. The other disciples are astonished since no one knew he could use aura techniques. At that moment, he charges at Chang Mayong again. He swings, but once again, Chang Mayong dodges. Dust rises from the ground, and the wall is damaged while the floor is cracked. Meanwhile, Chang Mayong remains perfectly still, standing off to the side. Jil is exhausted, and Chang Mayong starts moving his blade. As Jil looks up, he sees Chang Mayong preparing to strike, announcing that this is the end before swinging his blade down. The blade stops just 1 centimeter from Jil's forehead, with smoke swirling around. The room falls silent, and Jil collapses to the ground, trembling. He can't even speak. Chang Mayong asks how it felt to experience death. Jil, still dazed, mutters that he's a cursed trickster. Chang Mayong simply smiles and tells him to rest a bit. He turns to the crowd and calls for the next person. Yunjong asks if he means him, and Jil confirms that he's definitely the next target. From a distance, Chang Mayong tells everyone to think carefully. Did they really think he would let them off that easily? If no one steps forward, he'll come after all of them. He leaps forward, announcing that training is about to begin. The night passes with screams echoing. Everyone is sprawled on the ground, exhausted, and Chang Mayong asks Jil why he couldn't block the attack. He had warned that it would be a downward slash, so why didn't he block it? Fuming, Jil explains that it's obvious. Chang Mayong was too fast. Even if he knew it was coming, he couldn't predict when. Chang Mayong acknowledges that he's right, so why do they overthink it? The poor boy is still confused. Chang Mayong extends the blade and makes a simple slash to the side. He explains that, as they can see, it's straightforward. Jil asks if it's really the same attack that was used against him. Chang Mayong confirms it is, but Jil insists it's impossible. It seemed much faster before, so surely he was holding back now. But Chang Mayong explains that a sword aimed at someone's head is different, regardless of speed. That's why the downward slash he used was the same as one performed by someone with their level of strength. All he needed to do was plant his feet firmly to prevent any energy loss, transfer the movement to his fingertips and combine it with his inner force, then simply execute a sideways slash. That was the move he used. Jil quickly realized it wasn't about speed or a complex technique. He had truly performed a simple downward slash, but without any wasted movement. From the sidelines, Yunjong speaks up, saying he understands now. Instead of trying to learn complex techniques they could master, they should, in the limited time they have, learn to use the bodies they've been training. Chang Mayong agrees and adds that they must also embrace the mindset that every strike must be lethal. A swordsman's strike should carry the conviction that a second strike isn't needed. Every attack should be executed with the intent that a single blow is enough to end the opponent. Yunjong quickly grasps that this was the essence of Chang Mayong's demonstration throughout the fight. Seeing it in action was much more obvious than just explaining it. The difference between words about a deadly strike and experiencing a true deadly strike falling upon you was immeasurable. The disciples of the sect would have had no chance of understanding this concept if not for the attack he used. However, Yunjong then points out that he seems to have forgotten that they are disciples of Mount Hua. As people from this place, they should strive to defeat their opponents using Mount Hua's techniques. Our boy then asks what the first strike in the 6 elements technique is. Yunzhong replies that it's a downward slash. Our boy then asks if what he did wasn't based on the 6 elements technique of Mount Hua, a technique that forms the foundation for all other fundamentals here. Every move of Mount Hua must start with the 6 elements technique. And yet, he sees a bunch of novices who don't even know the first strike of the most basic technique, trying to use the falling petal technique. He warns them that they need to understand once and for all, if they don't master the 6 elements, there's no point in learning anything else from this sect. A castle without a solid foundation will be destroyed by the slightest breeze. That's why they must perfect the basics before moving on to other techniques. Someone stands up and says they understand the importance of the 6 elements, but they aren't like him, capable of generating such power with just a basic technique. Even if it's shameful to admit, all that matters to him right now is having the strength to humiliate the Southern sect. So all he wants to know is, if they follow this teaching, will they avoid being humiliated by the Southern sect? Jojiel stares and our boy says nothing. He grabs him by the collar and demands he repeat that nonsense. They need to forget about being humiliated by the Southern sect, because anyone happens to doesn't even deserve to live anymore. How can a disciple of the legendary Mount Hua even think such a ridiculous thing for a second? He says once again that he will guarantee victory. There is no such thing as a good defeat in battle. In battle, you have to win, whether by biting or throwing sand in someone's face. It doesn't matter what you do as long as you win. He tosses Jojiel aside and asks if they think that's cowardice. If so, they should ask the corpses on the battlefield what's left of their honor. They need to win at any cost, which is why they will train to crack open every opponent's head. He orders everyone to pick up their swords. They're starting with 10,000 downward slashes. The disciples groan and ask if they really have to endure more. We then see a flashback of Chang Maiyang's past life. An elder says that if that boy doesn't pass down what he knows, they will lose many talents in the future. His swordsmanship is too valuable to be forgotten. A Jaeman replies that he understands but cannot let someone suffer so much under Chang Maiyang. Basically, becoming his apprentice is the harshest punishment anyone can receive in this sect. The elder still believes that hitting someone to teach them works for everyone. Our boy speaks up, saying he's been listening behind them the whole time. The elders ask how long he's been there. Back in the present, he says that old man was always rude to him. Clearly, there's nothing wrong with the way he teaches, since all the disciples are training well. It's like teaching a baby to walk, except these brats don't even know what walking is. Apparently, he'll have to do everything himself here. But this time, he wants to create a glory that lasts much longer than what he built before. A legacy that will be unbreakable even after he's gone. Because the glory of a single person is like a petal that eventually wilts. His plan this time is to be like a tree whose roots endure and thrive in a region. But all of that is easier said than done. Looking around, he hopes that strange girl doesn't show up again. It's 1 in the morning, so surely she won't come to train at this hour. He throws his sword to one side, plants his foot, and gets ready. He doesn't have a second to waste. He's no longer just trying to reach who he was in his past life. He knows that wasn't enough. He failed to defeat Chiyama. If Chiyama hadn't been exhausted by the Alliance's combined attacks, he would never have had a chance to take him down. Back then, he truly believed he was the strongest swordsman in the world. But in the end, he was just a failure when facing Chiyama. He wonders what would happen if he could defeat him alone. Maybe then no one would have died. The sect leader, the brothers of Mount Hua, they would have all returned and lived in peace. None of this would have happened if he had been stronger that day. Chiyama's attack comes down as he resolves that he must ensure such a person doesn't return. Perhaps someone even worse will appear in this life. So to protect Mount Hua and face any future threat, he must become much stronger than before. Chiyama extends his hand and unleashes another attack. Meanwhile, Chang Maiyang says that he must become incomprehensible to his past self, strong enough so that even Chiyama would stand no chance. With that, the illusion fades from the sky. As he remembers, it was the martial arts of this man that shattered everything he believed to be right in the world. But it also showed him that he needed to somehow surpass the limits he once knew. What he didn't realize, however, was that someone was watching him from behind a tree. It was Aizel Yu observing the petals. Our boy is staring at his sword, determined to surpass any limits he once considered the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He needed a way to break through every previous boundary. He closes his eyes but knows that he is still far from reaching that goal. What he needs isn't to create a new style, but to become the pioneer of something entirely different. He opens his eyes, muttering that it won't be easy. And there she is, staring right at him. She's crouched down, almost playfully greeting him. He jumps back in shock, demanding to know what this crazy woman is doing here. He has no idea how she managed to get so close without him noticing. Even while deeply focused, he should have sensed someone nearby. That's when he begins to realize that even standing right in front of him, it's as if she's barely there. It makes him wonder who she is and what kind of stealth technique she's using. But before he can figure out how to explain himself, since he doesn't know what she saw, she simply says petals. He immediately knows she saw everything. His plan is to act normal, as if nothing strange happened. He picks up his sword and she instinctively raises hers. She asks if he plans to kill her to keep her quiet. He tells her to stop being so dramatic. He's not going to do that. Realizing he implied he could easily kill her, they both fall silent. He quickly realizes he's being far too casual, and now he's in a bind. He sheaths his sword, wishes her good night, and starts laughing awkwardly. But she calls out for him to wait. Instead, he bolts, running desperately. She remains there, remarking quietly that the petals were beautiful. Meanwhile, our boy runs frantically, muttering that she's terrifying him. She was the only one who saw it, so everyone else would doubt her if she spoke up. It seems that now that the back lineage disciples have returned, he'll have to be much more careful. He stops and suddenly remembers there's something he needs to do before they come back. He changes direction, determined to take care of it before returning to Manhwa. A city of ruin is bustling. At one table, a cheeky man is eating and drinking. Ever since the cave liquor ran out, he's been coming here every day. Since the sect leader gave him this privilege, he intends to enjoy it to the fullest. What's the point of following all the sect's virtuous rules if he can't even enjoy life a little? To him, that's the problem with the devout ones. He remembers Jaemin, who would definitely scold him for this. But he asks him to relax. He's already past 100 years old. The only issue is that the liquor here isn't the same as it once was. It was much better when he used to sneak out of the sect back then. It's strange because he's always wanted to drink without anyone sitting across from him. His brothers would be rolling on the floor laughing if they saw him being so sentimental. Even though everyone revered them as masters, at the end of the day, they were just a bunch of old fools. But he's sure they don't have anything as tasty as this wherever they are. With that, he takes another sip and slams the table, saying he feels better. To him, enlightenment makes no sense. He already lives in paradise and prefers being here over anywhere else in the world. So he apologizes to his brothers, saying he won't be joining them just yet. He hopes at least they are happy wherever they are. Just then, others approach the bar. They open the door, enter, and sit near Chong Mayan. They're talking about finally being able to eat good food. Our boy notices that they seem to be in their 20s or 30s and have a cherry blossom emblem on their chests. They are probably back lineage disciples. He'd be in trouble if he was seen here, so he decides to finish up and leave quickly. One of them asks where Sister Isel Yu is, and another replies that she's already gone to Mount Hua. Another mentions that it's fine for her to arrive first since everyone knows she's always in a rush. They call over the restaurant owner and order a dish for each of them. Our boy observes that these second lineage disciples are bold enough to drink in the middle of Huang. It's no wonder the sect was failing. In his past life, if he saw something like this, these guys would be locked up on the mountain for a week. The one in the middle seems to be oldest. He pours a drink and praises everyone for their hard work. One of them compliments him, saying no one worked as hard as he did. He smiles and thanks them for their kind words. Strangely, Chong Mayan can't help but think the guy is very handsome. Basically, he had the perfect description of a legendary protagonist. The man tells everyone that they all worked as hard as they could and that they should enjoy their food today. It's on him. Our boy is just eating, grumbling that these idiots are bringing shame to the sect. Then they hear one of them ask how much their skills have improved. Since they trained so hard, maybe this time they could defeat the Southern Edge sect. But the man taps his glass on the table and admits he isn't sure. The Southern Edge sect is strong enough to be one of the top 10 sects in the world. Even though Mount Hua was also one of the top 10 in the past, the distance between them now is vast. But that's just reputation and skill don't always align. Even though they lost to the Southern Edge sect last time, he believes they aren't as far behind in skill this time. He shows his hands, explaining that this time they gave it their all, even at the cost of sleep. They endured the hardship of isolated training and gave it everything they had. Such hard work won't disappoint them. One of them then asks if they at least have a fair chance against the Southern sect. The man raises his cup and says that's not the goal. Nothing is eternal, so as long as they continue to dedicate themselves, Mount Hua will eventually become the greatest sect once more. But suddenly, our boy starts laughing. Everyone goes silent and he awkwardly turns away. The man stares at him and he tries to play it off, joking that a pesky fly keeps buzzing around his ear. But seeing the way the other man is looking at him, he knows the act isn't working. The man sets down his glass and calls for his junior brother. He stands up and says he doesn't believe they've met as he's never seen him around Hyang. Even at the risk of being rude, he wants to know the boy's clan and name. Our boy is trembling because he really doesn't want to answer. No one speaks as the man in the bandana insists on knowing who this child is. He sensed something strange the moment they entered the tavern, and now he understands why. All because of him, a boy who doesn't look older than 15 is sitting here, drinking liquor and eating all this expensive food. He doesn't know of any merchant's son in Huaying who could flaunt wealth like that, especially not someone this young. Our boy replies that he's just a traveler passing through, so everyone should simply enjoy the meal today. The man with the bandana concedes it's possible. But then he grabs a stool, moves toward him, and says that since fate brought them together, they should introduce themselves. He places the stool beside him and sits down right in front. He introduces himself as Bakshin, a second-year disciple of Mount Hua. Our boy wonders why this guy is suddenly trying to get close to him, knowing he can't even hit him. He responds by saying that his name is so insignificant that it isn't worth knowing. Bakshin, however, points out that it's rude not to turn one's face during a conversation. Xiang Mayan is tempted to tell him to become a civil official since he seems to enjoy politeness so much. He then stands up and apologizes, saying he has something urgent to take care of. With that, he begins to leave, but not before Bakshin the Jr. comments that he hoped they could have a proper conversation. Our boy says his parents taught him never to talk to strange men in taverns. Bakshin turns to grab him, saying he won't let him escape, but our boy sidesteps and is already gone. Bakshin stands there, bewildered, not understanding what just happened. The boy had dodged his move without even looking. The others ask why he let the kid escape so easily. Embarrassed, he claims that it wouldn't have been virtuous to press a child like that. Yes, that's why he let him go. It must have been a stroke of luck. In the mountains, our boy mutters that these disciples are going to be a problem. For now, since his skills aren't too far apart from the rest of the sect, things are manageable. He's finished all the liquor, but he wants just a bit more. The problem now is having an entire lineage of superiors he's supposed to obey in theory. He probably should have kept quiet instead of laughing at what they said. But it was ridiculous for them to think they could defeat the Southern Edge sect. They talk a lot, they don't even seem as strong as Jojiel. He mimics the guy's little hand technique, calling it absurd that he thought he could capture him with such a laughable move. The third-year disciples were already known to be weak amateurs, so expectations weren't high. But the second-year disciples are different. He wonders how things turned out this way, then looks at the empty jar and admits he shouldn't be wasting time here. He sets it down and leaves, muttering that it looks like he'll have to work hard. Back at the sect, someone tells Jojiel that the third-year disciples want them to come to the training ground. Jojiel replies he'll be there soon, wondering why Chang Mayong hasn't returned yet. In his small room, the drunk is peacefully asleep. When Jojiel walks in, he immediately smells the liquor and wonders how this guy drank so much. Jojiel starts trying to wake him up, telling him to get up. He doesn't move, so Jojiel shouts for the brat to wake up. Chang Mayong gets up groggily, asking what's going on, and Jojiel says it's the pride he feels in having someone so talented in the sect. With that, our boy stretches and claims he must have fallen asleep while meditating. Jojiel already knows it's a lie, but tells him to take a bath and get rid of the smell, since the elders are calling for them. Suddenly, Chang Mayong covers his nose and releases smoke from his ear. The new smoke trick. Jojiel notices right away that the liquor smell is gone. Chang Mayong stands up and says that liquor is something they shouldn't drink as virtuous members of Manhwa. He urges them to go before they get in trouble for being late. Outside, Chang Mayong grumbles about why they have to be there to greet the returning group. Jojiel explains that it's customary to do so when they come back from isolated training. But Chang Mayong scoffs, thinking that their so-called isolated training must have been a breeze. To him, real isolation training was being trapped in a cave for 6 months, eating mold in complete darkness. All they did was play with wooden swords while nibbling on some grains. Did they really believe something so trivial was enough to make them stand out? Jojiel insists that the seniors seem serious and are even talking about defeating the Southern Edge sect this year. He adds that Chang Mayong should watch his tongue, especially around brother Bakshin, who is known to be strict. Chang Mayong waves him off, telling him to take it seriously. They approach the gathered group at the sect's gate. They apologize for being late, and someone announces that the gates are opening. The second-year group starts to arrive. Everyone watches, commenting on how noticeable the difference is. The crowd applauds as Chang Mayong watches, unimpressed. The group enters the sect, and our boy spots the troublemaker again, the handsome one who almost caused him problems. It irritates him, as he used to be the center of attention back in his day. He's confident he'd look even better than this guy if he dressed up, since plenty of girls used to chase him. Jojiel teases him, asking if he's sure about that, and Chang Mayong tells him to shut up since he's telling the story. Suddenly, Bakshin looks back and seems to notice something. He steps out of line and walks toward Chang Mayong. Out of nowhere, he reaches out and grabs his robe. They stare at each other, confused, but Bakshin smiles. He covers his face and asks if they haven't met before. Junior brother, our boy thinks, already annoyed by this guy. Maybe it's time to teach him a lesson. Bakshin says he could see in Chang Mayong's eyes that he recognized him. But Chang Mayong denies it, saying he has no idea what he's talking about. Bakshin apologizes, saying it's strange because he could have sworn they had met before. Yunjong explains that Chang Mayong joined the sect while they were away for training, which is why they don't know him. Bakshin remarks that it seems he's been here a short time, but the three of them already seem close. As their senior, he feels it's only right to keep an eye on his juniors. He adds that, considering how familiar Chang Mayong feels, maybe it's fate that they met. He asks for his name, and our boy says it's Chang Mayong. Bakshin introduces himself, but Yunjong cuts in, saying they need to stop chatting because the sect leader is waiting. Bakshin turns, saying they'll see each other soon and telling him to remember his name. Junior brother Chang Mayong. Oh boy, he's provoking him. Yunjong asks if they've met before, and Chang Mayong denies it. Yunjong explains that Senior Bakshin is known as Mount Hua's top prodigy. Many believe he has the potential to restore the sect's glory. For a time, Chang Mayong himself was called Mount Hua's prodigy before gaining his reputation as a troublemaker. Chang Mayong sarcastically says he thought Jojiel was the sect's greatest prodigy. Jojiel blushes and tells him to keep quiet before someone hears. Chang Mayong asks why, and Jojiel says he could never match someone like Bakshin. Mayan jokes that he's very humble and will surely go far in life with that humility. But deep down, Mayan knows that Baekjin is a big fish in a small pond. It might seem impressive at first, but big fish belongs with other big fish. If that doesn't happen, it only shows that there's some fatal flaw. Everyone lines up in front of the sect as Baekjin leads the way. Aizelyu approaches and joins the group. Mayan watches her, praying she doesn't recognize him. Thankfully, no one seems to have mentioned anything. Jiul notices he can't take his eyes off Sister Yu. He sympathizes, saying he was also stunned by her beauty at first. Mayan is confused. Jiul tells him not to bother. Sister Yu only has eyes for brother Baekjin. The others cover their ears, telling him to stop spreading gossip like that. Our boy remarks that everyone seems to believe they have the most beautiful person and the most talented man in the entire region. If anyone overheard, they'd think this place was filled with all the talent. He then tells Jiul that if he used all that curiosity about other people's relationships to train in swordsmanship, he'd already be the best in Manhwa. Jiul apologizes and our boy says the truth hurts sometimes. Suddenly, Baekjin greets the sect leader. Everyone follows suit and the leader expresses his gratitude for their return, noting that the isolated training must have been tough on everyone. Baekjin, however, responds that it wasn't too difficult since they approached it knowing the sacrifices they'd make. The leader then asks if the training bore any fruits. They reply that they've realized the path of the sword is truly endless. Nevertheless, they can confidently say they've grown much stronger than before. The leader congratulates them and suggests to the finance officer that they hold a festival for the returning group. But the finance officer dismisses it as being too extravagant. Pretending not to be upset, he tells everyone to move along, stating everything is ready. As he walks off, he mutters about how these rascals have returned to steal his money. The leader is puzzled, noting that lately he only has good things to say about Mayan. He then instructs Yunam to give the disciples some free time to relax and enjoy themselves. He calls for Mayan to visit his office. Our boy grumbles, asking if he really has to go again. Baekjin turns, questioning why this disciple from the third series is speaking so familiarly with the sect leader. Hyevanjong asks if he'd go if there were snacks, to which Mayan eagerly agrees. The two walk off, leaving back silent. Before leaving, Baekjin calls Unem over and asks about the boy. Unem approaches, advising him not to worry too much about it. Baekjin is confused, but Unem cryptically mentions that it's especially true for someone with his temper. Before Baekjin can get a real answer, Unem leaves, leaving back to wonder if this is the same Manhwa he knew before his training. Later, a feast of meat is laid out on the table. Baekjin is bewildered, wondering how the sect has money for such luxuries. One of his companions remarks that it seems like all the buildings have been renovated. Perhaps the gods of wealth blessed the sect during their training. The third-year disciples even complain about eating meat every night, wanting something more exotic like seafood for a change. Baekjin can't believe how spoiled these kids have become. He's never heard such words uttered in Manhwa. This place used to be so poor that it could compete with the beggars' sect. Or perhaps the beggars were even better off financially. How did this formerly destitute sect suddenly come into such riches? Unem asks if he's not enjoying the food, and Baekjin replies that it's not that. He's just having difficulty understanding the sect's current circumstances. Unem acknowledges that it must seem strange from his perspective. It's a long story, so he'll understand in time. For now, he only needs to know that a golden goose has appeared in Manhwa. Suddenly, Mayan kicks the door open. He strides into the hall, glaring at everyone. Baekjin sits there, confused by the scene. Our boy, clearly irritated. He walks through the crowd, and no one says a word. He reaches the table, sits down, and the second-year students are just watching him. While everyone else looks bewildered, the father is the one wondering what is happening. He was the youngest of the third-year disciples, so why wasn't anyone disciplining him? Not even the senior brother, Unjem, who usually cares the most about manners, was saying anything. They were acting as if this was completely normal. The only way this could happen was if this child had influenced all the third-year students. Perhaps this explained why he was sitting with Jiul and Yunjong, who were the oldest and most skilled of their group. If he controlled these two, he essentially controlled all the disciples. But the question was, how did a child gain so much influence? At that moment, Yunjong awkwardly asked what had gotten our boy down. He responded that he had been ordered again to visit the honor exchange company. He wasn't a carrier pigeon to be sent around all the time. Yunjong commented that he thought he enjoyed the trips. The boy replied that at least this time he only had to go to Huayan. If he had to go all the way to Xi'an, he would definitely make a scene. As everyone watched, it became clear that he was in some way in charge of the third-year disciples. Yunjong, being someone who respects his seniors, would never normally act this way. While he pondered what to do, one of his friends asked if he wasn't hungry. The food was delicious, yet his plate was empty. He admitted he had been forgetting to eat a bit and asked if anyone knew where Sister Aizelyu was. One of the guys replied that he had no idea. She had been with them on the way to lunch. He then asked why they weren't looking for her. How could one of the 4 members of his group miss this feast? Another guy mentioned that it wasn't like they could find her if she didn't want to be found. Another agreed. saying it was impossible to locate her when she chose to hide. While Bak stayed silent, he thought to himself how Aizel always made him lose his head. He then stood up, determined to search for her. But just then, someone was walking through the hall. Bake turned around and smiled. It was the beautiful Aizel walking. He called out to her, but it was clear she was looking around for someone else. Bak stood there like a fool, calling her over, but she ignored him and walked straight up to our boy. She addressed him and asked if the seat next to him was taken. Everyone was shocked, wondering why she spoke to him first. Our boy glanced back and said it was a pity, but yes, it was occupied. She looked a bit embarrassed and asked if they could talk outside. He declined, stating he wasn't interested in talking to her, so she could leave. The members of the sect were going wild. Jojiel was dumbfounded, as no man on Mount Hua had ever spoken so casually with Aizel, especially considering she started the conversation. She insisted it would only take a moment, but he cut her off, saying he wasn't interested. Even Jojiel became furious, telling the son of a mother to show respect to the lady. She pleaded again, saying she just needed a minute, but he asked if she was deaf because he had already answered multiple times. She persisted, saying she had something to tell him, but he cut her off once more, saying he was busy and asked if he couldn't eat in peace. She then stared at him and sat down beside him, saying that if that was the case, she would wait until he finished eating. He continued complaining, saying he wasn't interested and had things to do, so she should find someone else. She replied that she came specifically to speak with him. While he grumbled, the sect members were all standing and staring. Then someone cleared their throat and everyone turned to look. Of course, it was Bake standing up. He looked back and asked if his name was Chang Mayang. Our boy replied that it was. Bak then mentioned he had heard the leader had asked him to personally handle some tasks in Chang. Perhaps those tasks had left him a bit tired. He then calmly closed his eyes and smiled, saying that even if he was exhausted, if a senior wanted to speak with him, he should take the time, as it was a matter of respect since he was a junior disciple. Bake was quite pleased with himself, knowing he had spoken eloquently and managed to highlight the boy's improper behavior without embarrassing himself. He's sure the boy will understand until Chang Mayang asks why he should. At that moment, Bake almost loses it, wanting to hit this lunatic. He mutters to himself that he needs to calm down. If he gets angry here, he'll end up humiliating himself. Bake questions if he really wants to know why, and the boy says yes. Bake then explains there are countless reasons, like, for example, courtesy among disciples. Our boy acknowledges that it's indeed discourteous. He looks at Aizel Yu and tells her to stand up and start apologizing. Apparently, Bake was complaining about her being rude and sitting down even though he told her not to. She looks confused, asking if he means her, and our boy confirms he does, clearly waiting for her apology. She stands up and apologizes to Bake, saying she acted without thinking. He becomes flustered and says that's not what he meant. From the corner, our boy remarks that she's forgetting to apologize to everyone in the room. She turns to the rest of the seniors and apologizes, saying she will be more considerate in the future. Unjum assures her there's no need to worry, as it wasn't an offense. Meanwhile, Bake is seething with rage. He's on the verge of exploding and desperately needs to calm down. To ease the tension, Yunjong congratulates everyone on their hard training, saying he hadn't realized how much they had suffered. Jojiel also compliments them and adds that now that Aizel Yu is here, they can finally start the banquet. The two continue to cover up the awkwardness. Beck takes a deep breath and asks again if the boy's name is Chang Mayang. Both Jojiel and Yunjong are shocked, knowing they have no way out. Jojiel begs our boy to let it go this time. All he needed to do was be polite once. Our boy remarks that Bake must be tired from his long journey. The two sigh with relief, thinking that was all that needed to be said. However, Chang Mayang continues, saying that Bake must be so exhausted he's already repeated himself. Maybe talking so much means he should get some sleep. Bak ignores the comment and says he has another question. Did they perhaps meet today in Hawaiian? He demands an honest answer. The boy retorts that it seems Bak likes repeating questions and tells him that he's never met him before. It appears Bake has a problem trusting others. Bak simply says he understands. He didn't want to take things this far, but if he doesn't teach this boy a lesson now, he'll be humiliated in front of everyone. He approaches Unjum, saying he has something important to report. Unjum asks what it is. Bake explains that to his knowledge, third-year disciples aren't allowed to leave without authorization from the leaders. Yet today he saw a third-year disciple in Hawaiian drinking liquor, and that disciple was sitting right there. Unjum appears angry. Bake goes on, saying that despite feeling uncomfortable, he needs to report the misconduct happening within the sect. But then the elder replies that it's fine. Bake is taken aback, trying to understand what he just heard. Unjum simply repeats that, just as he said, there's no issue. Bake, stunned, begins to question whether he heard wrong. Unjum has always been extremely strict with the rules. The elder reveals that Chang Mayang has been granted permission by the sect leader to travel outside whenever he wants. Bake is even more confused and asks who granted such a privilege to a child. Unjum replies that it was this sect leader and asks if there's a problem. Bake is desperate to confirm if this is true. He falls silent, hearing the sound of someone chewing. Naturally, it's Chang Mayang making as much noise as possible and commenting on how delicious the chicken is. Bake is fuming until someone enters the room. It's Hayang Yang looking around. Bak sees this and realizes he must do whatever it takes to come out on top. He approaches the finance officer, saying they can't let this slide. He greets Haiyang, who immediately tells him not to worry, he's just there to see what's going on. Haiyang tells Eunjo not to let the boys get carried away with all these festivities. Baek seizes the opportunity, telling Haiyang there's something he needs to bring to his attention. Haiyang asks what it is. Baek, once more, says it pains him to speak up, but today he saw a third-year disciple from Mount Hua drinking liquor at a tavern in Huayan. Haiyang's face darkens and he asks what this is about liquor. He demands to know if Baek is certain about what he saw and who the culprit is. Baek confidently asserts he's absolutely sure, and worse, the boy is denying it even after being caught. Baek smirks, claiming he was forced into this by the boy's stubbornness. He then points back, saying it's that boy sitting there. His name is Chang Mayang. Haiyang's expression immediately shifts. Baek turns back and insists it's exactly that boy, until he hears, "So what?" The elder is asking who even cares about this. Completely taken aback, Baek replies that as far as he knows, it would be a serious offense. However, the elder only asks if he makes the rules there, to which the boy responds, "Of course not." Now Baek starts getting scolded by the elder, who says there isn't any rule against people drinking in public. Besides, with a stressful life, who wouldn't need a drink from time to time? There was already a bunch of freeloaders here leeching off money. So what if Chang Mayang spent his money to have a drink in the city? Our boy sits there eating without saying a word. The elder continues, saying that some of these seniors don't deserve the title of second-year disciples. He's about to give a lesson when Baek tries to stop him. The elder presses on, pointing out they seem to be enjoying a meal brought by the boy, yet when he goes out to buy a drink with his own money, they come to bother him. With that, he orders everyone to put down their chopsticks, saying they don't deserve to eat. Someone covers his mouth. It's a disciple who says that Haiyang Yang is a bit agitated, so they'll quietly step outside for some fresh air. Baek is left standing there, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, someone is still chewing calmly. It's our boy, just watching from behind. Baek remains puzzled, unable to grasp what's happening within the sect. Later, in another part of the sect, they find the entire situation bizarre. Baek had found his conversation with the sect leader strange, but the one with Haiyang Yang was even worse. One of the men asks if Baek has noticed how all the senior disciples are treating the boy differently. Even Sister Aizel Yu, who rarely speaks to anyone, had been acting oddly, practically begging to speak with the third-year disciple. Baek tells him to calm down. They can't make a mountain out of a molehill. The friend apologizes, admitting he spoke without thinking, but it still felt unfair. They had returned after a whole year of hard training only to see all the elders pampering a little kid. Baek just says they're too old to expect to be coddled. The friend responds that he understands what Baek is getting at, and Baek agrees. Everyone knows what's going on. It wasn't just about the elders playing favorites. In a subtle way, it seemed like Chang Mayan had taken over the sect's leadership. The Mount Hu they returned to was a world apart from the one they left. The Mount Hu of the past was like a crumbling, worn-out cup, teetering on the edge of ruin. As second-year disciples, they were supposed to be the only hope. Baekhyun himself was meant to be the star of that hope. But now, everything had changed over the past year. He used to find the signs of decay somewhat poetic. Now, he saw it all as pathetic. While he focused on learning, Chang Mayang had gained favor with the elders. But Mount Hu still belonged to him. He had to be the one to carry all its hope and restore its glory. His friend asks if they should do something about the boy. Baek wonders what they could possibly do. The friend suggests they need to teach him a lesson somehow. Otherwise, the entire order of Mount Hua's disciples would fall apart. Baek sighs, saying that for now, it's better to keep things between them since everyone knows that would be a mistake. First, he needs to figure something out, why all the elders are showing so much respect to the boy. The friend asks how he plans to do that. In the next scene, someone approaches and one of them remarks that the demon is coming. There's a knock on the door, and when it opens, it's Yunjong offering greetings to the brothers. Baek greets him with a smile and invites him in. A short time later, he serves tea, expressing appreciation for all the work Yunjong did while they were away. Yunjong replies that it was his duty as a disciple of the sect. Baek, however, remarks that it seems not everyone in Mount Hua follows the rules so closely, like a certain boy wandering around. Yunjong asks if he's talking about Chang Mayang. Baek sets the teapot down and Yunjong immediately apologizes, admitting that he failed as a leader. Baek asks him to explain what happened while they were away. He would decide what to do after hearing it. Earlier, Yunjong had told our boy that Brother Baek had summoned him. The boy simply told him to go. Yunjong hesitated, saying if he went, he would have no choice but to tell everything that had happened, because the boy told him to do so. He was confused. The fact that Chang Mayang didn't seem to care about revealing everything made him even more anxious. It was his duty to inform the seniors, but somehow it felt like he was betraying the boy. Back in the room, he takes a deep breath and says he'll begin. He will recount everything from the first day Chang Mayang entered the sect. Sometime later, they sit in silence. Baek asks if he heard correctly. The boy had discovered a secret treasure filled with techniques and money, as well as the construction records of Huang, which saved the sect from bankruptcy. Yunjong confirms that's exactly what happened. Baek continues, saying that not only that, but the boy also managed to cure Master Huang of the Yunha company. Yunjong agrees again, leaving Baek stunned. Baek finally says he understands, tells Yeonjong there's nothing more he needs to know, thanks him, and stands up to leave. Left behind, the two were speechless. Baek's friend comments that if what they've heard is true, it means the boys single-handedly resolved all the problems plaguing Mount Hua. Baek admits that now it makes sense why the elders appear to be pampering him so much. It was far more than just a young boy with potential in the sect. As long as Mount Hua maintained connections with the Yona company, they were bound to generate much more wealth. Baek had been puzzled as to why the elder was favoring this boy so heavily. However, his friend decides to add something, remarking that from a different perspective, the boy's achievements don't seem so impressive. After all, Mount Hua is first and foremost a martial sect, and it doesn't make sense for a martial sect to lavish so many favors on a boy just for bringing money. Baek warns him to be more careful with his words. If others heard him, they'd think he was criticizing the elders and their brothers. The friend lowers his head, saying that wasn't his intention. Baek admits he agrees his friend isn't entirely wrong. Mount Hua is indeed a martial sect. No amount of money can change the fact that martial prowess is what truly matters here. Besides, the competition with the Southern Edge sect was fast approaching. Once the elders remember this, they'll realize there's no time to pamper these boys. For now, all they need to do is remain fully focused on martial training. In the end, the sect will have no choice but to return to its core values. However, the friend points out that the third-year disciples will also be participating in the competition with the Southern Edge. Baek acknowledges this, and the friend says that if that's the case, their strength alone won't be enough to ensure victory. Perhaps they should do something to prevent their junior brothers from being humiliated. Baek asks him to elaborate. The friend suggests that as seniors, they have a responsibility not to let their fellow disciples fall behind. He proposes that the second-year disciples should start helping the third-year students with their training. They fall silent. Baek comments that his friend really hasn't changed. He still cares deeply about everyone in the sect. He knows this competition won't be enough to distract the elders. If things continue as they are, the younger boys will end up taking their place. A lesson needs to be taught before that happens. He stands up, saying that for Chong Mayong's sake, he hopes he's truly blessed in the martial arts. Otherwise, the competition will be too much for him. Oh boy, just imagine when he finds out. Somewhere else, our boy is lounging in bed when Yeonjong appears, wondering why he always seems so relaxed. Taking a deep breath, Yeonjong mutters that there's no point worrying about him. Our boy is smiling, telling the bartender to pour another round. Jojil asks how it went, and Yeonjong says it went exactly as he expected. They asked about everything the boy did. Jojil accuses him of being a snitch, and Yeonjong tells him to show some respect for the senior. Jojil seems unfazed. Yeonjong explains there was no point hiding it. They would have found out eventually. He wants to know how they reacted. Yeonjong replies that just as expected, they were stunned. He glances at Chong Mayong, wondering why he made such a spectacle when he first met the senior. Baekhyun had never been harsh with the third-year disciples, but now that this had happened, he might start to be. Jojil says he's sure they'll all be dragged into this. It's a shame, but suffering's about to begin for everyone. Yeonjong, however, points out they already expected this when they heard the seniors were coming back. He tells Jojil to warn everyone to be more cautious in how they interact with the seniors. Jojil agrees to do so, but first, he has a question. He still isn't sure of one detail. If Baekhyun and Chong Mayong were to fight for real, who would win? Yeonjong considers the matchup between the two. He tells Jojil if he has time to ponder such things, he should be out warning everyone. Yeonjong is already growing annoyed with Jojil, who has been treating everyone the same way since Chong Mayong's arrival. Yeonjong relaxes slightly, looking at the boy asleep in his bed. That troublemaker had no idea of the chaos he was stirring. Peaceful days at Mount Hua were long gone. In the leader's room, someone remarks that everything is just as they expected. A subtle tension seems to be brewing between the second and third-year disciples. The leader acknowledges that he had expected this. It was only a matter of time. The current generation of Baeks and Cheongs are very close in age and temperament, to the point where the youngest of the Baks, Yixu, and the oldest of the Cheongs, Yeonjong, are nearly the same age. When the sect began to decline, they had to accept trainees of varying ages, which caused more disorder in the ranks as time passed. Normally, a wide age gap between generations prevents conflict, but with the difference now less than 10 years, avoiding tension has become impossible. Perhaps they were too hasty. The leader mentions that in the past, disciples of the Cheong lineage would have been completely outmatched by the Baks, but this might not be the case with this generation. The problem he thought would take a long time to surface has come far sooner, along with changes in the leadership of the place. When Yeonjong and Jojil alone led the third-year disciples, it was harder for any issues to arise. But now that Chong Mayong has joined them, their influence has grown, and they are clearly aiming for something significant. Hunam apologizes, claiming it's all due to his own shortcomings. The leader refutes this, saying it's certainly not Unam's fault. It was just an idea to build the White Pedal Hall, and they knew problems would arise once they started admitting so many third-year disciples. Now that they're of similar age and don't know each other well, trouble was bound to begin. When Unam asks what he proposes to do, the leader simply responds that sometimes nature must take its course. It may be better to let them resolve things through their own conflicts. it might yield better results than any intervention they could come up with. Unem objects reminding him that they're dealing with disciples. This could escalate into a violent conflict. The leader calls out to him and advises having more faith in the boys they've been training. He doesn't believe Baekjin would let things go that far, but Unem clarifies if they're talking about Baekjin. The leader laughs, asking who else they'd be discussing. It dawns on Unem that the leader doesn't grasp the true situation. He has no idea that Chang Mayong is the real issue. The leader has seen Chang Mayong train, but never sparred with or witnessed him fighting. To him, the boy is just a lucky child bringing money into the sect. The leader describes Baekjin as a sensitive boy with a good heart. Even if he retaliates because of the embarrassment he suffered, he won't want to destroy his brothers. In time, surely he will grow closer, so there's no reason to worry. Unem agrees outwardly, though he knows this won't end well. The sun rises and the exhausted disciples are sprawled on the ground, begging for help, saying they can't move. Chang Mayong tells them that just as metal becomes stronger through repeated hammering, the more they train, the more resilient they'll become. He orders them to stop gathering mold on the ground and get up. Just then, other disciples approach, chastising them for lying down during training. They say they came to keep an eye on things and didn't expect to find a bunch of slackers. Our boy just watches as they tell the group to quit slacking off since the competition with the southern edge is approaching. Once this training is over, they'll have to clean the entire sect without leaving a speck of dust behind. That's the price for lying around during practice. The trainees are all baffled, while Jojiel has no idea why these guys appeared out of nowhere. Our boy wonders what these fools are thinking, figuring they must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed. Someone tells him to straighten his back and walk with his knees straight, and another comments that if he's going to get water, he needs to ask permission first. He stops, complaining about this constant nitpicking. Talking with Yunjong, he says he's used to being beaten up every day, but this trivial nonsense is too much. Yunjong agrees, pointing out that they're enforcing the most obscure rules of the sect just to make life hard for them. The seniors are telling them to never let go of their swords, even while sleeping or bathing. It's constant pestering and nonsensical debates. Yunjong wonders if they should do something about it. When Yunjong asks what they could possibly do, our boy just looks around, clearly fed up, and asks Chang Mayong if they should deal with the seniors who are giving them a hard time. Chang Mayong dryly asks what they expect him to do about it. Yunjong suggests that maybe he could try making peace. Chang Mayong's expression immediately changes. Yunjong quickly realizes he may have chosen the wrong words and is about to say more, but Chang Mayong cuts him off, stating that he has a much better solution. He says he has a plan to end all their problems. Yunjong, intrigued, asks what plan he has in mind. Chang Mayong responds that it's simple. He'll just beat everyone up. Everyone in the quarters hears this and Yunjong yells for someone to stop him. Chang Mayong starts darting around while everyone screams that they're doomed if he gets out. They try to chase him, but Chang Mayong moves like a blur, leaving them collapsing on the ground, lamenting that he's too fast to catch. Another disciple appears and suggests surrounding him, but Chang Mayong ducks, dodging left and right, making his way toward the door. Two more disciples block the doorway, saying he's not getting out. They grab his arm and then more pile on, grabbing his legs and other limbs. Jojiel jumps in from above, pinning him to the ground. Chang Mayong shouts for them to let him go, but Jojiel insists they must not release him under any circumstances. Chang Mayong swears that if he gets free, those troublemakers will never act like it's 100 years ago again. He just needs a quick moment to punch one of them. Jojiel tries to calm him, warning that if he attacks the seniors, he'll be expelled from the sect. Yunjong calls out to him, saying he understands how he feels, but this really isn't the right time. Chang Mayong demands to know why. Yunjong explains that the competition with the Southern Edge sect is approaching. He needs to think carefully. If he fights now and leaves any of the seniors too injured to compete, it could have serious repercussions. Chang Mayong brushes it off, saying he'll only hit them hard enough to give them time to recover. Yunjong sighs and insists that even so, it would shatter the seniors' confidence. They just need to endure a little longer. Watching the seniors be annoying is better than being humiliated by the Southern sect. Chang Mayong reluctantly agrees but makes it clear he'd prefer to resolve things his way. Yunjong pleads with him to let it go this time. Chang Mayong, after a moment of contemplation, agrees. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief and begins to let go of him. He then asks if all he has to do is wait until the day of the competition, and they confirm. Chang Mayong sits down and says fine, he'll listen for now. But he has one question. What if the seniors start a fight? Yunjong reassures him that it won't happen and asks him not to provoke them. The next morning, Baek asks his friend how things are going. The friend says it's surprising, but everyone seems to be behaving. He can tell the boy is frustrated, but so far he hasn't said a single offensive word. Baek is impressed. He expected Chang Mayong to be the type who thrived on conflict. The plan was to provoke him into starting a fight so that, as a senior, Baek could teach him a lesson. But Chang Mayong has been far more patient than anticipated. Baek asks if they can put more pressure on the juniors, but his friend says they're already at their limit. Pushing further might backfire and they'd end up being blamed. Baek starts to see that Chang Mayong isn't just a hot-headed kid. He asks how the other juniors are doing, and the friend replies that nothing much has changed except they're following a peculiar training routine. However, he warns that this can't go on much longer. The elders will lose patience with all these incidents since the competition is near. Baekshi acknowledges this and says that now that things have simmered enough, it's time for the main course. His friend asks what he means. Baekshi reminds him of how obedient the juniors used to be. Before they left for isolated training, they were nothing but innocent kids. He never imagined so much would change in just a year. There's an old saying that those who live among wolves learn to howl. He doesn't see a reason to punish everyone because of one boy. Their issue is with Chong Mayong alone. His friend wants to know what he's proposing. Baek explains that they need to clarify Mount Hua's principles. Chong Mayong is a valuable brother who needs guidance toward the right path. He may be arrogant now, but one day he could become a pillar of the sect. The challenge is how to steer him correctly. Ideally, he'd prefer not to use force, but he fears there isn't enough time for a gentle approach. Sometimes tough love is the only way to get through. His friend expresses confidence that one day they'll understand his intentions. Baek agrees, though he knows they'll probably hate him for now. As night falls, Chong Mayong sneaks out to train. Finally, the sect is quiet enough for him to practice. The places he used to train in have become off-limits. That troublesome girl had already appeared twice without him noticing. A third time simply couldn't happen. He can't believe he has to go to such lengths to avoid being found by a child. Not only that, but that little pest is now bothering him with a bunch of old-fashioned rules. Of course, he knows a quick and easy way to deal with this. He remembers Yeonjong pleading with him. For some reason, that annoying guy kept reminding him of brother Jaemin. Even though they were nothing alike, their expressions were exactly the same. He decides to hold off and remain calm until the day of the competition. As much as he'd love to beat up the back lineage disciples, his desire to crush the southern sect's goons is even greater. He stops as he finds a good spot to train, drawing his sword while looking around cautiously, wary of someone watching him again. Trading had become difficult, and he couldn't even lower his guard anymore, all because of that cursed girl who kept appearing out of nowhere. When he trained with others, she just watched. But the moment he was alone, she'd suddenly show up, asking if they could have a chat. If he could sense her presence, he avoided her like the plague. But for some strange reason, it was impossible to detect her. Maybe she was a ghost. He laughs at himself, thinking he's lived for 80 years and never seen one. Occasionally, he'd meet people with a faint presence due to weak ki, but even among them, she was rare. As he gazes at his sword, there she is, standing behind him. He lets out a scream, exclaiming that she's appeared again. She stares at him calmly while he complains about nearly having a heart attack. She points at herself and reminds him that she is his senior, and he is the junior. He asks, so what? She tells him to be a bit more respectful, but he doesn't care about this scary ghost-like girl. He demands to know what she wants and why she keeps following him. She asks what he means by bothering, and he reluctantly apologizes, all while thinking that brother Jaemin must be laughing in the afterlife at the sight of him apologizing to a girl young enough to be his granddaughter. Calming himself, he wonders what makes her so captivating. But the problem is that it's impossible to tell what she's thinking. She comments on his sword technique, wanting to know about what he did to create the petals. He's confused and denies knowing anything about petals, suggesting she must have seen it in a dream and that he can't help. She cuts through his act and demands that he teach her. Embarrassed, he asks why. Why is she asking him this? She insists on learning the technique that can summon cherry blossom petals. He finally understands why she's been following him. He thought she'd ask about some technique forbidden by Mount Hua or accuse him of learning a secret martial art. He asks if she even recognizes what he used, or wait, no, he doesn't know anything. She grows frustrated. He tells her to go ahead and report it to everyone. She responds that she'll even tell the sect leader. Chong Mayong just shrugs, saying she can do whatever she wants because no one will believe that a boy who just joined Mount Hua can summon petals with any technique. He then reiterates that she's his senior, and he's the junior, so how would he teach her anything? If it were the other way around, he'd be learning from her. When she falls silent, he thinks maybe he succeeded, but she replies that she doesn't care, she still wants to learn. Age has nothing to do with learning. He realizes he can't win this argument, so he tells her he doesn't know exactly what she saw, but she must have been half asleep and hallucinating from overtraining. Aisolju responds that she knows exactly what she saw because she's seen it before. Chong Mayong is taken aback. The cherry blossom petal style is the only form that can summon petals. It was always a secret, never written in any texts, passed down only from person to person. Only Mount Hua's elders knew it, but on that day at the mountain range, all the elders of Mount Hua were killed. No one thought this would also mean the end of that technique. So how does she know someone who can perform it? He starts to grasp the implications and asks what her connection is to the Southern Edge sect. She goes silent, confused, and asks what the Southern Edge has to do with anything. Chong Mayong draws his sword. She asks what he means by this, but Chong Mayong wonders if she's feigning ignorance. However, her genuinely bewildered expression convinces him otherwise. Given how naive she seems, he's certain she isn't pretending. In a way, it all makes sense. He doubts that the Southern Edge sect could have mastered that technique to the point of summoning petals. Such a feat would only be possible for someone who trained within Mount Hua and possessed its unique kai. He then asks Aisolju what she means by saying she's seen it before. He demands to know where and when she witnessed it. Aisolju hesitates before replying that she saw it a long time ago. Then she immediately asks him to teach her again. Our boy realizes they're back to square one and repeats that he has nothing to teach her. But noticing her grip tightening around her sword, he understands she won't give up so easily. For a moment, he thinks she might finally leave him alone. But then she draws her sword for real and warns him that if that's the case, he leaves her no choice. Zhang Maiyang is bewildered and asks why she's unsheathing her sword. She tosses the sheath aside and declares that she understands he has no intention of teaching her. Zhang Maiyang wants to know if she's serious. He repeats that he won't teach her, so why draw a sword? She explains that he's right. She's his senior, and as the junior, he needs to learn a lesson. Zhang Maiyang now understands why everyone else avoids this girl. Something is clearly off with her. She tells him to prepare himself, though he doesn't know what for. Before he can finish his thought, she nearly skewers him with a thrust. She locks eyes with him, throws her sword upward, and follows with a whirlwind strike. Zhang Maiyang narrowly dodges, realizing she's no pushover. These attacks aren't meant to intimidate, they're meant to kill. He asks why his seniors try and kill her junior with a sword. She answers that it's because she knows he's stronger than her. She stomps and moves in for another slash, gripping the hilt tightly as Zhang Maiyang confirms his suspicions. Her attacks are precise, swift, and shrouded in an almost illusory mirage. She hides the true intent behind her strikes with deadly ease. Once again, he barely avoids a hit. She's far stronger than Unjum and any disciple of her class. Since his return, she's had the closest fighting style to the true Manhwa. At one point, she shouts that she's found an opening and nearly grazes his face, giving him an involuntary haircut. He steps back, seeing his reflection in her blade, and asks if she's genuinely trying to kill him. She, catching her breath, claims she knew he'd dodge. Zhang Maiyang warns her not to be so confident. She lunges and he blocks another attack. Now that he's sure she has no connection to the Southern Edge sect, he can't harm her, meaning he must resolve this without inflicting serious injury. She stomps again and nearly cuts him once more. Zhang Maiyang tells her to stop with the murderous attacks. She, exhausted, replies that as a senior. He cuts her off, saying that as a senior, she should stop trying to kill her junior. But something catches his attention. Her eyes are unfocused. He realizes she's been intoxicated by her blade, entering a trance-like state common for martial artists seeking enlightenment. Stopping her now might ruin her chance to gain this rare insight. She attacks again while he muses that a less skilled martial artist would be fleeing for their life instead of capitalizing on this moment. Though her speed has increased, her attacks are riddled with openings. She needed to adjust her angles. She lunges again and he parries her blade. It seems she notices something mid-movement. She lands and spins like a top. Zhang Maiyang observes that every attack she makes helps her learn. Until this moment, he believed Zhou Jiel was Mount Hua's most talented, but now he sees there's no contest. She charges again and he admits she's incredibly fast, but she still needs to raise her sword arm more. He dodges once more and tells her that she'll never cut someone's throat like that. She attacks again, too low this time. Another attack comes in too high. Each strike lands in the wrong place. But then he begins to see her adjusting. As they clash, someone watches from above. It's Bakshin. He looks exhausted. Zhang Maiyang notes that although Aizul Yu is continuously improving, these movements are temporary. Judging by her state, she's entering a deeper trance. Bakshin takes a deep breath and from atop the mountain, yells, demanding to know what's going on. Zhang Maiyang looks up, confused, and wonders where this guy came from. Without saying another word, Bakshin draws his sword. Bakshin lunges toward Zhang Maiyang, calling him a brat. For a moment, Zhang Maiyang is startled, but then he regains his composure and leaps toward him, delivering a kick. His kick clashes with Bakshin's sword, but it's clear that Zhang Maiyang's skill and experience surpass that of his opponent's blade. Bakshin is confused, while Zhang Maiyang remains unfazed, knocking Bakshin to the ground with a powerful strike. As Zhang Maiyang lands and the dust settles, he is fuming at the audacity of Bakshin to use sword aura against him. But then he remembers something and looks back. She is still there. He understands how rare and valuable this moment of subconscious focus is for a martial artist. If Aizul Yu were to wake up prematurely, it would ruin her chance to attain this enlightenment. He checks again, relieved to see that she still appears to be in a trance. She seems serene, perhaps too serene, but at least this wasn't wasted. If she had woken up because of their clash, it would have been a regret for life. Bakshin rises and demands to know what Zhang Maiyang thinks he's doing. Doesn't he realize how important this subconscious state is for a martial artist? Zhang Maiyang is taken aback, thinking it's rich coming from the guy who attacked first. Bakshin goes on, claiming he didn't expect much from Zhang Maiyang, but didn't think he'd stoop so low as to try to wake her up. Zhang Maiyang, exasperated, explains that he wasn't trying to wake her. He was helping. He then questions why Bakshin used sword aura, fully aware of the situation. What if she'd been injured? Bakshin doubles down, saying she wouldn't have been in danger if Zhang Maiyang hadn't defended himself. Zhang Maiyang asks if he was supposed to just die without a fight. This back lineage really is a bunch of hard-headed fools, he thinks. Normally, there's one reckless person in a group, but this whole group seemed backward. Bakshin demands to know what Zhang Maiyang is talking about and insists he never intended to kill him. but Chang Mayong counters that Baekhyun's sword had aura and was clearly meant to kill. Doesn't get more dangerous than that. Baekhyun starts to deny it but knows it's true. He attacked with full force and killing intent. So why is this brat still standing unscathed? Staring at him, Baekhyun states he won't bother asking why he's there, but he needs to lower his sword and leave immediately. Otherwise, he'll have to show him the wrath of a martial artist. Chang Mayong asks if he's sure about that. He thinks this is precisely what he wants to say to this guy. Glancing to the side, he regrets that Aizel Yu won't benefit from this rare opportunity, thanks to this nuisance interrupting. But perhaps this too is part of her fate. His goal is to create as many masters as possible in Manhwa, but her chance had already passed. With that settled, he can still deal with the one who ruined it. Chang Mayong asks if Baekhyun really wants to do this. Baekhyun warns him not to insult him further. Chang Mayong nonchalantly tells him to calm down, reminding him that it won't look good if word gets out that he fought a junior. Baekhyun retorts that he couldn't care less about that right now. Chang Mayong must be hoping the elders will shield him, but that won't happen. He assures Chang Mayong that no one here can protect him. Chang Mayong finds it bold for him to say such a thing but proposes a better solution. Baekhyun, curious and suspicious, asks what trick he's planning. Chang Mayong explains it's not a trick. He wants to make a pact. Neither of them will disclose anything that happens here. Even if he's beaten, he won't tell his soul, but he expects Baekhyun to make the same vow. Baekhyun, perplexed, assumes the kid is bluffing to escape the fight. Chang Mayong tells him to be quiet. It's not about bluffing. He suggests they abandon their ranks and status in the sect and fight fairly. Whatever happens, there would be no hard feelings and they'd both be better for it. Chang Mayong vows not to speak of what transpires and expects Baekhyun to do the same. Baekhyun, amused, agrees, acknowledging the boy's courage. If that's what he wants, he'll honor the terms and promises not to tell a soul. Chang Mayong asks if he's giving his word. Baekhyun grins and assures him he is. Pointing his sword, he adds that now there will be no consequences. This fight is outside the bounds of their sect roles. Through this battle, he plans to settle his grudge with Chang Mayong. Chang Mayong smirks and asks what this talk of training is about. He tells Baekhyun he's mistaken if he thinks this is just a practice session. Stomping the ground, he demands to know when he ever said it was training. Chang Mayong stands his ground, making it clear that the only thing that's going to happen here is Baekhyun getting beaten. Baekhyun, visibly confused and frustrated, can't comprehend how this junior, only 6 months into the sect, can be so confident. He scoffs, telling Chang Mayong that he clearly can't be saved, but Chang Mayong fires back, saying it's actually Baekhyun who's beyond saving. Only a fool would start a fight with him like this. Enraged, Baekhyun decides it's time to end things. He activates his sword aura and swings, sending a cutting wind across the ground. Chang Mayong is unimpressed, noting how amateurish the attack is. Baekhyun charges, gripping his blade tightly, but Chang Mayong notices he's using a sloppy version of the Southern Edge sect's techniques. Ironic, given that while the Southern Edge copied Manhwa, Baekhyun is now copying their style. It's pitiful. Baekhyun shouts that he'll teach Chang Mayong a lesson he'll never forget, but Chang Mayong simply ducks out of the way, calmly asking what kind of lesson that's supposed to be. He delivers a punch that lands squarely on Baekhyun's face, sending him flying and crashing into the mountainside, blood trickling down his face. Baekhyun struggles to his feet, shaking and furious. Chang Mayong, unbothered, tells him to get up already. Baekhyun wants to ask how this happened, but Chang Mayong cuts him off, saying it's obvious. Baekhyun's amateurish modifications to a style that doesn't suit him leave huge openings. Baekhyun argues that no one has ever pointed out flaws in his technique before. Chang Mayong responds that's what happens when you're a big fish in a small pond. Baekhyun seethes but tries to stand, only to stumble. Another observer praises Baekhyun for managing to stand once more. Baekhyun, still incredulous, demands to know what's wrong with his style. Chang Mayong explains that while he may be slightly above his juniors now, continuing like this will see him surpassed soon enough. Baekhyun scoffs at the idea of taking advice from a novice. Chang Mayong sighs, recognizing that Baekhyun is making the same mistakes he's seen countless times in the past. He tells Baekhyun to be grateful he's a disciple of Manhwa, otherwise he'd have been beaten to a pulp already. As a fellow disciple, it's his duty to guide Baekhyun, even if it means a painful process. But he reassures Baekhyun that the sword stays sheathed. This will be done with fists. Baekhyun is confused, but Chang Mayong continues, explaining that many people misunderstand Manhwa's techniques as seeking the beauty of cherry blossoms. In truth, that's not the goal at all. Realizing Baekhyun won't grasp this now, Chang Mayong decides to teach him through experience. He begins with a flurry of punches, each aimed precisely, announcing where he'll strike before landing each blow. Baekhyun tries to defend, but he's no match. Chang Mayong's hits land on his legs, face, chest, arms, and even the other leg, leaving Baekhyun collapsing to the ground. As Chang Mayong continues his barrage, Baekhyun is trembling and barely conscious. Jean Mayon pauses briefly before resuming, now smiling as he announces his next target. This one's for the head, he says, delivering a precise strike, followed by several more until Bakshin loses consciousness. Time passes and Bakshin slowly regains awareness, still lying in the crater left by their battle. As he opens his eyes, Jean Mayon is already there, telling him he took his time waking up. Bakshin flinches and tries to speak, but pain surges through his head. Jean Mayon grins, telling him not to be so scared. Bakshin remains silent, fully aware now of the crushing defeat he just suffered, an absolute humiliating loss with nothing he could do to stop it. Calming himself, Bakshin asks how it's possible. How did Jean Mayon become so strong? Jean Mayon is surprised by how quickly Bakshin accepted reality. He leans in and casually explains that he isn't actually all that strong. It's just that Bakshin is incredibly weak. Bakshin demands to know how that could be true, insisting Jean Mayon stop insulting him. Bakshin, despite his pain, takes a moment to assert that he is Bakshin, the strongest disciple recognized by the elders of Manhwa. Jean Mayon acknowledges that Bakshin has potential but clarifies that potential doesn't make him strong now. At this moment, he's just a frog trapped in a well. Bakshin, confused, asks what he means by that. Jean Mayon explains that being stuck at the bottom of the well means Bakshin can't see how vast the world truly is. He's satisfied with himself because he doesn't understand how weak he actually is. Bakshin, insulted, coughs and sputters, insisting that he's not weak. Jean Mayon calmly points out that Mount Hua is in ruins, a fact Bakshin acknowledges. That's why he's worked tirelessly to restore the sect's former glory. But Jean Mayon dismisses this, saying true hard work requires sacrifice, giving up what you want for what you truly need. If Bakshin still clings to petty grudges from the past, he hasn't worked hard enough. All he really wants is to rule over a small sect. His only real fight was likely with the Southern Edge sect, but beyond that, stronger forces exist. It's time for the little frog to stop believing he's a prodigy. The harsh words leave Bakshin stunned and speechless. He quietly asks if Jean Mayon is saying there are stronger people in other sects. Jean Mayon, with a mix of amusement and confidence, dismisses that idea. It's obvious. There are stronger fighters everywhere. He clarifies that Bakshin lost not because Jean Mayon is unbeatable, but because Bakshin is weak. Forget about contending with places like the Shaolin Temple, the Wudang clan, or the Nangang clan. He wouldn't even be able to handle the Southern Edge sect again. Bakshin processes this bitter truth. He's aware of Mount Hua's status and the limitations placed on him because he isn't from one of the strongest sects. He plays the best game he can with the cards he's been dealt, but Jean Mayon, smacking him on the head with the flat of his sword, tells him that's the problem. He's not making the most of his cards. Hard work alone isn't enough to become a true master. If a person spent their entire life hitting a straw dummy, maybe after 5 generations they'd learn something. Bakshin falls silent, then asks if Jean Mayon knows the correct path to take. Jean Mayon responds that he knows a better path than what Bakshin is on now. Tentatively, Bakshin asks if Jean Mayon would help him grow stronger. Jean Mayon smiles, saying it's possible. Bakshin grits his teeth but shows respect, humbly requesting Jean Mayon's guidance. He swears he'll do whatever Jean Mayon asks if it leads him to mastery, but before he can finish, Jean Mayon cuts him off, saying he's not interested. Bakshin is dumbfounded and demands to know why. What was the point of all this lecturing and advice if he won't help? Jean Mayon casually explains that he sees no reason to teach Bakshin. It's too much of a hassle. They stare at each other until Jean Mayon rises, stating that Bakshin misunderstood something. Their business isn't finished. It's funny how people assume everything is resolved after a bit of lecturing. This wasn't enough of a punishment. So far, Bakshin has only paid the price for harassing the third-year disciples. He has to get paid for bothering Jean Mayon personally. When Jean Mayon asks if Bakshin knows what that means, Bakshin reluctantly says he understands but doesn't think it's necessary. Jean Mayon disagrees, pointing out that from the look on Bakshin's face, he still has a lot to learn. There's plenty of time to teach him why he's weak, why his swordsmanship is flawed, and most importantly, why he should never mess with Jean Mayon again. With that, the beating continues. After some time, Bakshin is stretched out on the ground, thoroughly defeated. Jean Mayon, feeling a sense of peace, looks over at him. Bakshin, barely conscious, is in a pitiful state. Jean Mayon remarks that the poor guy is a crybaby. Even though he's been beaten to a pulp, he'll be back on his feet soon enough. Jean Mayon, feeling slightly satisfied after the beating, thinks to himself that maybe this approach was the easiest all along. Just then, Aizel appears in front of him, startling him enough to make him yell at her to stop sneaking around. She replies that she wasn't sneaking. She announced herself when he was beating Bakshin. He looks at her incredulously and asks if she was just watching the whole time. She confirms that she started watching a while ago. They exchange glances and she asks if he plans to kill her to ensure her silence. Jean Mayon scoffs, saying even he wouldn't go that far. She notices him staring at her hair and demands to know why. Jean Mayong replies that he's calculating the best spot to hit her so she'll forget everything. She feigns confusion, saying she doesn't know what he's talking about. She saw nothing. Jean Mayong, amused, acknowledges her quick thinking. She then shifts gears, saying that now that she's forgotten everything, it's time for her to learn his sword techniques. Jean Mayong sighs, realizing they're back to this again. But after what happened with Baekjin, he knows he can't ignore her. He asks why she's so intent on learning. She hesitates before admitting she can't share the reason but insists that she must learn this style. Jean Mayong realizes this isn't just about her finding the petals beautiful. When he presses her, she says it's her right as a Manhwa disciple. Eventually, she would learn it anyway. But then she admits that Manhwa no longer has this technique. Jean Mayong feels a moment of surprise. She knows the truth. This confirms she recognizes the cherry blossom blade style. He admits she's correct. No one in Manhwa knows it anymore. But he tells her that one day, when she's ready, she interrupts, demanding to know what ready means. He stands, demonstrating a series of intricate movements in the air. She recognizes it as the Maiden Muse technique, a style she's dedicated her life to mastering. Yet what Jean Mayong performs is different, more refined. She asks if it's the maiden's sword style, and he confirms it is. Standing in front of her, he asks if she understands. She confesses she doesn't, but glimpses what he's trying to teach. She realizes she won't grasp it until she improves her basics even more. Jean Mayong, satisfied with her determination, agrees to help but makes her promise to keep everything a secret. She squeals and he pats her head, calling her a good girl. Infuriated, she reminds him that she's the senior, not a little girl. Jean Mayong dismisses her anger, praising her like a child. Before she can lash out, he asks her for one last favor, to take Baekjin back to the sect. He leaves and she stays behind, reflecting on the cherry blossom technique and the vows she made to her father to restore it. Her father had told her that there was no place like Manhwa. Determined, she resolves to learn from Jean Mayong no matter the cost. Back at the sect, Jean Mayong is greeted by his friends who are curious why everyone is awake. Jojil explains that there's chaos because the second-year disciples are looking for Baekjin. Jean Mayong, feigning confusion, wonders why they think he had anything to do with it. Yeonjong assures him they don't suspect him, but then Jean Mayong casually admits that he did it. The others, shocked, ask why he's pretending to be falsely accused. Yeonjong questions if he really spent time with Baekjin, and Jean Mayong confirms it. They press him, hoping he didn't do what they're thinking. Jean Mayong asks what they're thinking. Yeonjong insists that even if Jean Mayong can be reckless, he couldn't possibly have punched his senior, right? Or even hit him in the face. Jean Mayong asks what the difference is. Jojil notes that hitting the face would definitely hurt Baekjin's pride more. Jean Mayong retorts that he's not a child. Yeonjong, relieved, hopes for a moment that things aren't so bad. Then Jean Mayong reveals that he didn't just hit Baekjin once, he beat him to a pulp. Yeonjong, momentarily fooled by his earlier words, finally comprehends the truth, his face falling in disbelief. Yeonjong curses him, calling him a complete idiot. He asks if he is joking, because it cannot be possible that he actually hit the senior. He was about to say something else, but Jean Mayong just kicks him, telling him to get off. Asking if he thinks he is an idiot, of course. He made sure this wouldn't cause any problems. He needed to remember who the boy was. Yeonjong, crying, thinks that it is precisely because he knows who the boy is that he is afraid. He always thought the young man had some limits, but now that he knows he hit the senior, it's clear the boy has no moral boundaries. Jojil then asks what Baekjin will say, or rather, if he can even speak. Our young man says that Baekjin asked to be trained by him to become stronger. Yeonjong immediately wants to know how that is even possible. His friend replies that if they think about it, it isn't impossible for something like this to happen, since they themselves went through something similar. However, Yeonjong doesn't want to believe it, saying that the guy is a senior. But Jojil points out that technically, they are also seniors to Jean Mayong. Everyone falls silent, then he asks if Jean Mayong agreed to train the young man. Our boy says no, he just beat him up instead after all. He wasn't fully satisfied yet, so he kept hitting him until he passed out. He then tells them not to worry, that the guy would sleep a bit and see them in the morning. With that, he leaves without responding to anything further. Yeonjong keeps asking himself if Jean Mayong really did that. Jojil says there is one thing he has learned about Jean Mayong. He talks a lot of nonsense, but he never tells a single lie. In that moment, the poor man loses his spirit, thanking Jojil for the reminder. It was now truly time for the Bak lineage to go through hell. He was beginning to feel afraid for the future of Manhwa. But morning came and a new dream appeared. The two stood in front of the training field, wondering where everyone was. Normally, the Bak disciples would be arriving now to pester everyone. That's when he remembers our young man saying that he guaranteed they wouldn't cause any more trouble. Although his methods were far from ideal, maybe he really had resolved the situation. He never imagined solving a problem with the seniors by beating people up. Jojil even comments that today feels strangely quiet. Perhaps it meant Jean Mayong really took care of Baekjin. Yeonjong states that, as he said, the boy doesn't lie. This is probably why things have changed so suddenly. However, it also showed that Jean Mayong was stronger than the senior. He says that's obvious, and Jojil remarks that now he's curious about how he will fare against the Southern Edge. Maybe Chang Mayong really can stand against them, since it seems he not only defeated Baeksin, but it was a one-sided fight. Yunjong ponders and asks what difference it would make if Chang Mayong won. Jojiel replies that at least it changes things a bit. It would signify the birth of a master within the sect, something to celebrate. However, Yunjong responds that one master alone is not enough to change this place. Perhaps for a while, Mount Hua could reach great heights. But the moment Chang Mayong disappears, the place would fall apart again. To truly revive Mount Hua, they need to stop depending on the boy and become strong on their own. That is the only way for the sect to achieve its former glory and for no one to humiliate the disciples anymore. Jojiel becomes thoughtful and says he agrees with what Yunjong is saying. This is when Yunjong says it is inevitable to be curious about how Chang Mayong's fight against the Southern Edge will go. At that moment, they would find out whether he would become the hero who would transform this place or just a petty tyrant stuck on Mount Hua. Then they hear someone shouting to leave him alone. It's our young man saying there's nothing he can teach. Of course, that's when she says she wants to learn the maiden technique. The protagonist tells her to ask the instructor. However, she replies that it's a technique specialized for women, so obviously he wouldn't know it. Our boy keeps running, saying that he isn't a woman either, so she should stay away. While the two are at it, Jojiel asks since when she talks this much. His friend responds that it's better to ignore it and just get started with their morning training. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Baek and his friend are watching Yu chasing after our young man. His friend asks if he's really going to let that kid do whatever he wants. He tells back that it seems like he hasn't learned anything after all they went through. They should really punish him. Baek asks what punishment he's talking about. How would they even do that? His friend is confused and he tells him to drop it. Of course, Baek doesn't want to tell anyone that he was beaten up. It was unbelievable that this kid beat him up like that without leaving any marks. He really was a damn bastard. His friend keeps insisting, wanting to know why he suddenly ordered them to stop bothering the third-year disciples. It made no sense to him and Baek didn't know how to explain it either. The only logic is that he doesn't want to get beaten up by the kid again. He then mentions that the competition with the Blue Edge is coming soon, and you realize they have more important priorities. They can discipline the juniors anytime, but the competition with the South only happens once every 2 years. Ensuring Mount Hua's honor is much more important than dealing with internal issues. That's why he decided to focus all of his efforts on what truly matters. His friend agrees and Baek says the real enemy is the Blue Edge, not the juniors. He needed to remember why they entered that isolated training in the first place. His friend admits he had been seeing things the wrong way, but Baek thinks to himself that he was the one who saw things wrong. Still, it was good enough that his friend accepted the excuse. He then tells him to leave the juniors alone for now and put 100% into their daily training. His friend agrees and runs off. Baek remains pensive. He knows that after this competition, disciplining the third years will be the least of their problems, because what's going to happen this year will be the biggest surprise of all. He already knows that even the people of Mount Hua will be shocked, but he bets that the people of the Blue Edge will be even more surprised. For now, though, he has to focus on his priorities. The appearance of Chang Mayong has thrown him off a bit, but nothing changes. He has been preparing for this confrontation for 2 years. Besides, he has no time to waste considering who will appear at that event. In this competition, he vows to prove his worth once and for all. Someone is making tea and mentions that the Southern disciples will arrive today. The leader asks if all the preparations are complete, and he responds that they are. Wenam assures him there won't be any issues welcoming these people. The leader is excited, saying that this time they won't be embarrassed by their meager supplies and rundown facilities. He continues saying that the more he thinks about it, the more impressed he is by Chang Mayong's contributions. Not only did he solve their financial problems, but he also restored the reputation of this place. Onam sips his tea and the leader asks what he thinks of its taste. Onam replies that the fragrance is indeed richer than ever. Hyunjong then explains that cherry blossom petals grow stronger as they age. He learned this after decades of experience. Mount Hua is no different. As the years pass, he simply tried to endure. Even though they always declared he wanted to restore this place's glory, all he could do was ensure they survived for another month. But now, after countless years of perseverance, he finally sees a light at the end of the tunnel. He finally realized that patience is wiser than any strategy or plan one could have. Onam reflects that no one stops progressing in life. Sometimes he thought the leader had long passed his prime, but he kept growing wiser with age. As a true follower of the virtuous path, the leader never stopped acquiring knowledge. He truly deserved his position within the sect. Onam then says he is sure Mount Hua will restore the glory it once had. To which the leader responds that nothing would make him happier. However, he could never take credit for such a thing, as it is all the disciples' work. Onam questions how the sect leader wouldn't receive any credit, to which Hyunjong replies that he is a man who recognizes his weaknesses. If the sect hadn't fallen into such a state, he never would have become its leader. If his brothers hadn't left Mount Hua, he would still be reading scriptures to this day. Onam says that their departure from Mount Hua proves they weren't worthy of leadership. He, who remained, was the rightful leader of Mount Hua. Hyunjong simply observes and smiles. He then asks how the second-year disciples are doing. The instructor says they have been training a lot and now seem to be resting their bodies and minds. However, he has to admit he is a bit anxious. The leader asks if he doubts the disciples will be able to fight on equal footing with the Southern Edge. One replies that he wants to believe in the boys, but the leader surely knows. The leader takes a sip and asks what he thinks about the third-year disciples. They would also be participating in the competition, so how are their preparations? Manhwa states that yes, they have been training hard to the point it could be called excessive, or actually beyond excessive. Their training was borderline madness. However, he notes that they are still novices with little experience. Haeyeonjong then asks what he would do if a mountain blocked his path. Hunam reflects, and the leader says that if there was no way around, the only option would be to climb it. The instructor pauses and expresses his fear that they might try to climb and fall. To this, Haeyeonjong responds that even the experience of failure has its value. It would help them climb other mountains and peaks in the future. The principle of the competition was to show friendship between the Manhwa sect and the Southern Edge. Victory or defeat did not matter. The truly victorious sect would be the one that learned the most from the experience. Manhwa agrees with the leader. Then Haeyeonjong mentions that the travelers must be arriving soon, so they should take care of them. Manhwa notes that the representative from Yuna's company said he would help with resources. However, he hoped the southern group wouldn't be offended by this sponsorship. The leader assures him once again that there is no need to worry, as things will happen regardless of their wishes. They would leave it up to fate and begin preparations for the competition. The leader is then left alone in the room. He reflects on having said that victory or defeat does not matter. How could he call himself a virtuous follower while uttering such a bold-faced lie? The only difference this time is that they managed to obtain the 7 petals records that Sean Mayong found. But that alone would not be enough to restore Mount Hua to its former glory. What he always dreamed of was this place rediscovering the cherry blossom technique. However, that belonged only to the predecessors of Mount Hua. This is why he silently asks the elders to watch over them from above. The scene shifts to Huayan province. A man looks up and gazes at the mountain. His name is Suhan-jong, and he asks his friend if he's sure Mount Hua was once in the top 10. To him, these people seem too run down for a place that was supposedly in the top 10. However, the friend smiles and says this entire city was built because Mount Hua was once great. In the past, they had so much power that a city formed around people wanting to be part of the sect. This friend is Jum Ryan, a disciple of the second one of the Su sect. Seohan-jong comments that it's interesting, but it's clear to him that those days are long gone. It seems more worthwhile to fight against Mount Hua and practice the sword in the Su sect. It would certainly bring more benefits. The long-haired one says the elders must have their reasons for maintaining this tradition, so he advises against speaking that way. The man agrees, but then glances back. He sees Isong Baek and remarks that at least this time they are here to settle the score for what happened. The two exchange glances. Meanwhile, Seohan-jong notices how silent Isong Baek is, after all that chaos he caused. Then he walks away. He mentions that he never thought he'd have to come here to fight due to that embarrassment. Jumryeon just responds for everyone to calm down and keep climbing. Isong Baek looks up. He's back at Mount Hua once again. The last time he climbed this mountain, his heart was light. But now, as he looks up, all he sees is the shadow of that person. At this moment, he knows they are likely walking into the tiger's den. As they climb, someone comments on the mountains. Who came up with the crazy idea to build a sect at the top of this place? It's Seohan-jong, complaining. Someone else mentions that abandoning the world behind and becoming one with nature is the virtuous path. Jumryong adds that it's also a logical decision since it makes it hard for anyone to leave the sect. They focus on learning scriptures and teachings. His friend retorts that, as far as he knows, Mount Hua is a martial sect, not a Taoist one. It makes sense for people like Yu Dang, but not for Mount Hua. His companion from Haisari agrees. Another person comments that the worst part is having to climb this mountain just to eat old food and sleep on the ground. The person next to him agrees. He doesn't mind the food so much, but he would at least like a comfortable place to sleep. He bets his life that even the beggar's sect has better places to sleep. He then asks Jumryong if there is any point in continuing this here. They should just abolish this tradition already. Jumryeon tells him to calm down. He understands the frustration. However, they have to be aware of the elders' animosity toward Mount Hua. The man says he knows about the elders, but he still doesn't get it. Why are they so fixated on this broken down place? His friend responds that maybe they still have some kind of hidden potential. The other laughs, asking what kind of potential that could be. If they had any chance at all, they would have already started restoring their glory. While they were strong once, that was 100 years ago, and what matters is the present. Other students agree that Mount Hua will likely stay in this state for at least another 100 years. They have no strength, no money, and don't even offer good training. Mixing with such a failed sect carries the risk of being dragged down with it. However, someone simply says not to underestimate Mount Hua. Turning to see who spoke, it was Isong Baek. He says that if they keep up this arrogance, they might end up humiliated here. Everyone falls silent. One of them laughs and asks if he's traumatized by what happened. But he doesn't need to worry because they are not there to feed their ego. They are there to settle things. They came to avenge the shame he endured. Isong insists, saying he is merely asking them not to be careless. But a friend continues, scoffing, saying it's just Mount Hua. He then scowls and tells them to do as they please. However, the cost of carelessness will be paid by those who doubt, Someone then says they should heed the boy's words. At that moment, one of the southern elders appears. Everyone immediately straightens up. Even Junryong assumes a proper stance, and the elder tells them to relax. He then asks if they have all forgotten what happened at the honor exchange company. The elder's name is Sung Sama. Junryong bows his head and says they have not forgotten. The old man continues, stating that they were completely humiliated by a failed sect. This would be the last time Manhwa humiliated them, since the southern sect would no longer associate with this place. The leader of the Southern Edge intended to sever any ties they had with Mount Hoa through this competition. He doesn't mean to spell it out, but if any of them underestimates Mount Hoa and suffers an embarrassing defeat, they won't find any mercy at the Southern Edge. A good general leaves no enemy alive on the battlefield, just as a lion gives its all even when hunting a rabbit. The point of this competition was not merely to defeat Mount Hoa, but to crush any spirit they had left. And they would all do well to remember that. They all respond with a resounding yes to the elder. He then tells them to proceed, as that gracious place is waiting for them. The group continues their climb up the seemingly endless mountain until they finally reach the gate. When they stop, Seon comments that their gate looks much more refined this year, which is strange. Junryong, aware of the rumors about Mount Hoa associating with a wealthy patron, finds it strange considering how recent it was. How did they manage to resolve their financial problems so quickly? To him, it seemed impossible. Someone in the background remarks that they must have spent a few coins to spruce up the gate for appearances. It is the elder who comments that they likely begged for some help from someone. He sees no reason to worry, as fixing the gate doesn't change the flawed foundation of their sect. One could say that having such a grand gate for a failing sect is downright embarrassing. Then the gate begins to open. Hyanseng steps out, pauses for a moment, and then speaks. He says they are honored to receive visitors from so far away. Introducing himself as Hyanseng, an elder of Mount Hoa, he mentions they have met before. The elder stares at him and asks why the sect leader didn't come to greet them in person. Hyanseng replies that the leader is waiting for them inside. The southern group clearly disapproves and remarks on the rudeness of sending a subordinate to greet travelers from afar. Hyanseng thinks to himself that these people's insolence knows no bounds. A mere elder demanding the presence of the leader shows how determined they are. He takes a moment to collect himself and invites them to follow him. They have prepared a banquet for the Southern Edge disciples. Hyanseng chuckles at the word banquet and remarks that apparently the competition is nothing but a party to relax for them. The Mount Hua elder laughs, assuring him it isn't like that. With that, the elder from the southern group responds curtly and demands to be led directly to the sect leader. As they walk through, it's clear to him that Mount Hua hasn't received nearly as much funding as assumed. It's evident they focused on appearances, as the only truly impressive things here are the gate and their uniforms. They must be neglecting their fundamentals. However, upon stepping into the training grounds, he notices something. The training field is no longer just dirt. He looks around and sees that the buildings within have been better preserved than before. It becomes apparent that it wasn't just the gate that had been rebuilt. Sang asks what the problem is with him just standing there, to which Sam responds that he didn't realize they had fixed up the sect so much since his last visit. He hadn't expected their patronage to go so far. After all, he's sure Mount Huo wouldn't stoop to banditry. He implied that they must be stealing to rebuild the sect, and of course, Sang doesn't appreciate that. Sang warns Sama to watch his words, stating that they will not tolerate such talk here. But then someone interjects, saying that the southern elder talks a lot of nonsense, and slowly, he tells him to shut up. It was, of course, our young man standing there casually with his hands in his pockets. The rest of the group continues their training while he silently watches the two. The southern man is confused and asks what he just said to him. Our young man feigns surprise, asking if they are speaking to him. Sama immediately demands that he repeat what he just said. Our young man is about to speak when Jojiel walks by him. Our protagonist then asks if Jojiel is already slacking off with such light jogging just because of a bit of training. He kicks him in the shin, telling him to keep running. Jojiel falls to the ground, complaining that he hadn't even said anything, so why was he being punished? Turning back to the elder, our young man says he was merely speaking to those training. Apparently, his words were overheard, which was quite embarrassing. Sama knows all too well that this brat is lying. At this moment, Junryong steps in, addressing the elder. He advises him to calm down, saying there's nothing to be gained from arguing with a child. He then turns to our young man and asks who he is. The boy points to himself and says that it wouldn't matter even if he told him, but he hints that the elder wouldn't expect such impudence. Junryong chuckles and asks if he might recognize the name, so could he kindly share it? Our young man feigns interest and agrees, saying that his name is Chong Mayan. The elder stares at him, cleaning his ear. Now he knows that this is the very disciple who humiliated one of their own. He hadn't expected the brat to be this young. To think a child had caused them to lose their sponsorship from the Hana company. It was unbelievable. He comments that it's certainly a memorable name. However, it seems Chong Mayong lacks proper manners. While the elder is speaking, our young man blows on his finger and apologizes, asking him to repeat that a bit closer because he didn't catch it. Junryong stands there, unable to comprehend the situation. Chong Mayong asks if he is hearing problems at such a young age. He tells him to come closer and repeat himself. He He cups his ear and asks if he isn't listening. The southern visitors are already fuming before even officially entering the sect. They cannot fathom where this brat's arrogance comes from. They know he once coughed up blood after taking a hit from Isong's back, so his martial prowess isn't all that. If that's the case, how does he dare speak to them like this? The elder asks if Chang Mayong is a third-year disciple. Our young man responds, asking what relevance that has. Jumryong smiles and states that in that case, he is technically a senior here. It would be more appropriate for Chang Mayong to approach him instead. This would be expected from someone with even a shred of courtesy. Chang Mayong takes a moment to consider and pretends to agree. He squints his eyes as if to assess the situation, then remarks that it makes sense, perhaps he's right. Therefore, it would be great if he could share that advice with the elder beside him. He believes the elder demanding the presence of Mount Hua's leader was a far greater discourtesy. He asks if Jumryong agrees. Now the elder is in an awkward position. He tried to scold the boy, but instead, Elder Sama ended up humiliated. The elder clenches his fist, realizing this brat is leading the conversation somewhere he can't win. It's clear Chang Mayong is doing this on purpose. Jumryong is losing his patience. At this point, the elder intervenes, telling him to calm down. The southern man is confused, and the elder remarks that our young man has quite a sharp tongue. However, since he spoke out to defend the sect leader, he would let the offense slide without punishment. Chang Mayong casually thanks him, as if indifferent. The elder continues, noting that his offense was worse than his toward the leader. Chang Mayong asks why, and the elder explains it is due to power. Something is only offensive if someone points it out. If no one speaks, it disappears into the air, and the right to call out an offense stems from power. Since he, a mere disciple without power, had the audacity to offend him, it was no simple matter. Chang Mayong responds by suggesting the elder learn how to converse properly before lecturing. The elder laughs, saying that youth is full of arrogance, but one day that same arrogance would become a knife at his throat. He tells him to remember those words. With that, he begins to leave and tells the others to continue. They agree. With that, the southern group finally starts entering. Our young man remains standing there, watching until he spots Isong among the crowd. Isong glances over, notices him, and greets him. With that, he gives a small smile and lifts his head. Once the group passes, he relaxes. It was already infuriating enough to let this bunch of technique bandits enter Mount Hua, and they even had the audacity to insult his leader. The plan was to keep things at a friendly level. However, it seems this is the path they wish to take. From the ground, Jojiel asks what happened to him and what he was thinking. He was picking a fight with an elder from the southern edge. Our young man kicks him and tells him to shut up. Poor Jojiel suffers once more. Turning to the group, he asks if everyone saw the nonsense that was just said. He questions whether they are going to let it slide, and they respond that of course not. But what could they do? Our young man then tells them to listen up. He points to the people and tells them to look at those bastards. He warns that if they lose to that bunch of weaklings, every single one of them will be killed by his own hands. He can tolerate them wandering around the city and even getting beaten by beggars, but no one is to lose to the southern sect. Anyone who makes and witness such a thing will pay dearly. The group protests that they aren't ready, but Chang Mayong cuts them off, asking if they really think they're not ready. If that's the case, then they better be prepared to die afterward. He announces that he wants to see who among them dares to lose, because it will be the last thing they ever do. He asks if everyone is listening while above, Seohin is watching closely. He cannot comprehend the boy's audacity. Jumryong asks if the boy is bothering him. He observes a bit longer and says in truth, he's more scared than impressed. How can that boy be so foolish? Jumryong tells him to let it go. Sometimes the weakest carry the most arrogance. Only someone who doesn't understand his place in the world can act that way. He warns not to let it go to his head. They will have many chances to put that insolent brat in his place. Once he's defeated, he wants to see if he still has the gall to speak that way. Jumryong laughs at his own words, admitting that he sounds a bit vulgar for a member of a virtuous sect. Seohin agrees but remarks that they were the ones who started this. His friend agrees, adding that yes, the boy began insulting the elder, and his words carry more weight. But for martial artists, matters are settled with swords. No matter what they say, it won't change anything. He smiles, noting that this year's competition just got a lot more interesting. All thanks to this Chang Mayong. Back with the elder in the room, he senses something strange. Mount Hua's leader seemed far too calm compared to 2 years ago. Could it be due to newfound wealth? Looking around, he notices everyone is calm, but he's certain none of them can defeat the southern edge. It's absurd for them to have such baseless confidence. Frustrated, he slams his cup down, saying it's making him angry. Hyeonjung asks if he didn't like the tea. He replies that the fragrance is pleasant, but he has to admit he isn't a fan of cherry blossom petals. The sect leader remains silent and asks if there's a particular reason for his dislike. Sama explains that a forest exudes a variety of scents, from the earth to the trees to droplets on leaves. But cherry blossoms overpower any other scent around them. It's such a strong smell that it makes it impossible to detect anything else nearby. However, the world needs balance and harmony, which is why he prefers the subtleness of green tea over the overpowering cherry blossom fragrance. The room falls silent, everyone wondering why he's talking about such a thing. Was he implying that when Mount Hua was strong, it disrupted the balance of the region? Sama states they aren't here to discuss tea and preferences, and it's time to address the important matter. The Southern Edge wishes for this to be a final competition. They no longer have any desire to continue this outdated tradition. Even the sect leader grows visibly angry. He asks what the reason for this is. Sama responds that it's simple. Mount Hoa isn't even worth boosting their ego anymore. Training with Mount Hoa offers no benefits to the Southern Edge's growth. He explains that the gap between them has grown too wide and the financial elder would complain. Sang steps in and stares him down. Once again, Hyeonjong maintains his composure. He states that this competition is not a mere training exercise. Since its inception, its purpose has been to foster friendship between Mount Hoa and the Southern Edge. Stammer retorts that it's just a pretense. There has never been true friendship between these sects. In fact, it would be more accurate to say they have been sworn enemies. Just look at how everyone here is staring at him. Did he say anything that wasn't rooted in truth? The relationship between Mount Hoa and the Zhongnan sect is like a shattered vase. Any effort to restore it would be pointless, because the cracks cannot be undone. The leader reflects on this. He hadn't expected the Southern Edge to want to end the competition. This was their way of announcing to the world the downfall of Mount Hoa, which would be a huge humiliation. Then someone starts clapping. Turning around, it's of course Elder Sama. He tells Jumryong that he couldn't have said it better. Immediately, Jumryong jumps up and everyone stands. He quickly apologizes, saying he would never have spoken so informally if he had known the elder was arriving. Salman assures him it's fine, as that's precisely what he wanted to hear. All he desires is for the sect's disciples to carry such determination. He adds that the only thing he would emphasize is that victory isn't the sole objective this year. They must ensure that Mount Hoa never dares to mention Zhongnam's name again. For clarity, the Southern Edge sect and Zhongnam sect are the same place. Jumryong looks puzzled and asks the elder to elaborate. The elder explains that in the competition, the intention is to test strength without harming others, as this is a fundamental rule. However, in this time he senses that the opponents have far more spirit than usual. Naturally, there's a limit to the patience they can exercise. Jumryong catches on immediately. He remarks that if the Mount Hoa disciples become too spirited, they might end up getting hurt. The elder agrees, knowing that while the competition is important, it isn't more important than the safety of their disciples. That is why their priority should be to end the competition as quickly as possible, even if it means breaking 1 or 2 limbs per student. Jumryong says he understands and will lead the brothers to a swift and decisive victory in the competition. Sama then mentions he has one more request for him. He wants to ensure that the reckless child doesn't leave the competition without learning his lesson. Jumryong immediately asks if he is referring to Chang Mayong. The elder confirms. He wants to know how that brat, who hasn't even reached 20, dares to disrespect him. He cannot allow such a child to tarnish the reputation of Mount Hoa's so-called good friends. Thus, they need to teach the boy a lesson. Jumryong calls upon a young man named Uriang. The boy approaches and greets him. Jumryong introduces him as Uriang Xian, explaining that this boy is a third-year prodigy and undoubtedly their best bet to deal with Chang Mayong. Uriang assures Elder Sung Sama that he need not worry. He will ensure everything goes as planned in the competition tomorrow. Sung Sama expresses his confidence in him, while Sung Sama smiles, proclaiming that from today onwards, the Southern Edge will enter its golden era. He hopes to see Mount Hoa buried in the mud. Night falls and the door opens, revealing Yunjong stepping outside. Jojiel stands in the middle of the field, staring up at the sky. He takes a deep breath and his friend asks what he's doing. As Yunjong approaches, he admits he can't sleep. They note that, of course, Chang Mayong is sleeping soundly. Yunjong remarks that the boy must have nerves of steel. He's sprawled out on the bed like a starfish, making him both worried and envious. How can he sleep with the competition tomorrow? In fact, technically, the competition is already today, since it's past midnight. Someone in the background says he doesn't have nerves of steel, but they have nerves of noodles. Turning around, it's their young man wondering what the two are doing out there. Jojiel apologizes, admitting he's too anxious. Our young man questions what this anxiety is about. Jojiel knows he's in for it. He then admits he understands that if they lose, they'll die. Our young man declares that anxiety is for those who haven't prepared for the future. Yunjong, a bit embarrassed, says it's not that he didn't prepare, he's just afraid he won't perform well. The protagonist calls out to him and asks if he really thinks things would be different if he had 10 more days to train. Yunjong reflects, imagining 10 days of being beaten morning, noon, and night. Chang Mayong tells him that anxiety doesn't afflict those who have given their all in preparation for what's to come. What they are feeling isn't anxiety, it's a lack of confidence. Even if they're weak, they must accept themselves and all their weaknesses. What matters is giving their all in preparation and then facing what lies ahead. He asks if they have given their all until now. Yunjong stays silent for a moment and then replies that yes, he's sure they have. Chang Mayong says that's enough for him. No matter what others say, he knows they've done everything they can, so they should stop wasting time and get some sleep. After all, having a good night's rest before a competition is also a valuable skill. Yunjong agrees but asks where Chang Mayong is going. He replies that he's going to train. The boys remind him that the competition is today, to which our young man responds that his training is hundreds of times more important than fighting those fakes. With that, he leaves. Jil, impressed, notes that he's actually going to train at this hour. Jil remarks that their worries seem pointless now. Seeing Chang Mayang act the same on the day of the competition makes him feel foolish for doubting themselves. The boy is right. They need to regain their strength to give it their all tomorrow. It's time for them to head to bed. Yunjong agrees and heads off. While Yunjong stares at the gate, he thinks about how strange that boy is. How could the few words of someone so young calm the anxiety in his heart? Regardless of the outcome of the competition, the third-year disciples would continue to grow stronger because of him. Jil then asks if he isn't coming, to which Yunjong replies that he is. Meanwhile, in the forest, our young man emerges from the bushes. Obviously, he's on edge, worried that the crazy girl might be around again. If that girl, whatever her name is, shows up again, he'll tie her to a tree and run. Or actually, he can't do that since she's a senior. He also can't just go around beating everyone up. This realization irritates him, and he wonders why he has to be out here in the middle of the night. Then suddenly, he senses a presence. It seems like that crazy girl again. But upon closer inspection, he senses a different aura. Two people, actually. It's a strange, secretive meeting in the middle of the mountain at night. He smells a hint of conspiracy. He jumps toward the source to find out what's going on. Landing on a branch, he looks down and sees Bakshin. But he's puzzled about what Bakshin is doing out so late. Then he notices who the other person is, Jumryong. Jumryong greets Bak with, "It's good to see you here, little brother." Apparently, it's a family matter. Bak responds, saying that Jumryong seems quite calm. His brother asks if there's any reason he shouldn't be. He slowly mentions that he is their dear Dongryong. It turns out the boy has two names. Our young man chuckles, and they glance back. However, they don't see him, he's well hidden. Baek turns around and tells Jumryong not to call him by that name. His name is Bakshin, but Jumryong insists that it's the name their parents gave him and not something he can simply discard. No matter what he chooses to call himself now, he will always be Dongryeon Jin. Our young man continues laughing at the poor guy's name, slowly realizing these two are brothers. One is named Jumryong, the other Dongryeon. He wonders what kind of parents would give such names to their children. Bak keeps shouting about his name. His brother replies that he can call himself whatever he likes. Dongryeon, it is. He then remarks that Baek seems to be doing well at Manhwa, even how he looks. Baek tells him to get to the point, to which his brother replies that he simply missed him. He wanted to know what his little brother, who abandoned their family and become stronger than him, had been up to lately. Baek states that Jumryong already knows, as he must remember what happened 2 years ago. His brother replies that he does remember beating him up, but it never gets old to mistreat his little brother. Baek thinks to himself that this guy is a snake. He may smile and act pleasant, but he still has a rotten heart. He's always been cruel to anyone weaker than him. Baek can see through his facade because he was the first victim. Jumryong then offers a proposal. If Baek kneels and begs, he'll ask the elders of his sect to accept him back. Baek tells him to shut up, declaring himself a disciple of Manhwa. His goal is to help this place surpass the Zhongnam sect. Thus, the offer is nothing more than an insult. After all, he knows that the offer is worthless, given what kind of person his brother is. Jumryong remarks that sibling bonds are strange. Even after so much time apart, Baek knows him so well. But Baek made the wrong choice. If he truly wanted to be stronger, he should have joined the Southern Edge. There, he might have stood a chance. But since he chose Manhwa, how could such a failing sect help him win? Laughing like a madman, Jumryong calls him a fake. Baek stays silent for a moment. He admits that when he first joined Manhwa, it was out of hatred for his brother. He wanted to help the sect his brother despised to defeat him. Jumryong calls it a foolish idea, especially given the type of person Baek is dealing with. Baek interrupts, acknowledging that when he made that choice, he was a child. But now he can honestly say he loves Manhwa. He takes pride in his life as Bakshin, a second-year disciple of this sect. At that moment, Chang Mayang recalls when Bakshin humbly asked for help to become stronger. Now, our young man understands why he wanted this help so badly. He had to admit it was impressive that Bakshin held such pride in this failing sect. Jumryong, however, laughs and asks if his little brother has completely lost his mind. But Bakshin interrupts, stating that he will not allow him to insult the sect. Jumryong might find the idea ridiculous, but it was through this place that Bakshin learned that happiness isn't about training in a renowned sect or eating good food, nor about flaunting one's privileges in front of others. At Manhwa, he found happiness through the contributions he made. This place allowed him to dream of rebuilding the sect and turning it into the greatest in the realm. Manhwa had given him purpose in life and had shown him love despite all its flaws. Jumryong mocks the word love and says he has never heard anything so naive. It seems Bakshin still has much to learn about the world. He then declares that it is already too late for Bakshin. Due to his foolish choice, he will spend the rest of his life as a third-rate martial artist, watching from afar as his brother becomes the leader of the Su sect. Bakshin tries to protest, but Jumryong cuts him off again, saying that the path Bakshin chose is irrelevant. But at least he will find some solace in seeing his little brother fail, especially since that failure will come soon enough. He adds that it was a fitting combination, a failing sect with a foolish disciple. Bakshin warns him to watch what he says about Manhwa or he'll rip his mouth apart. His brother laughs and releases his aura. The energy spreads through the forest and Bakshin braces himself. Jumryong tells him he won't do anything because he doesn't stand a chance. By the end of today, neither he nor the sect will be remembered in the martial world. He then retracts his aura, assuring Bakshin that he'll make sure of it personally. He leaves, saying he looks forward to today. Bakshin is left alone, breathing heavily. He begins to question whether they really have any chance. But then he steels himself, reminding himself not to let his resolve waver. He is Bakshin of Manhwa, and he intends to restore its glory one day. As he turns around, someone remarks that they are impressed. Looking up, he sees our young man casually perched. Chang Mayong jumps down, and Bakshin demands to know what he's doing there, claiming he didn't sense his presence. Our young man calls him Dongryong. Bakshin immediately realizes that Chang Mayong heard everything. Chang Mayong confirms, saying that he was deeply moved by Dongryong's words. He never imagined Bakshin loved this place so much. Bakshin pleads with him not to mention this to anyone else, as others wouldn't appreciate his connection to Jumryong. Chang Mayong taps his chest, assuring him that Jumryong is one of the best people to keep a secret. Bakshin is confused, realizing that means Chang Mayong intends to tell everyone. Chang Mayong tells him to forget it and comments on him being Jumryong's brother. Bakshin explains that they are childhood brothers, but they were never close and have different mothers. He was about to explain more, but our young man cuts him off, saying he's heard enough and isn't in the mood for a sad story. He then decides to take a guess. Was Bakshin the illegitimate or younger son, while the older brother was extremely talented and all that? After much hardship, he ended up at Manhwa. Bakshin asks him to stop reducing his life to a cliché story. He lowers his head, admitting that while it may sound common, his journey wasn't easy. Chang Mayong tells him he did well, leaving Bakshin momentarily confused. Our young man explains that Bakshin made the right choice coming to Mount Hua. No matter his origins, the moment he set foot on this mountain, he became a disciple of this place. And Chang Mayong personally promises to prove that leaving Jiangnan and joining Mount Hua was the right choice. Bakshin is taken aback. This wasn't what he expected to hear from a child. Yet somehow, the words bring him a sense of peace. Bakshin then remarks about Chang Mayong's claim to prove it, asking when that would be. Our young man points upward and says that today is the day. The two fall silent before he declares it's time to deal with those Jiangnan scoundrels. He plans to let loose and cause some chaos. The sun finally rises. The disciples of Mount Hua stand before the elders. Everyone is tense. The leader comments that they seem nervous this morning. They needn't be so anxious because all he hopes for from this day is that they grow through the competition. No matter what happens, he remains proud of the disciples of this place. He hopes they will always remember that. Our young man thinks that these words aren't much of a motivational speech. What the leader said didn't raise the morale of those entering the competition, nor did it inspire those cheering for the sect's honor. Yet somehow, the words ease the burden in the disciples' hearts. Hyeonjong then smiles. He tells them he will be watching closely and wishes them good luck. Meanwhile, in the arena, the Southern Edge group begins to enter, followed shortly by Sang leading the Mount Hua disciples. Everyone walks to their seats and stops face to face. Jumryong steps forward and the leaders take their seats. A hush falls over the arena. Then at the door, someone tries to stop people from entering, saying outside visitors are prohibited from attending this competition. But suddenly, a crowd of elders from the Mount Hua region begins entering. The elders are confused and Yunim asks what this means. From afar, the leader recognizes them. By their clothes, their way of walking, and some familiar faces, they are prominent figures from the Shaanxi region, including top merchants and people from local trading companies. But why have they come to watch the competition? The sect leader looks towards Sama. He recalls that Yunim mentioned the Southern Edge's goal was to show Shaanxi that Mount Hua is no longer a great sect. The leader begins to suspect this is Sama's plan. Unjim continues questioning why they insist on entering without permission. Hyeonjong questions the blatant audacity of this intrusion. Then someone apologizes to the leader. It's Sama, who asks if he truly believes he orchestrated all this. The leader is confused because Sama seems genuinely surprised, indicating he's telling the truth. What they can't comprehend is how this happened. Unjim explains that he tried to stop everyone, but the person who brought them. Just then, someone steps forward and announces that it was him. Hyeonjong is stunned. It was Master Huang who brought them. He greets the leader, saying it's good to see him again. Huang explains that given the nature of the event, he believed this place deserved an audience. Selma agrees, stating it wasn't a bad idea. After all, the final competition between the two sects deserves to be celebrated by all of Shaanxi. Hyeonjong relaxes. Meanwhile, Huang looks back and spots our young man. He recalls the moment his son delivered a letter from Chang Mayong, in which Chang Mayong expressed how thrilled he would be if Huang could bring influential people from across the region. Huang reflects on how he followed through with the plan, but he has no idea what's about to happen. Everyone takes their seats. Food is served, and our young man remarks that everything is ready. Hyeonjong slowly walks to the center of the arena, takes a deep breath, and announces to all the disciples of Mount Hua and Jiangnan that the annual competition between the two sects is about to begin. The first competitors are called. It's Bakshin against his brother right off the bat. Mount Hua's disciples cheer for Bakshin, urging him not to lose. Bakshin steps forward, already sweating. Hyunjong remains calm. The audience murmurs, noting that this duel promises to be exceptional. The best disciples from each sect face off right at the start. It's said that the rest of the competition may very well be decided by this first match. The spectators note that Jumryong is rumored to be a prodigy carving a new path for Xiangnan, but they also acknowledge that Bakshin shares similarities as if they both embody legendary heroes. The elders are anxious, yet one remarks that he doubts Manhwa has anyone on Jumryong's level. In the arena, Jumryong states that it seems his brother has decided not to hide. Baek points his sword and declares that he never intended to run from a fight against Xiangnan. His brother responds that those are lofty words, but he wants to see if Baek's skills match them. The leader watches intently as Baek begins to activate his aura. A tiger materializes and Baek proclaims himself a disciple of the great Manhwa sect. He declares that he will also be the future leader of this place. His brother easily dodges the first strike. Baek's blade trembles, but Jumryong observes him calmly. Baek uses the Asura tiger technique, unleashing a flurry of cuts that raises a cloud of dust. The elders struggle to see anything. Jo Jeol remarks that he's heard of this technique. It's a series of rapid attacks as if the claws of a tiger are relentlessly striking its prey. He's seen Baek use it before, but never with such intensity. Baek is actually pushing a prodigy Jumryong back. Baek lands on the ground, assesses his position, and launches another strike. The leader watches in awe, wondering when Baek reached such a high level. But Samur remains unfazed. Jumryong glances at Chong Mayong and comments that it seems Baek is winning. Our young man curtly tells him to be quiet, but Jumryong continues, insisting that it looks like Baek might win. Chong Mayong dismisses the notion, saying he doubts it. He points out that Baek hasn't landed a single blow. How could he be winning if he hasn't even hit his opponent? As the dust clears, Jumryong stands calmly. The Manhwa disciples begin to question how this is possible. Baek charges again, unleashing another strike, but Jumryong dodges effortlessly. No matter how he attacks, Jumryong remains at ease. Baek is baffled. He charges again, only for his strike to be evaded. Looking for an opening, he tries a blindside approach, gripping his sword with both hands, but again, Jumryong slips away. Even when he attacks from behind, his brother simply ducks. Baek cannot understand why none of his attacks connect. He's giving it his all, yet he can't even touch him. It feels as if his brother is an insurmountable mountain, far beyond his reach. But he's worked tirelessly for this day. All his hours of training must mean something. Once more, he unleashes a barrage of strikes. His attacks whiz by, but Jumryong dodges with ease. Baek advances again, but his brother remains calm, evading every attack. The boy gives it his all, placing his other hand on his sword's hilt for another strike. But this time, Jumryong draws his sword as well and counters. The two pass each other, and as expected, Baek is struck and falls to his knees. His brother approaches slowly and stops beside him. While Baek struggles, Jumryong laughs, asking if he had his fill of fun. As he turns to speak further, Jumryong extends his sword and strikes Baek's shoulder. The pain is intense, and Baek collapses to the ground. With his sword pressing down, Jumryong crushes his shoulder, declaring loudly that it's absurd for him to believe such pathetic Manhwa techniques could ever grant him victory. He promises to shatter all of Baek's illusions and expose the complete foolishness and weakness in everything he admires. Baek is sent flying, his body rolling like discarded refuse. Jumryong thought the gap between them had closed. Baek struggles to grasp what's left of his sword, trying to rise but clearly in pain. As Jumryong lunges again, Baek narrowly evades the first strike, only for his brother to spin around like a top and strike him in each limb. Baek can't comprehend why he can't even see the movements. He stabilizes himself, refusing to fall again. He yells to draw attention and leaps for another attack, but Jumryong evades effortlessly. The counterattack lands and blood sprays as Baek is thrown to the ground once more. But like Rock Lee, the boy's spirit doesn't falter, he rises again. His brother approaches, acknowledging Baek's fighting spirit, noting how he can't even stand properly, but still tries. But that's all he has, and it's why he will never touch him. Why he will never bridge the gap between Manhwa and the southern edge. Their martial arts are unmatched, and Manhwa's legacy is nothing but a distant memory from hundreds of years ago. If Baek ever wishes to catch up, he have to abandon Manhwa. There's no future here, just stories of the past and a failed sect. But Baek rises again, trembling and out of breath. He declares that he will never leave Manhwa. They're shaking, he asserts that he remains a disciple here, no matter what. Jumryong laughs, admitting that at least he has courage. But then he strikes Baek again, telling him not to expect even a hint of mercy. It was a pity, but he needed to make the gap between them clear. Baek finally falls, and the Manhwa disciples rush to help him. They lift him, asking if he's okay. But it's clear he's completely out. Someone shouts, demanding to know the meaning of this. The Manhwa disciples are outraged, asking why Jumryong did this if it was supposed to be a training match. Jumryong responds that this is why he held back gracefully. It would be ridiculous to believe that Baek would still be breathing if he had taken the fight seriously. He tried to go easy on him. He simply didn't expect the boy to be so weak as to collapse from such a simple attack. However, he apologizes, admitting he has difficulty controlling his abilities. Hanam is informed that they are taking Baek for recovery. The poor boy is carried out of the arena. Jumryong then announces that he wants to experience this so-called superiority of Xiangnan for himself. He smiles and calls for Seohan, telling him it's his turn. Seohan steps into the arena prepared and grinning. It's clear to everyone that this boy is also in for a beating. The merchants murmur about what a splendid match it was. Baekjian resisted more than they expected. No one imagined Jumryong had already reached such a level. Having a disciple like him made it evident that Xiangnan was the greatest sect in the Shaanxi region. Another merchant stroking his beard agrees, saying Manhwa isn't bad, but it's obvious that Xiangnan is the better investment. Wang knows that merchants only care about one thing. They're talking about investments and money while a boy has just been beaten senseless. Though Wang is also a merchant, he sometimes despises those in his profession. Still, he tries to understand what Chang Maiyang is planning. Calling everyone from the province was a risky gamble, so he must have an ingenious plan. But at the pace things are going, it will be impossible for Mount Hua to restore its reputation. In fact, if Chang Maiyang's plan fails, this could spell the end of Mount Hua. Wang can only pray he hasn't gambled everything on this boy in vain. Yanzhong asks if Bak is okay, and Chang Maiyang replies that he certainly isn't. Yanzhong asks if Bak is really that hurt. Chang Maiyang confirms that from what he saw, yes, Bak is in a bad state. His silence makes Yanzhong worried. He tells Chang Maiyang that he knows they don't get along well, but it seems like he doesn't care about the senior. He asks if Chang Maiyang feels no remorse. Chang Maiyang tells him to calm down. Yanzhong presses the issue. Chang Maiyang repeats that he needs to calm down. He asks what Yanzhong expected. Did he really think Bak had a chance? From the beginning, Chang Maiyang knew there was no hope of victory in this competition. All Yanzhong had hoped for was that they wouldn't embarrass themselves. They had worked extremely hard for this day. Becoming one of the top 10 sects might be a distant dream. Chang Maiyang tells him that if hard work was the only thing that mattered, all the old men would be great masters. What matters is not how hard you work, but how smartly you work. He then tells Yanzhong to watch closely. All the second-year disciples will lose their matches. Yanzhong, shocked, asks why. Chang Maiyang mentions that perhaps one has a small chance, but unfortunately, she doesn't seem to be competing today. Oh, who would have guessed that Aizal Yu is actually better than Baekjin? Yes, women at the top. This is true feminism. Yanzhong can't believe that none of them even have a chance at a draw. He asks if they're really going to lose like this. Chang Maiyang responds that he never said they would lose. He was only talking about the second-year disciples. He then tells Yanzhong to start warming up because they need to catch everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Bak's friend takes his turn in the arena and falls like a discarded rag. Seovan presses his foot on his chest, asking if he's already giving up. He thought the guy could take a few more hits. He then looks at Chang Maiyang and taunts him, saying he barks a lot but doesn't bite. Chang Maiyang stays calm, or maybe not so calm. He just wants to see how long Seohan's smile lasts. Another second-year disciple takes a beating and collapses. His sword stops at Sang's feet, who remarks that they suffered 9 consecutive defeats. Sang turns to the leader, suggesting they put an end to this. Otherwise, the third-year disciples will be slaughtered like goats at the slaughterhouse. Haivanjong, however, states that it's no longer in his hands. How could he stop the competition now? The arena is full of merchants and prominent figures from all over Shaanxi. How could he tell all these people that Mount Hua has no chance of defeating the Southern Edge? It would be the same as announcing the sect's downfall. This is a line he cannot cross. It's not about saving face or his position, but if he wants to preserve even a sliver of hope for Mount Hua, it must continue. He says that the die has been cast, and that's all there is to it. Sang tries to protest, but another disciple falls and the last one collapses. Jumryong smiles and turns to the elder. Selma is absolutely delighted. 10 consecutive victories. It couldn't have been more perfect. The Xiangnan sect had dreamed of this for countless generations. To think he would be the one chosen to witness this great achievement. The merchants nearby muttered that this competition was becoming one-sided. It was evident that Xiangnan was far superior to Mount Hua. Another merchant agreed, noting that while Mount Hua had once been a great sect, those days were long past. The elder was ecstatic. Public opinion was clearly on his side. Now only one step remained, crushing every single third-year disciple so that Mount Hua could never recover. He relaxed, gazing up at the sky, remarking on how wonderful the day was. Anjum, however, was anything but calm. The day was far too beautiful for what was unfolding before him. He raised his head and announced the next match, declaring that it was time for the third-year disciples to enter the fray. Anjum commented that their time had come. 10 consecutive defeats. He knew he should feel confident after months of training, but the harsh reality before him crushed any confidence he had. He heard a sound to his side and turned, startled to see Chang Maiyang seething with rage. He tried to calm him, only for Chang Maiyang to yell, asking what he was talking about. Anjum called for the first-year disciples to prepare, but he quickly realized that the third-year disciples were struggling to hold Chang Maiyang back. Everyone was trying to restrain him, insisting that he be the last to fight. But with an explosive burst, he broke free, leaping into the middle of the arena. The merchants were bewildered. Chang Maiyang landed in the center and rose to his feet. Anjum couldn't comprehend what the boy was thinking. Chang Maiyang simply shouted for the first opponent to step forward. He didn't care who it was but demanded they come forth. He vowed to take down every piece of trash from that place. Selma demanded to know what this deluded boy thought he was saying. Junryang laughed, commenting that the little piece of trash had finally shown himself. He called for Yuryang, telling him that while he hadn't expected the first match to be against him, it changed nothing. He instructed him to put the boy in his place. Yuryang stepped into the arena. He called out Chong Mayon, vowing to shut his filthy mouth. He barely began introducing himself as Yuryang when Chong Mayon closed the distance in an instant, landing a punch. Selma was left speechless, and the others were stunned. Still airborne, Chong Mayon declared he didn't care about Yuryang's name. He should start praying. As Yuryang spun in the air, the elder could hardly comprehend what had happened. In a blink, it seemed as if Chong Mayon had disappeared. How could a boy move faster than the eyes of a Southern Edge elder? But the body hitting the ground didn't lie. Chong Mayon grabbed his sword and moved toward him, telling him to get up since he hadn't hit him hard enough to knock him out. The Southern Edge disciples protested, claiming he attacked while Yuryang was still talking. Chong Mayon retorted that he didn't care about etiquette. Did they plan to drink liquor and chat with every enemy on the battlefield? Trembling, Yuryang managed to rise, grasping his sword. Chong Mayon urged him to hurry up, saying his patience was wearing thin. Yuryang, visibly shaken, asked if he was all right, to which he replied that he could fight all day even if he ended up bleeding everywhere. Chong Mayon knew at this rate Yuryang might die. Not that he had any sympathy for Zhongnan, but it wouldn't look good if the first opponent died from a punch. He suggested to Aniclimax that it might be best to send Yuryang to the medics. Aniclimax was about to respond when Yuryang cut off his shirt, plugged his nose, and glared angrily. Chong Mayon couldn't help but admire his fighting spirit. Yuryang spat insults, calling him a coward and demanding if he had no shame. He threatened to carve him up and feed him to the dogs. Chong Mayon didn't understand, but Yuryang continued, saying he would only forgive him if he knelt and begged. Chong Mayon changed his mind about sending him to the medics. If that's how it was, they could continue. He admitted he felt a bit bad earlier, but Yuryang's words helped him overcome that. He told him to come at him, promising to be impressed if he even touched a single hair on his head. Yuryang continued cursing until Junryang shouted for him to calm down. Never underestimate the enemy, he warned. Surprised, Yuryang nodded and began to focus, acknowledging that he had almost fallen for a trap. Junryang found it absurd to think that this was any kind of trap. Yuryang pointed his sword, telling Chong Mayon to prepare for defeat. Chong Mayon coolly replied that he'd already done so. Yuryang leaped, vowing to end the filthy brat. The protagonist disappeared and reappeared behind him. Yuryang sensed something but was too late. He took a strike to the stomach. As he crumpled to the ground, Chong Mayon remarked on the real problem. Before Yuryang could fully fall, Chong Mayon struck him again. He added another hit, lamenting that kids these days had no respect. The poor guy was practically floating from the beating he'd taken. Then with a kick to the face, he was sent flying. While he suffered, Junryang appeared bewildered by the strikes. Yuryang crashed face first to the ground, trembling in pain. Chong Mayon approached, pointing out that Yuryang couldn't even touch him for a second. As Yuryang removed the cloth from his nose, the bleeding resumed. Chong Mayon turned to Junryang and told him to wipe off that shocked expression. Then he calmly left the arena and took a seat, while the elders tried to make sense of what they'd just witnessed. Had they been dreaming? Chong Mayon had defeated a disciple of the Zhongnan sect, not only quickly, but in an utterly dominant manner. He turned to ask the sect leader, who stood with his mouth agape. Even Sang shared the same expression. Sang admitted he had no idea the boy was this strong. The leader shook his head, saying it didn't make sense. He shouldn't have stood a chance. The finance elder asked why everyone seemed so shocked. Weren't they the elders who had been watching over the boy? Their stunned expressions made it seem as if they'd bet money against him. Sang slapped his own face, asking how long the boy had been in the sect. Unjum replied that it had been about 6 months. Sang couldn't believe it. With such little time, he had defeated a disciple from the Southern Edge with a crushing victory. He wondered what kind of training the boy had undergone before joining. Unjum admitted he had no idea about such martial prowess. Clearly, the child was a master hiding his talent. Haiyunjong remarked that he always believed the boy to be a blessing for Mount Hoa. But this was on another level. It would have been unfair to expect more from him given all he'd already done. But the martial talent he displayed was beyond anything he had seen. He was truly a prodigy. Haiyunjong noted that at least it was a victory for Mount Hoa. It would alleviate some of the humiliation they were suffering in front of the crowd. But he knew that this was more than just avoiding embarrassment. Mount Hoa might have discovered a talent capable of leading the sect into the next century. The merchants were at a loss for words. One remarked that Mount Hoa had won, but they hadn't expected such a one-sided match. The disciple from Zhongnan wasn't weak, but he stood no chance. Another commented that they'd never seen such talent from Mount Hoa. Huang had expected something like this, even though he hadn't witnessed Chong Maion's martial prowess himself. He'd heard about it and invested accordingly. This kind of master didn't step into battle prepared to lose. It seemed as if Chong Maion had foreseen all of this and set events into motion. The merchants noted that the Zhongman group was likely caught off guard by the beating they'd received. But Huang knew that Chong Maion now had everyone's attention. Not that it mattered. Huang was already on the boy's side. One of the elders remarked that if his single child won while the other 9 lost, it only showed one talented individual. Though it was an impressive victory, doubts would remain. Now Chang Mayong would have to show his true worth. His victory would either highlight the talent of a single anomaly or herald Mount Hua's resurgence. Chang Mayong sat calmly, smiling, saying that was satisfying. His friends wonder how he remained so composed after such a fight. Someone praised his efforts, suggesting he should have stomped even harder. With this revenge, they felt rejuvenated, claiming he was the best and that his performance was amazing. Yunjong stood back, watching as everyone praised the young man. Chang Mayong dismissed it, telling everyone to take their seats. He wanted to watch the next match. He called for the senior. While everyone stared, he glanced at Yunjong and nodded. Yunjong nodded back, realizing it was his turn. Chang Mayong had done his part and more. It was now up to him to keep the momentum going. Chang Mayong asked what Yunjong was doing and told him to hurry up and fight. Yunjong wanted to complain about how Chang Mayong always had the last word but knew there was no point. He asked if Chang Mayong had any advice or words of encouragement. Chang Mayong simply asked if it would make a difference. He told him to go and hit as many people as he could. Yunjong was surprised by the advice, grabbed his sword, and walked toward the arena. He could feel the weight of everyone's expectations. In the eyes of every person there, a glimmer of hope had begun to form. But if he lost? Chang Mayong called out his name. Yunjong turned and asked what it was. Chang Mayong simply said that if he lost, he'd be dead. Yunjong, momentarily confused, broke into a smile. He gripped his sword tightly, feeling that the winds had shifted in Mount Hua's favor. He stepped into the arena, introducing himself as Yunjong, a third-year disciple. He stood there, ready to challenge the sect, not for a simple training match. Jumryong saw the rising energy among the Mount Hua disciples. He called for Gangjin, who responded, vowing to end it all. Jumryong told him not just to end it, but to crush that arrogant bunch. The boy agreed and leaped into the arena. Jumryong couldn't believe they lost the chance for a perfect victory, all because of that cursed Chang Mayong. He admitted the boy was better than expected and caught him off guard. But the rest of Mount Hua wouldn't have such good fortune. Chang Mayong might have won that match, but the sect itself would never win the war. That was something they wouldn't allow. Gangjin pointed his sword at Yunjong. It had happened 2 years ago. Not so long, really. He'd fallen then and gotten up again. The sword had been pressed against his neck. Yunjong knew today's match was about history repeating itself. If not for Chang Mayong, he had suffered crushing defeats against Zhangmin every time. It had led him to doubt his training, the despair of realizing his hard work wasn't producing results. They had all stood defeated before an impossible wall. But one person refused to give up. He walked around the sect and saw Baekjin training relentlessly. Then suddenly, a new boy appeared and changed everyone's lives. It was because of Chang Mayong that life over the past 6 months had been hell. But at least it had driven them to train harder than ever before. Yunjong wondered if all that suffering had lessened the gap between them and the southern edge. It was hard to put into words, but no matter what, he wasn't going to give up without giving it his all. The opponent before him said there was no need for introductions. He would show how lightly he had gone on him in their last fight. Yunjong began to respond, but his opponent cut him off, telling him to be silent. He leaped forward, declaring that their swords would do the talking. Yunjong quickly recognized that he was using the same technique as before, a straight, predictable offensive right in front of him. But even so, he had never managed to block a single strike in the past. This time would be different. He placed another hand on his sword, and their blades clashed. His opponent seemed surprised and immediately retreated, noting that Yunjong hadn't been idle these past years. But it was irrelevant. All of his efforts would be in vain. Yunjong narrowly dodged the next attack, shocked at the speed and strength of his opponent. How was he so strong while moving so quickly? It was like fighting someone twice as strong as before. Perhaps this was the true prowess of the southern edge. The boy pressed forward, launching another attack. Yunjong continued to defend, noting that despite everything, he could see each of his opponent's moves. He parried another strike, and his opponent was knocked back. Confusion set in. Not only was Yunjong blocking everything, but he was pushing him back. Yunjong stared at his own hands, wondering what was happening. His opponent, also confused, asked if he was holding back to spare him embarrassment. It wasn't like that. The opponent yelled, accusing Yunjong of arrogance for dodging a few lucky strikes. He lunged forward, furious. Yunjong dodged again and, bam, kicked him in the stomach. His opponent crashed to the ground but quickly rose, visibly shaken. Even Yunjong didn't fully understand what he was doing, or rather, what Chang Mayong had done to them. The opponent roared, seething with rage. He prepared another attack, charging at Yunjong. This time, Yunjong realized it was a fair fight. He had trained countless hours for this moment. All he needed to do was apply everything he had practiced every single day. A simple overhead strike. The transfer of strength to his sword began at his fingertips. His legs rooted firmly, as strong as a mountain. Eyes sharp like an eagle's, or at least mostly closed in his case. His southern edge opponent activated his aura. Yunjong knew it was time to strike. He remembered Chang Mayong's lesson. Always attack with the intent to end the fight in one blow. He screamed, announcing that he wouldn't hold back. His opponent noticed and braced, planting his foot and raising his sword to block. But Yunjong's strike continued through, breaking the sword and landing on his shoulder. The shattered blade spun to the ground. His opponent stood, disbelieving, as silence swept the arena. Another southern edge disciple had fallen. Even Yunjong couldn't believe what he'd done. He steadied himself, bowed, and thanked his opponent for the match. Everyone from Manhwa began celebrating once more. It was incredible that Yunjong, who had trained alongside them, had achieved victory. The sect leader felt as though he had ascended to the heavens, with no regrets left in this life. Everyone was smiling as they watched Yunjong stand proudly in the arena. He walked over to his comrades, who commented on his perfect victory. Even Jojiol was stunned. He asked Yunjong to share the secret and what he needed to do to win too. Yunjong reassured him, saying that victory was already guaranteed and he would understand once he was out there. He then turned to Chang Mayong and asked how he managed it, how he ensured they would win this way. Chang Mayong casually replied that it was simple. All he did was tilt the balance in their favor. The Zhan disciples were strong and skilled for their age, but that was their greatest weakness. Confused, Yunjong asked how being strong and skilled could be a weakness. Chang Mayong explained that they knew too much for their level of maturity. Still puzzled, Yunjong asked if it wasn't good for a master to know as many techniques as possible. Chang Mayong, ever the metaphor king, brought up the tower analogy. A martial artist's strength depends on how solid their foundation is. The Zhan disciples were building layers upon layers without reinforcing their base. What happens when such a tower faces a solid foundation? Yunjong answered that the unstable one would collapse. Chang Mayong said that martial arts are simple at their core. The martial artist must use their body efficiently to strike their target with precision. From this basic intention, techniques emerge and evolve, becoming faster, more precise, and more resilient. All he did was ensure no one forgot their roots. He pointed out that Jojiol was moving differently than before. His footing was solid, his sword arcs were clear and true, and his eyes calmly observed his surroundings. Most importantly, he now focused all of his energy into every strike. And for this fight, that was all he needed. The basics were more than enough to defeat someone training at the same level. Yunjong asked if that was really true. If it was so simple, why didn't other sects do the same? Chang Mayong asked what was simple about it. Was Yunjong suggesting the past 6 months of training had been easy? Yunjong quickly clarified that he didn't mean that. It just seems simplistic. Chang Mayong then gave a lesson, asking if Yunjong could spend half his day studying, always doing the right thing, being honest and just with relatives, honorable and virtuous with the weak and poor, avoiding wealth accumulation at all costs, respecting both those above and below him, building true friendships, and striving for a better future for the country and family. Could he do that for the rest of his life? Yunjong admitted he probably couldn't. Chang Mayong explained that this is all that's required to become a great sage. Yunjong began to understand. Everyone knows the path to becoming a sage, but very few can adhere to such ideals. Most people cannot consistently live by their principles, no matter how simple it may seem. Chang Mayong added that continuous effort can even wear down stone. All it takes is dedication to what you wish to achieve. Nothing in the world is more prestigious than hard work. Hard work and devotion are what matter most, precisely because so few people are capable of it. Pushing oneself to the brink over and over for a single goal, that's what leads to this kind of outcome. Jojiol won his match. Yunjong began to credit Chang Mayong, but Chang Mayong reminded him that the glory wasn't his. They became winners the moment they refused to give up during training. Yunjong hadn't realized there was such deep meaning behind their brutal training. He wanted to know where Chang Mayong had learned all this. He glanced at the arena, another victory. That made 4 consecutive wins. With him and Jojiol out of the way, the remaining 7 competitors were roughly on the same level of skill. Since the first had won so easily, it was likely the rest would follow suit. In other words, they might actually win. A Southern Edge disciple was flung into the air and crashed to the ground. The victorious Mount Hua disciple celebrated, declaring his win. Everyone cheered for Mount Hua. 10 consecutive victories. Despite the 10 wins, the difference in morale was unmistakable. The Southern Edge members' expressions said it all. Yunjong turned to Chang Mayong, thanking him for their victory. Chang Mayong asked what he meant by victory. They needed to remember that they had lost 10 rounds earlier. Those 10 victories only brought them to a tie. As everyone nodded, he interrupted, saying they still didn't understand. There was no way he was going to leave this as a draw. Yunjong already knew that considering it a victory was madness. He declared that accepting a tie would be a lifelong humiliation. While everyone hoped he would settle for it, staring at his sword, he knew a tie had never been an option from the start. He had to make them pay for stealing the cherry blossom technique. Worse yet, for insulting their leader in front of everyone, and for trying to humiliate Mount Hua even after being offered hospitality. No way was he going to let these people leave unscathed. He called to his brothers, saying he had a plan. They were to watch every step he took. As he walked toward the arena, all eyes were on him. This was the first of countless times they would see him walk ahead of them. This was the moment Chang Mayong became the leader of Mount Hua. Meanwhile, someone was praying to the ancestors. It was the sect leader speaking calmly, saying he never believed this day would come. He had always hoped it was possible, but not in his lifetime. Sang celebrated, saying the boys had done it. The leader agreed, unable to find words to express his joy. Finally, he could face their ancestors without shame. But he was still a bit confused. He wondered what Chang Mayong was planning now. Sama was furious, calling everyone useless and pathetic. How were they supposed to return to Xiangnan with their tails between their legs? He screamed at everyone, calling them parasites who had dragged Xiangnan's name through the mud. How could they have brought such disgrace in front of all of Shaanxi? Zhumiang knew that with 10 defeats, it meant a tie against the damned Manhwa. This would forever stain Xiangnan's reputation. Someone raised a hand and asked for permission to speak. Sama and Zhumiang turned to see it was Chang Mayong. He announced that now that it was over, he had something to ask. He called on Master Huang, who asked what it was. Chang Mayong pointed out that, as a spectator, Master Huang might be the right person to ask. In his opinion, who had won the competition, Huang wasn't foolish. He immediately understood. Zhumiang had no intention of letting it end as a tie. By asking him directly, Chang Mayong expected a particular answer. Huang said he would need to consult the others, but it was difficult to determine a clear winner. A mustachioed merchant suggested giving the victory to Xiangnan since the older disciples had won. But another elder argued that the competition was meant to showcase the future, so the victory should go to the side with the better young disciples. As they debated, Huang observed, he told Chang Mayong that, as he could see, it was hard to reach a conclusion. Chang Mayong replied that he believed no one would be satisfied with such an ending, so he proposed a tiebreaker to determine the true winner. The 10 victorious Xiangnan disciples would face the 10 victorious Mount Hua disciples. Mount Hua gasped in surprise. Chang Mayong suggested that this way they would find the competition's true result. Yun Zhang, shocked, asked if they would really have to compete against the second-year disciples. Chang Mayong added one condition. Instead of the usual one-on-one matches, whoever won would remain on the field. This meant that a single person could fight multiple matches until defeated. The last person standing would determine the winner. He asked what they thought while Yun Zhang seemed ready to burst. Chang Mayong gestured across his neck, saying it was time for sudden death. Sung Sama, bewildered, asked what the winner stays rule was. Who was this boy to speak for the entire sect and propose a duel against Xiangnan? Chang Mayong casually pointed at the sect leader nearby and told him to discuss it with him. Sung Sama, growing more irritated, was done with Chang Mayong's disrespect. Someone spoke up, calling it an intriguing proposal. The merchants agreed, saying it would be a sight to see. Was Mount Hua's third year truly strong enough to defeat the Southern Edge's second-year disciples? Everyone was eager to see this happen. Chang Mayong declared that all it took was the approval of the two leaders. Sung Sama was about to explode in his seat, while Haiyanzhang was unsure of what Chang Mayong was planning. Unam spoke up, saying he believed they should allow it. The boy had a wisdom far beyond his years. While his methods might be a bit forceful, he had never seen him propose anything foolish. That was why he was sure Chang Mayong had considered every doubt that crossed their minds. He had a plan, and all he asked for was their trust. Sang agreed, and so did Haiyanzhang. The leader took a deep breath and looked at the arena, announcing that Mount Hua approved of the confrontation. Now Sung Sama had no choice. Refusing would make it seem like they were running away. So he begrudgingly accepted the challenge on behalf of Xiangnan. Chang Mayong smiled, but Yun Zhang quickly pulled him aside, throwing him out of the arena and demanding to know what he was thinking. Yun Zhang asked why he proposed a fight against the second-year disciples. They were much older and at a completely different level. Not to mention Zhumiang, the greatest prodigy in Shaanxi. How were they supposed to defeat someone like him? Chang Mayong asked what he meant by we. He turned to Yun Zhang and asked if he was serious. Yun Zhang replied that this was obviously the outcome of his proposal. Chang Mayong told him to wake up. There was no chance they could win. Now they were all confused. Chang Mayong admitted that Zhou Jiao might manage to defeat one or two second-year disciples, but the rest would be crushed as soon as Zhumiang stepped forward. It didn't matter how solid their foundation was. That guy was on a completely different level. Yun Zhang asked what they were supposed to do if Chang Mayong had a plan. Chang Mayong asked what plan he was talking about. Sama believed it would be a battle of attrition, with the first 9 wearing Zhumiang down for Chang Mayong to finish him off. But Chang Mayong said it was irrelevant. Zhumiang would keep winning even if he had to fight 20 of them. Sama announced that they weren't going to follow the other side's plans anymore. Besides, what glory was there for him in defeating 10 rookies? Zhumiang would fight last. Yubek would be the first competitor, and the elder assured everyone he wouldn't disappoint. But someone stepped into the arena. It was Chang Mayong, declaring he didn't care for plans, schemes, or strategies. He was all they needed, so they'd better come to the arena. The opponent gave him a hard look before entering the arena. Chang Mayong knew that no matter how strong Mount Hua was, if they didn't prove it, they would be the only ones aware of their strength. He needed to prove to the martial world that Mount Hua was changing. He needed a quick way to restore the reputation Mount Hua had lost. With that in mind, what kind of news would spread their name the fastest? If the third-year disciples of Mount Hua defeated the Southern Edge's third-year disciples, it would impress a few people. But if Mount Hua's third years defeated the Southern Edge's second years, it would become news throughout the region. But there was one final option. What if a single third-year disciple from Mount Hua defeated all of Xiangnan's second-year disciples? Such a story would become a legend, spreading throughout the entire kingdom. Chang Mayong called to his senior brother, telling him to remember these words. He urged him to watch every move he made until the end. The southern disciple sneered, impressed by his delusion and confidence. It would be his job to teach Chang Mayan the price of arrogance. Chang Mayan readied his sword and introduced himself as Chang Mayan, a third-year disciple of Manhwa, challenging Zhangnan. The opponent felt ignored but introduced himself as Yubek. Yunzhang quickly noticed that Chang Mayan seemed different. It was as if all his arrogance had vanished. At that moment, he resembled a warrior entering the battlefield. He told Zhou Jiul to watch closely. They couldn't miss a single movement the boy made from here on out. Until it was over, they couldn't even blink. Chang Mayan declared that today Zhangnan would witness the birth of a legend. The southern disciple prepared, launching a flurry of attacks, saying it was time for Chang Mayan to learn some manners. The sect leader, confused, wondered since when Zhangnan used such techniques. The opponent charged at Chang Mayan, and just before contact, Chang Mayan stepped forward with a strike, interrupting him. The opponent was bewildered, but before he could process it, Chang Mayan advanced with a downward slash. The impact left the opponent's arm trembling from the clash. He couldn't comprehend how such a simple sword art could be so powerful. Another strike came from the side, knocking him away. The poor disciple had no idea how Chang Mayan moved so quickly. Worse yet, there were no openings to exploit. He wanted to use the 12 blossoming snow strikes, but there was no opportunity. He endured a flurry of attacks and soon found himself at the edge of the arena. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the sword was already descending toward his head. Barely managing to defend himself, the impact created a gust of wind that left Hayanzhang stunned. The opponent stumbled, losing his balance and falling out of the ring. He looked terrified while Chang Mayan calmly stood in the center. Chang Mayan turned to Zhangnan and called for the next challenger. He then walked back to the center. Someone noticed that Chang Mayan defeated Yubek using only basic techniques. Defeating his second-year disciple wasn't difficult for an elder like him, but the issue was that Chang Mayan had done it with simple strikes, no counters. Even as an elder, he wasn't sure he could replicate such a feat. Now the real problem was apparent. His instincts screamed that the boy needed to be stopped. If he continued to grow, he would one day cast a shadow over all of Zhangnan. It was as if a master of a glowing blade had been resurrected. Unfortunately for them, that was precisely what happened. Siohan, looking unnerved, was called next. Sama warned him not to lose so easily. At the very least, he had to exhaust the boy and buy as much time as possible. Siohan stepped into the arena with determination, while Chang Mayan stood silently. He pointed his sword, determined not to underestimate his opponent. He wouldn't let pride guide his actions or lower his guard like Yubek had. There was no way he would lose to a child. But then he saw Chang Mayan's gaze. He began to wonder what kind of pressure this was. In an instant, Chang Mayan leaped, striking downward. Siohan had to raise both hands to block, and even then he was driven to his knees, shocked. He heard a step beside him, but before he could react, he took a blow to the face. He collapsed, unconscious. Chang Mayan gripped his sword and called for the next challenger. The Manhwa disciples were stunned. So far, he had ended 2 fights with just 2 strikes. Chang Mayan turned back, knowing this was far from over. Simply defeating Zhangnan would never satisfy him. Today, he intended to leave a permanent scar on their pride, something that would never be forgotten as long as the 2 sects existed. What Zhangnan had done was unforgivable, and today they would pay. In the past, Manhwa had sacrificed everything to protect this kingdom. He and his brothers had given their lives valiantly at the 100 Peaks, all to stop the leader of the demonic cult. Zhangnan wouldn't even exist without that sacrifice, yet they repaid Manhwa by stealing their techniques and humiliating what remained. He had suppressed his rage, waiting for this day. But now he would hold back no longer. He shouted for the next opponent. The disciples of Zhangnan trembled. Another approached the arena. Chang Mayan decided it was time to unveil the true art of the 6 elements. Zhou Jiul immediately recognized it, the falling petal technique. The opponent was drenched in sweat, gripping his sword tightly. In the next moment, Zhangnan was already behind him. He looked back just as he was struck on the shoulder. He was confused. How did the attack land after Chang Mayan had already appeared behind him? He yelled, charging forward, but Chang Mayan turned and delivered another strike. It hit his shoulder again and he dropped to his knees. The blade came to his neck, pausing for a moment. Then it struck and he fell to the ground. Yunzhang immediately recognized that this was entirely different from what they had been practicing. He never imagined that a simple technique could defeat the Zhangnan disciples so effortlessly. It was as if Chang Mayan was demonstrating that what Manhwa learned was in no way inferior to Zhangnan's teachings. Zhou Jiul, who had practiced it relentlessly, wondered if this was truly the pedal technique. Yunzhang responded by telling him to keep watching, for this was the true swordsmanship of Manhwa. This was what should be mastered and passed on to future generations. He prayed for Chang Mayan to continue showing what it meant to be a disciple of Manhwa, the true power of Manhwa's sword. Another disciple fell to the ground. Chang Mayan called for the next one. 6 disciples had now been defeated. The Southern Edge disciples began to question if they might really lose. The worst part was that they were losing to a single 3rd-year disciple. One tried to urge another forward, but fear gripped everyone. Yumryong stood disgusted by the sight. He never thought Zhangnan's disciples would cower before a child 10 years their junior. He rose, declaring that they had no pride left. He announced that he would be the next to fight. He could no longer sit and watch this brat do as he pleased. He would try to salvage what little honor remained. He demanded his sword and made his way toward the arena. But Sama stopped him, ordering Manga to go instead. Jumryong was confused, but the elder told him his job was to buy time and hold the boy down if necessary. He had to understand the gravity of this task. Reluctantly, Manga agreed and stepped into the arena, while Jumryong stood frozen. Sama called him aside. As they walked to a corner, Sama asked if Jumryong believed anyone could defeat the boy. Jumryong hesitated, and Sama noted that he already knew the truth. The child was a monster. At the very least, the birth of a dragon that could one day threaten them all. They could not allow such a being to continue growing unchecked, endangering their future. Sama asked if Jumryong understood what he was saying. Jumryong, still unsure, realized that Chang Mayong was indeed extremely talented, but he didn't expect the elder to be this afraid. How could Chang Mayong alone endanger the entire future of Xianmen? Or was the elder implying that even he couldn't defeat the boy? The elder explained that Jumryong was the prodigy of their generation, but it would be foolish to think he was the only prodigy in the martial world. In this era alone, there were dozens like him. At this moment, Jumryong might believe he would become the greatest martial artist, but unfortunately, it was not prodigies who fought for the title of strongest in the world. Monsters fought for that title. Those who defied common sense and bent the laws of human nature through sheer strength. Only those with innate talents that challenged the order of the universe could compete for such a title. Another body hit the ground. Sama pointed out that Chang Mayong was one of those monsters. Jumryong was about to speak, but the elder cut him off. Yes, Chang Mayong was a monster, but he had not yet reached his full potential. A tiger cub could still be killed by a wild dog if found too young. Jumryong asked what he meant by that. Sama gave the order to kill the boy. His potential was too vast, and they needed to eliminate him now. They still had hope. Though Chang Mayong was a monster, he wasn't beyond their reach. They had to strike while they could, or they would never have another opportunity. If they couldn't kill him, they had to ensure he would never fight again. Sama asked if Jumryong understood, but Jumryong realized the elder had lost his composure. He tried to reason with him, but Sama refused to live under the shadow of that boy forever. He urged Jumryong to choose wisely. No matter what happened, he would bear the responsibility. In the middle of an intense battle, a blade might slip, a tragic accident. Jumryong declared that he was not weak enough to live in Chang Mayong's shadow. But if Chang Mayong truly threatened the existence and prosperity of Xianmen, he would do what was necessary. Sama smiled, pleased with Jumryong's resolve. Another explosion of energy, and the eighth body fell. Chang Mayong wanted to end it quickly, but it was proving difficult. Those remaining were terrified of entering the arena. He already knew who the final opponent would be. Then someone stepped into the arena. The young master introduced himself, acknowledging that he had no chance of deserving this fight. Yet even so, he couldn't stand idly by while the sect he loved was humiliated publicly. Chang Mayong smiled. Clearly, not everyone in Xianmen was a coward. It was Aison Bak who had stepped forward, and Chang Mayong thought this one, at least, had something to prove. Aison Bak bowed and introduced himself, seeking a fair duel. Chang Mayong accepted, introducing himself in return. Even though the young man was a disciple of Xianmen, Chang Mayong found himself unable to hate him for some reason. Since that was the case, he would show him a thing or two about the level he should strive to reach one day. Aison Bak took a deep breath, entering his stance. Chang Mayong warned him that if he survived what was about to happen, he would grow stronger. But if he failed, he would be consumed from the inside out. That was the choice he had to make. Aison Bak roared, preparing and charging forward. Chang Mayong raised his sword, thinking that he would only display the basics for now. But this was the swordsmanship that Xianmen of the past once desired to reach. They clashed, and suddenly, Chang Mayong vanished. Aison Bak couldn't understand why everything suddenly went dark. He asked himself where he was. Looking up, he saw something descending, a massive sword bearing down on him. He knew what he was seeing wasn't real, but the difference in their power was unmistakable. The strike cut through him, and the entire area split as he remained motionless. Blood spilled, and he dropped to his knees. He smiled, saying that he had seen it, the true state of becoming one with the sword. He collapsed, and Chang Mayong knew that made 9. Only one remained. Chang Mayong turned to Jumryong and called him out. Everyone wondered if such a moment had ever existed in Manhua's history. Xianmen completely defeated. Not even in the peak era of the Glowing Blade Master had something like this occurred. When was the last time a disciple of Manhwa had stood so proudly against their Xianmen rivals? Sang wanted to speak, but the leader told him to remain silent. For now, they would simply watch. He was curious to see what Chang Mayong would show next. As Jumryong walked toward the arena, he found the sensation unsettling. He was accustomed to eyes filled with admiration and respect. His entire life, he had worked to earn such recognition. But in a single day, it had all been twisted into fear and doubt. He asked Chang Mayong if he wanted praise, saying that what he had done was too easy. Jumryong accused him of being bold and insulting, but Chang Mayong replied he was merely stating facts. Why should he be congratulated for defeating the weak? Seething with rage, Jumryong couldn't help but hate him from the moment they met. His dismissive demeanor, treating him as if he were no different from the others. It all infuriated him. He asked if Chang Mayong really thought he would show humility towards someone like him. There was a saying, too much politeness can be disrespectful. He admitted that Chang Mayong was strong enough to be arrogant. Defeating all the second-year disciples alone was enough to be called a prodigy. But it was unfortunate for Chang Mayong that he was born in the same era as him. Because of that misfortune, he would spend the rest of his life looking at Jumryong's back, knowing that the gap would never close. Chang Mayong questioned who was truly arrogant. Jumryong ignored him, stating that Mount Hua was fixated on restoring its past glory. What future did his sect have that was stuck in the past? Xiamen, however, was different. They were focused solely on creating stronger martial arts and refining their training methods. Mount Hua would never catch up to the Southern sect. Chang Mayong acknowledged his pride in his sect and his ability to back up those words. He even wished his own brothers had some of that confidence. But the future Jumryong spoke of was built on martial arts that Xiamen had stolen. It made him wonder what kind of future a sect of thieves could have, a sect that repaid sacrifice with betrayal. In his battle with Isong Baek, Chang Mayong had hoped to plant a seed to show a different future, but he didn't know if it would take root. This fight, however, was different. If Xiamen truly wished to claim Mount Hua's legacy, they would have to earn it by defeating him. He would show them exactly what they sought. From this moment on, his actions would not be those of Chang Mayong, a third-year disciple of Mount Hua. They would be a display of the glowing blade master's legacy. He declared he would give Xiongnan a brilliant future, one that he would never forget. Everyone stood watching. Yun Zhang heard someone shouting for people to get out of the way. It was Bakchin, bruised and battered, insisting that he had to witness this. They told him to rest, but he insisted they not worry. He needed to see this. The moment he woke up, he received the news that Chang Mayong had won 9 consecutive battles. As a disciple of the Bak lineage, he couldn't keep lying down after hearing that. He had to be there to watch Chang Mayong fight and cheer for him, no matter the pain he was in. In front of him was the only person who could save Mount Hua's honor. Chang Mayong prepared himself. Jumryong extended his blade to the side and everything fell silent. Then he took a step forward and both fighters disappeared. Baekxian couldn't even see what happened. The two exchanged blows in the middle of the arena, getting thrown back, but as soon as they hit the ground, they leaped to the center again. They exchanged another strike and their swords began to crack. Chang Mayong managed to knock Jumryong's arm backward, but they continued exchanging countless blows. Chang Mayong looked confident while Jumryong was shouting in desperation. Everyone watched from afar and Zhou Jiul couldn't see anything. His mind struggled to process whether this was really happening in front of him. Once again, their swords clashed. Jumryong activated the 12 strikes of the blooming snow. The move caught Chang Mayong's attention. A blue vortex formed and he was sent flying. Slowly, Chang Mayong got back up. That move was very familiar. A series of strikes that created petals in the air with a hidden final blow among them. It was truly an impressive imitation, an exact replica of the 24 strikes of the cherry blossom. It was still far from the technique Chang Mayong had once used. A less experienced swordsman would be mesmerized by the series of attacks, with meticulous movements and powerful strikes demonstrating a skill level even he was impressed by. Jumryong advanced once more. Chang Mayong observed calmly. The technique was deployed again, hitting his arm, thigh, and face. He stepped back, wiping the blood from his face as Jumryong taunted him, calling him a coward for retreating. Jumryong remarked that legend said Mount Hua was once famous for its swordsmanship that created the blossoming of petals, but that was just a legend of the past. Even the iconic swordsmanship of Mount Hua had been reduced to nothing. The world would forget it and begin to praise the 12 strikes of the blooming snow. He'd heard that the ancestors created this technique to show that Jiangnan was always stronger than Mount Hua. He personally wasn't proud of it, as what value was there in proving superiority over such a failure? But with that said, he took pride in being the one to lay Mount Hua's sword to the ground. He hoped Chang Mayong wasn't foolish enough to believe he had any chance. Chang Mayong laughed, saying Mount Hua would not fall to a clown's technique. Confused, Jumryong asked how he dared make such a comparison. Chang Mayong told him not to take it personally. It was just revolting to him that Jiangnan had created this style. But it was astonishing how he fell for the nonsense his sect invented. Jumryong lost his temper, declaring that he would make him pay for that. But Chang Mayong wanted to ask something. Did he truly understand the real meaning of that style? Jumryong looked puzzled, asking what he was talking about. Chang Mayong replied that he heard enough. He would give him credit. Indeed, 12 strikes of the snow was a decent imitation of Mount Hua. But something was missing. Mount Hua's sword was faster, sharper, and more brilliant. Jumryong said enough talk, he realized it was pointless to entertain such nonsense. He stomped on the ground, activating his aura, vowing not to waste any more time. Today, the boy would die by his hands. A blue aura surrounded his body. He prepared as it circled him, and suddenly, petals appeared. The entire ground began to split apart. Jumryong proclaimed that the petals, sharp as blades, would cover the sun and obliterate it. He wouldn't let him escape today. The aura spread, activating the final technique of the 12 strikes of the blooming snow, the covering of the sky with petals. A tornado formed as Baekxian watched. It was far more than he'd expected. It was foolish to think he had a chance. Yun Zhang called out to Chang Mayong, and Aizhou Yu noticed how similar it was to the technique Chang Mayong had used that day. Yet, as similar as it was was still different. For Chang Maiyang, this was an unusual experience. He imagined this must have been what demons felt when facing his technique. Attacks rained down around him, but he knew one thing for sure. This was an imitation with no true substance. Lan quickly recognized that stance. He remembers the Toms and the Elder calls out, saying it's impossible that he's mastered this style already. They shout for Chang Maiyang not to face it because they'd never seen this style of Xiangmen before and he had no chance. Chang Maiyang thinks to himself how everyone believes the blooming technique belongs to Xiangmen, unaware that it's merely an audacious copy of the blossoming cherry blossom technique. The worst part is it's a poor imitation. The style of the blossoming cherry blossom wasn't the only way Mount Huo could make petals appear. He prepares himself thinking it doesn't matter which style is used. A Mount Huo swordsman could make petals bloom anywhere, even where none existed. So he activates the plum blossom petal slash technique. Flowers don't only bloom in vast forests. Sometimes they bloom on a lone tree atop a mountain peak. In fact, it is only the trees that stand strong against fierce winds that earn the right to bloom. The smallest glimpse of a plum blossom begins to appear. Junryong wonders why he's seen petals. As far as he knew, Mount Hua no longer possessed this power. Everyone believed Mount Hua would never reclaim its glory. So how was a technique that should have been extinct being wielded right before him? Petals begin to converge, and strangely, the snow petals dissolve. Junryong doesn't understand why they're disintegrating. Chang Maiyang says it's because it's all an illusion. He unleashes a slash toward Junryong, who barely dodges it. The ground shatters beneath the strike, and Junryong questions how this snow technique could have been dismantled. He was certain no one could have executed it more perfectly. It seemed impossible that it vanished like that. The style he wielded was supposed to be levels beyond Mount Hua's outdated techniques, the pinnacle of Xiangmen's martial arts. So how could this be happening? Chang Maiyang asked if he truly believed Mount Hua's techniques merely copied the fall of petals. Obviously not. Every martial artist strives to become one with nature and demonstrate their virtuous path through physical mastery. The Wadang sect follows yin-yang. The Diankang sect follows the sun. Kangtong follows the 5 elements. Mount Hua follows the plum blossom petals. Nothing but the simple petals. That is what makes Mount Hua stand out from all other sects. Many mocked Mount Hua, saying it was a mere sect without true Taoist essence, focused solely on the beauty of their techniques. But what Chang Maiyang learned through a lifetime of practicing Mount Hua's swordsmanship was that this place did not seek to merely express petals. It didn't mimic them superficially. Mount Hua's sword genuinely created petals, a place that remained true to the essence of blooming. Their techniques allowed petals to manifest in reality. The reason they adopted plum blossoms was because they covered Mount Hua's peaks. The truth was that their goal was to create meaning for the sword regardless of which flower it became. Anyone who mastered Mount Hua's techniques could make petals bloom with any style. This was the true intention behind Mount Hua's swordsmanship, a goal to keep close to the heart of anyone bearing Mount Hua's name. But those mesmerized by the beauty of flowers or entranced by a dazzling sequence of strikes would never grasp the pinnacle of this place's swordsmanship. Instead, they would be trapped in a mire of shallow splendor, just like Junryong was now. Chang Maiyang tells all disciples, whether of Mount Hua or Xiangmen, to watch closely. This is how their sword would break. Today's defeat at his hands would leave an everlasting mark in their minds. He begins to prepare, telling them they would remember this moment every time they swung their swords. Without even realizing it, they would try to replicate it every time they trained. Their concept of martial prowess would never surpass the swordsmanship he displayed. It would become a shackle that would bind their minds forever, and it would punish them for their disrespect in the most fitting way. Even when they were betrayed by allies they trusted, when their foundational sword techniques were stolen, or when their sacred mountains were invaded by their arch enemies, Mount Hua endured. Because what is the universe if not an eternal cycle of birth, death, and rebirth? The blossoming of these petals embodied the virtuous path their ancestors sought to attain. This was his way of paying the price for his past failures and ensuring that Mount Hua would persist even beyond his death. It was so that all Mount Hua disciples would witness a legacy they had lost, a level they should strive to reach one day. He then used the plum blossom petal slash, declaring that his sword would become the pillar sustaining the sect. A series of strikes were launched toward Chang Maiyang, and Chang Maiyang said that this single pillar would become the foundation for all others to support this place. Just like petals swept up in a raging storm in the midst of fury, he would become an unstoppable hurricane. 2 hurricanes surged toward the adversary, who stood there, unable to comprehend what was happening. The protagonist declared that this was the Manhwa sword style, the final technique of the blooming plum blossom petals. A strike landed squarely on Chang Maiyang, shredding his clothes as he struggled to react. Amidst the chaos, he had finally witnessed the true style of Manhwa and couldn't help but acknowledge its profound beauty. Yet, why was it so different? Why couldn't his own sword reach the same heights? Staggering backward, our protagonist pressed his feet into the ground. As he looked up, something appeared on his forehead. Abandoning the cut, he continued to question why. With that, the sword fell from his hands and he dropped to his knees. The poor adversary had been defeated. For Bak, it was an unfathomable fortress. Xiao Maiyang then picked up his sword and began to turn away, announcing the winner of this year's competition. He smiled and declared it was Manhwa. At that moment, Bak shouted that it was incredible, and everyone began to celebrate. The elders were laughing with emotion. Their victory had finally come. They had defeated Zhangmin 10 consecutive wins, followed by 10 more victories. It was the first time in this lifetime they had triumphed in this competition. Yunzhang felt immense pride that even the defeated second-year disciples were cheering for their comrade. Though they bickered among themselves, when Manhua's name was at stake, everything else was left behind. That bond united them. Then someone yanked him by the collar. It was Zhou Jiel, exclaiming that the rascal had really done it. He defeated Jumrian. 10 consecutive victories, something they had never imagined possible. However, our protagonist was coughing up blood, realizing that he had overexerted himself in today's battle. To defeat Jumrian, he had pushed his techniques to the limit, causing internal injuries that would take time to heal. Nevertheless, it was a price he would pay again and again. This wasn't over. As long as they remained neighbors, they would continue to clash. But for now, he could savor the outcome. He then called for Unjum, who stumbled into the field, still somewhat dazed. Standing in the middle in disbelief, he looked at the young hero, who nodded in silent assurance. Taking a deep breath, Unjum announced that Manhwa was the victor of this year's competition. Xiao Maiyang reflected that with this, he had altered the course of fate. What happened today would forever change Manhwa. He wondered if his brothers in the afterlife would be proud. Unsurprisingly, there was no response. He had come to expect their frugality with praise. The disciples, however, were racing toward him, surrounding and lifting the young warrior. The elders stood nearby, watching. Haiyanzhang couldn't recall the last time he had seen everyone smiling and celebrating like this. Meanwhile, Nam reminded him that, as much as he wished to revel, they needed to conclude things properly. Leaving the Southern Sect's members lingering wouldn't do. Someone approached Sema, who turned to offer his congratulations. Haiyanzhang acknowledged that fate had been on their side this time. Sema urged him to enjoy the victory while it lasted, as such a triumph would never happen again. He agreed that the Southern Edge sect was not victorious this year, but warned Haiyanzhang against any delusions of their defeat being absolute. This was just a competition between juniors. Someone stepped forward and remarked that age does not always grant humility. Sema turned to see who had spoken. Our protagonist pretended it was Zhou Jiel, admonishing him for immaturity over a mere competition. Zhou Jiel, baffled, protested that he hadn't said a word. The protagonist stomped on his foot and redirected his remarks, suggesting that older men should act wiser, lest they become perpetually sad children. Sama caught the pointed jab. Xiao Maiyang then turned to the leader, bowing to show respect now that the competition had concluded. The leader was full of admiration, praising the boy's impeccable conduct. Yet Sama seethed internally, knowing it was this young man who had orchestrated everything. At this rate, he would grow into the greatest obstacle to Zhangnin's ambitions. Power began to surge in Sama's hand as he pondered whether killing the boy then and there was the correct course in action. Xiao Maiyang dared him to try if he believed he could strike him down with a single blow. Sama was taken aback. For someone so young, the boy was as cunning as a serpent. Xiao Maiyang then promised that next time respect would be paid, and it would come sooner than expected. Furious, Sama declared their departure, standing abruptly and leaving before everyone else. And Xiao Maiyang thinks to himself that bluffing without having the winning hand is never wise. It was shameful to leave without even gathering the disciples. A sore loser indeed. The leader then calls for Xiao Maiyang, offering words of praise and pride. As the young man bows his head, he finds himself transported back in time, recalling when he humbly gave his thanks to the sect leader in a similar manner. While reminiscing, Sang overhears commotion nearby. The merchants are vying to speak first, with Unam trying to keep order as another group seeks to discuss business proposals. Haiyanzhang, seeing this, calls for their attention and directs anyone wishing to discuss business matters to speak with him or the head of finances. With that, he and the merchants walk off, promising keen interest in every proposal. The leader then tells Xiao Maiyang that he wants a word with him later, leaving the scene humming to himself until someone steps in requesting his attention. It is Aisong Bak who asks why he didn't join the others, remarking that most would likely frown upon him speaking with Xiao Maiyang. Xiao Maiyang notes that it isn't just a few who have turned their backs. Human nature tends to reject perceived traitors. Despite the injustice, Aisong Bak doesn't seem troubled. He explains that he seeks enlightenment. Xiao Maiyang's words had stayed with him, urging him not to let others dictate his path. At first, the meaning eluded him, but now he begins to understand. Xiao Maiyang asks if he truly wishes to learn from a disciple of another sect, to which Aisong Bak replies that the boundaries of a sect dissolve in the pursuit of a worthy teacher. He would learn from anyone who could teach him. Xiao Maiyang is impressed. The words are fitting for a true martial artist. He warns Aisong Bak to keep an eye on Jumrian, who would surely train with the singular aim of defeating him someday, but he doesn't feel intimidated in the least. Xiao Maiyang warns that the path Aisong Bak has chosen will not be easy. Is he sure of his choice? Isong-bake admits that he is not merely choosing this path, it is one he must follow. He bids farewell and walks away, leaving Chang Mayong reflecting on the long, solitary journey ahead of the young man. Preserving the true style of Isong-bake's swordsmanship will be no small feat, especially with his peers drawn to mimic Manhua's techniques. Yet within such difficulty and solitude, perhaps he will become a light of hope for Zhangnan. Yunzhang then approaches, informing Chang Mayong that the leader wishes to speak with him privately. Chang Mayong anticipates a difficult conversation. The leader must be puzzled by everything he did today. As he ascends the mountain, he muses over possible explanations. Should he reveal that he is someone from the past who returned to the present? Perhaps he should claim he learned by chance from the ancient texts he found. He knows none of these stories will be truly convincing, and he is unsure of how to persuade the leader. Suddenly, someone grabs his face, calling him a lovely little child. It's Yang Xiang, who jokingly praises him for turning the competition into a financial windfall, thanks to young master Chiang Mayong, the bringer of money. The elder asks about his injuries, and Chang Mayong casually downplays them. Yang Xiang offers to care for him, or better yet, bring the entire hospital to him. The leader is bemused by this injury business and calls for medical attention while still unsure what to say. Yang Xiang continues his effusive praise before stepping outside, calling for Chang Mayong to follow. They make their way up the mountain together. This is the second time Chang Mayong has walked behind the leader, but unlike before, when the leader was weary and desolate, mourning Manhua's decline in a hidden cave. This time, there seems to be a weight lifted from his shoulders. The leader pauses at the mountain's peak, gazing at the distant sun. He calls Chang Mayong's name, asking how he feels at the highest point of Manhua. Chang Mayong reflects briefly and remarks that it is indeed very high. The leader laughs, acknowledging the obvious before falling silent. He then mentions seeing cherry blossom petals bloom from Chang Mayong's sword. Immediately, Chang Mayong realizes this is a critical moment. He steels himself, preparing to respond carefully. Whatever the leader asks, he has rehearsed convincing answers. Just stick to the plan. As he reaches for his mental notes, the leader calls his name again, startling him. This time, the leader bows deeply, expressing his gratitude. Our young man asked what the leader was doing, saying there was no reason for him to bow to a disciple. But the leader responded that he was expressing his gratitude as an individual, not as the leader of Manhua. For a long time, he had dreamed of seeing what transpired that day, and for making this old man's dream come true, he was truly thankful. However, as the sect leader, his duty surpassed any personal desires he had, which meant there were questions that needed answers. He asked how Chang Mayong managed to conjure cherry blossom petals with that sword technique. Chang Mayong crumpled his mental prepared answers and said it was simply by chance. He had been training to master the technique, and one day he realized even that style could produce petals. He didn't fully understand how it happened. If he had to guess, he would say that any Manhua technique could make petals bloom when mastered to the peak level. The leader considered his question trivial, thinking it natural for such results from Manhua's swordsmanship. Chiang Mayong, the youngest of the third-year disciples, insisted that this happened because he was ahead in his training. But it showed that with consistent practice, anyone could achieve it. Perhaps in the distant future, every disciple of Manhua would be able to make the petals bloom. If that ever happened, it would herald a new era for Manhua. The leader nodded and remarked that Chang Mayong truly embodied the title of the flowering swordsman. For a long time, no one had dared to carry such a title, and no one in Manhua lived up to it now. But that might change as everyone mastered the cherry blossom techniques. Chang Mayong, however, noted they had a long way to go before reaching that point. The leader chuckled, saying he knew Chang Mayong would ruin the moment. Once again, the leader called his name and asked what Manhua meant to him. Chang Mayong paused, remembering all the pranks he played on the teachers, stealing everyone's liquor, brawling with friends and apologizing, training late and sleeping on the rooftops, and sneaking off to the city to drink with the others. He also recalled asking Jiangmen once what Manhua meant to him. Jiangmen had laughed and said the answer was obvious. Chang Mayong smiled and said that for him, Manhua is simply Manhua, and that's all there is to it. The leader agreed, saying it was exactly the response he expected from a follower of the sect. But after today's events, the world would not leave him in peace. Even if he had no desire to change, the world would not allow things to remain as they were. Was he ready to face what would come next? Chang Mayong replied that he wouldn't have started this journey if he weren't prepared. The leader smiled, pleased. If that was how Chang Mayong felt, they would grow together, standing by his side. He, Haiyanzhang, as the leader of Manhua, swore on the sect's name to protect him from any challenges that arose. Chang Mayong observed the leader. He knew the elder had countless questions but chose only to pledge his protection. Haiyanzhang, the leader of Manhua, might not have been renowned or accomplished many great feats, but he was a man who commanded respect. Chang Mayong couldn't help but admire him. Then he said he didn't need the leader's protection. Instead, he wished to walk side by side in the name of Manhua. The leader praised his words and hoped to one day understand everything that had happened. Chang Mayong said that day would come eventually, the day to give a like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.